I would stand at the end of my old hallway, torn between returning to the comfort of my cell and fear of the demonic symbol in the walls behind it. I must apologize. I don't remember anything worth noting for a little while after that. Excuse me? I'm very sorry. My stupor lasted for several days. The superior eventually pulled me into her office and gently asked if I had made any progress. I hadn't, of course, which meant the rest of the conversation was decidedly less gentle. Hedwig, I'm sure that I don't need to impress the importance of her task upon you again. No, not at all. It's just the path forward seems exceedingly simple to me. You haven't even breached the topic with Kathleen 1. How exactly do I do that without giving the entire thing away? I would have expected that by now you would have been able to appreciate yourself to the sisters. Can you really think of no way to elegantly approach the subject? Not that easy. Of course it won't be easy. Speaking of the dead never is. But surely you can come up with a way to be elegant about it. I think you are vastly overestimating my social abilities. It's hardly been a week. I don't mean to be too prudish, but you haven't been drawn and quartered by any conspirators yet, have you? You're not suspected of any ulterior motives. I'm certain of it. All the more reason that starting to press now feels so difficult. The superior sighed deeply. Let's walk through things together. James told you that Kathy Ryan could vouch for him regarding his traveling cloak. I imagine there's a way to confirm this without revealing too much. How? I suppose you could ask Kathy Ryan one generally, respectfully, of course, and then you could, I don't know, mention you heard something about the cloak going arriving that morning. Is better than no thing. It sounds like you thought about this. Maybe you should ask her, as you're her superior after all. I am your superior as well. Of course, I didn't mean, and I could not ask her for that precise reason. I am in charge of this place, and therefore everyone has their guard up around me. That doesn't make any sense. It is the way of the world. Being in charge is often more work than being in charge. It is exhausting. But they'll trust me. I don't think anyone here would confide in me so readily. It's more likely they would speak to you openly, yes. Or at the very least, they may be less inclined to choose every word so carefully. I just don't know. Hedwig, you met James. You saw his suffering. I did. And perhaps they have not shown it, but the sisters are suffering as well. Bringing the truth to light will help to heal everyone. It will fix everything. Well, not the accused. I just want the truth. If the sisters are keeping secrets, it could well be that they are hiding the truth out of fear rather than malice. The cloud must be lifted, for everyone's sake and for Kathy Ryan II's. I wish people would stop calling her that. It doesn't feel right. Kathy Ryan too. I assure you I mean it with the utmost affection. She took to it wholeheartedly. Her and Kathy Ryan first. They played some sort of game for it. It was a series of chess games, if I recall. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised at this point. It is an exceedingly popular game. It's not just for children, if that's your apprehension. I wouldn't say I have any apprehension. I mostly just find myself frustrated by its use as a sort of language wage all its own. I think I was expecting that years and years of reading scripture would have been enough to prepare me for speaking in an abbey. Interesting. You know, I actually find it surprising none of the books you had in your salvage chest. It feels very old to me. There's so much written about it. As you pointed out, it weaves through every conversation. I've known about it my whole life. It's very frustrating. It's more than just chess. I don't feel like I'm relating to these women at all. What if I taught you? I. What? Chess. Would you like to learn how to play? I, uh, I wouldn't want to impose. Don't be silly. It's a game. It's not an imposition in the slightest. Besides, if it'll help you build your confidence up somewhat. The superior got up from her seat and walked over to a shelf in the corner, retrieving a large wooden box. She heaved it onto her desk and opened the clasp, revealing an impressively polished chessboard. She carefully laid this board on her desk and beckoned me to bring my chair closer. She began removing beautifully carved pieces from the box and placing them on the board. Some were brilliant white, but others were tinted with a red hue. Ivory. Aren't they lovely? They're incredible. Now, these common ones. That's right, the smaller ones. Those are the pawns. They get lined up in the front like this. They look a bit like thimbles. They do, don't they? Line them up in a row here. What does the one on the horse do? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to acquaint you with the most important pieces first. This one here is the king. I will spare you the details of my first game. Needless to say, I did quite terribly, although not for lack of trying. I just couldn't quite wrap my head around it. It was interesting though. It made me realize that I couldn't remember playing any games with anyone else before. I had little rituals I performed myself that I suppose you might consider games. I would commit the words I was studying closely through Lectio Divina, and then see if I could make those passages in place again with words I wrote while transcribing new Bibles. What? Does that not count as a game? I will agree that it is different. You can play a game by yourself, but it's hard to consider that competition. The spirit of the whole endeavor is something different entirely. I sound just like Sister Adele, don't I? At the very least, playing chess with the superior was enlightening. I finally grasped why playing so-and-so moves ahead was such a helpful phrase. Unfortunately for me, I could barely think through the move I was making, let alone what I would do in the future. I believe that is checkmate. So it's over. Don't be discouraged. It was your first game. You did admirably, considering. Thank you. I am more than happy to play with you more in future, if you would like. But promise me you'll ask Kathy Wright about James's cloak, one way or another. You made a promise to him, after all, and I think both of us have an unspoken promise to keep for Kathy Ryan, two's sake, don't you? I will make sure to speak with Sister Kathy Ryan. Good girl. I will summon you one again in a few days' time. She had been gesturing to me with my being confused about this exchange. With a flick of the wrist, she placed it back in the sturdy box along with the other pieces. I stood up to leave and bowed my head. Thank you, Your Reverence. Now, we spoke of this. Yes, of course. Until next time, Superior. She nodded and returned to tidying up the chessboard. I left the room. It was mid-afternoon. I remember the sky looking cloudier than ever, as if the fog I had seen surrounding Minborough 4 had encroached around the Abbey itself. What a strange place this is. I had promised the Superior I would speak to Kathy Ryan, but I admit I was reluctant to run straight to her all the same. If she came to me, she came to me. After all, I would need to bring the topic up naturally. It was no use chasing her down. I decided to clear my head with a stroll through the gardens. My stupor had not cleared up completely, but I at least had the energy and desire to be amongst the flowers. It was a reassuring feeling. It had been a few days since I had felt the capacity to hunt. Even with gray skies above, the garden was a jewel. The flowers were fewer than I imagined they might be in spring, but nonetheless, the bushes, hedges, and herbs were a welcome and inviting sight. I heard rustling up ahead. To my delight, a black cat eventually emerged from the bushes. It looked at me briefly with its big, rheumy eyes. For a moment, I forgot all of my troubles. I stepped forward to coo at it. It looked at me inquisitively. But a sudden sound from the bushes startled the poor thing. It scampered away, leaving me somewhat disappointed. A figure emerged through the bushes next to me. The Sister Angela. Did you see it? The cat. No, the cow. She looked entirely ridiculous. There were twigs sticking out of her hood from her attempt to squeeze through the bushes, and she was breathing heavily. I suppose she must have been chasing the cat for quite some time. Of course I mean the cat. Oh, yes. Which way did it go? It sort of scurried off that way. I gestured to the edge of the path. I was trying not to feel at Angela's misfortune, especially given that thinking about the animosity between us had put me in a daze for half a week. I see. She glanced in the direction I had indicated, then sighed and stood up straight. If you find another opportunity, do try to seize it. Cats have no busyness here at the Abbey. Why not? Doesn't matter. I know you're not used to being outside of yourself. I would have thought obedience would not be so foreign a concept. I am the prioress. That should be reason enough. I... I... Why do you hate me so much? Angela was busy removing debris from her hood and cowl, but I could see her arch her eyebrow even higher than I was used to. I don't hate you. Well, it certainly seems like you do. I should have perhaps saved this confrontational energy for questioning Kathy Ryan. But seeing Angela so out of sorts had, I must admit, urged me to act on the feelings that had been brewing inside me for the past several days. That's funny. You know, I could ask you the same question. I seem to recall I walked in on you being incredibly childish in your estimation of me. That was Charity. She egged you on. Don't be pathetic. Own your words. You have been very cruel to me since we first met, when you ran straight into me. That was a mistake. Yes, one you have made no effort to correct, it seems. I seem to recall that you barreled into me later the same day. I don't hate you, Sister Hedwig. I simply find you tiresome. I am exhausted by what you represent. I wish you would believe me when I say I'm not after your job. I have no interest in running the Abbaye, or any Abbaye, for that matter. Even if I did believe you, which I am not saying I do, that wouldn't comfort me much at all. Succession seems to be the superior's plan for you, even if she hasn't told you. I am the new Juanito, that's all. Yet you seem to leave your job quite early each day. I am not a terribly prolific writer, not yet. This was one of the first times Angela had had a retort ready to fire back at me. I was so surprised it almost knocked me off balance as much as a piercing reply would. Anyway, for my part, I don't hate you. I'm afraid of you, I think. That's good. That means you have not yet abandoned all respect for a forbidden. How perfectly cruel of you to say. This is exactly what I mean when I ask, why do you hate me? And once again, I must say, I do not hate you. I hate your disregard for the natural order of things. I hate that once again, I have been saddled with unruly children to rear as my own, because the superior has no interest in doing it herself. I am not a child. You are a babe not 2 weeks out of the womb. You weren't alive in that cell, and choosing to break that seal is a grave sin all its own. By my estimation, you need my help more than anyone in here. Then, then help me. I do not revel in my sins. I'm not proud of it. What help can you offer me beyond venom? Do you know what this place is, Hedwig? Then Tor is not a normal monastery. Surely you know this, even with your complete lack of worldly experience. Of course, but this is the last stop before the gates of hell. Do you think all of the sisters here ended up in this ruin of their own volition? Do you think there is an abundance of women in the world eager to take the veil and serve the Lord here? Make no mistake, you should be begging for my approval. You have emerged into a den of vipers, not a house of God. You shouldn't trust a word any of the sisters tell you. You should be wary of their intentions. Why, their behavior in the wake of the murder of one of their own should be evidence enough. I don't hate you, Sister Hedwig. I'm simply the only person here who cares enough not to lie to you. I have high expectations for your behavior. That is all. You, at the very least, have the potential to serve God with humility and grace here on this hill. Not like the other lost woven here, the criminals and the freaks. Christ spoke highly of the prostitutes and tax collectors only on the condition that they sin no more. The sisters here, they believe they are owed salvation. If that is true, Sister Angela, why, spit it out. Well, why are you here? Why indeed? And with that, she brushed the last twig out of her habit, peered down her nose at me one last time, and laughed. How perfectly bewildering that moment was to me. Forgive me for being cross, but to this day I find her treatment upbeat beguiling. I had spent days wondering, did I deserve this? Was Angela a conduit through which God could punish me for the sins Angela rightfully pointed out to me? I still wonder that. In my calmer moments, I acquiesce to the idea. In my lowest moments, I almost relish it. But the truth of the matter is, every time I was presented with her, her maddening ability to pinprick me, to always find something wrong with me. Oh my, I'm doing it right now, aren't I? Ignore me. All is right with the world. I am back here myself, where I belong. I deserve every bit of ire I am recounting to you. It's just that in retelling the story, I must inhabit a previous version of myself to properly describe how I felt. I will try my best not to let the past and the present bleed together too much in future. Angela puffed away after the cat. I decided I had better head the opposite direction if I was to avoid any more unpleasantness. I walked back to the rectory, the last of my mind's haze replaced with a cunning indignance. I would not say I was in a good mood, but I was certainly more alert than I had been for some time. There she is. Splendid. Oh, oh, hello, Sister Margaret, Sister Kathy Ryan. We were looking for you. What luck. I told her to look for you, and I wanted to make sure she did. Margaret has this very amusing idea that I'm a flake. Can you believe it? I, anyway, we would like to cordially invite you to the Misericorde this evening. That's right. You have seemed all out of sorts recently, and a little birdie told me that Charity may have indicated that you were welcome. Which you are, as it happens. But you've been in such a state recently, Margaret got it into her head that you perhaps were waiting for a more direct invitation. Which I actually suggested capitalizing several days before you even spoke with Charity about it, I should add. Which I don't remember, but I would never accuse Margaret of lying. Hence, would you like to join us in the Misericorde tonight? I am very grateful for the invitation. I hope you don't think I was moving around because of that, although, wonderful, I knew it couldn't have been my fault. Kathy Ryan. Margaret. Let her speak. Of course. Did Charity explain what happened after our conversation? There was nothing else mentioned. Oh, well. I looked over my shoulder and peered past the pair of sisters in front of me, just in case Angela was preparing to make another dramatic entrance. Sister Angela may have overheard the two of us speaking unfavorably about her. Is that all? No wonder she didn't say anything about it. Arguments with Angela happen all the time. It's practically passe to mention. No, you don't understand. She was extremely upset. It was horrible. You never forget your first. The first time she caught me in the pantry at night, she dragged me by my ear to the superior's office to wake her up to demand I be punished. Were you? Of course not. Sue mumbled something about sleeping important and shut the door. Honestly, I think it was meant more for Angela than me. Angela has in her head that I am responsible for the cavalry around the Abbey, and she will not stop bothering me about my broken door. It is a bit creaky. I am a busy woman. Besides, I can't work with my hands. So I shouldn't worry about Angela. No, not in the slightest. I considered expanding my story to include the encounter with Angela that I had just left, but I decided not to pursue the subject further. I was relieved to hear that I had some support in the matter. However, I didn't want to risk continuing to invoke Angela's name, lest she emerge from behind a corner or drop from the ceiling at that very moment. What does one actually do in the Misericorde? Drink. Yes, there's lots of wine. Is that all? Wine, as I'm sure you're aware, is a staple of life in monasteries. So this on its own was not exactly enticing. After all, there was practically an ocean of the stuff just below us. Better wine than we drink usually, to be clear. Wine that's made for the drinking, not just for drinking. Oh, I see. There's also chess, music, if I'm feeling like breaking out the lute anyway. We feed and talk. It is an oasis of pleasure here in our boring little community. And Joe will not be attending tonight, by the way. Well then, I would be delighted to join you. Splendid. I'm very sorry if you were feeling left out. I assure you, I was not, but I thank you all the same. You really worry too much, Margaret. Well then, I will see you later. The two excused themselves. Are you surprised that I agreed to attend what sounds plainly like a night of debauchery, gossip, and sin? Well, I suppose I surprised myself too, although as I'm sure you guessed, I had an ulterior motive. A wine-soaked fin would be the perfect opportunity to ask Catherine about poor James. Tongues would be looser than usual, and my questioning might not be under quite such scrutiny. I explained all this to the superior, who pulled me aside after supper to ask if I had fulfilled my promise. The Misericorde. Yes, it seems like the best way for me to talk to Kathy Riley about it. It'll seem natural, and didn't feel natural at any other point you saw her today, when she was giving you this invitation, perhaps. Margaret was with her. I see. Well, I don't love the prospect, but as long as you get the result we want, I can't stop you. Is there something wrong with the Misericorde? It's a space with explicitly relaxed rules. To be honest, I'm surprised you are more vocally opposed. Well, it's a rule unto itself, is it not? I cannot argue with tradition. I see. You're a stickler, but not a spoilsport. So something like that. I can understand that, I suppose. The problem is, given that most rules around here are quite lax, the bar is raised a bit higher than there, I think. Angela certainly cares about the rules. Well, she's the prioress, so that's her job. Although she might go a little too far in the other direction for my taste. What is your ideal picture for this place, then? I would be curious to know. That's a very interesting question. Thank you for asking. The superior swirled the cup she held in her hand and looked off into the middle distance behind me. It would be much the same, truthfully. The buildings wouldn't be in such disrepair. I wouldn't have to suffer such direct insubordination on a regular basis. I certainly wouldn't rule by the sword. That's the trouble with the Misericorde as it exists now. I have no quarrel with the concept of easement in the dam, but I'm not sure there is much of a dam currently. What do you mean? Children should be expected to have secrets. Towns need towns need inns. The workers in the fields, the lowliest peasants, deserve their holy days. Precepts must be upheld, but I think they can only be upheld if people are allowed at least the illusion of breaking them. I, that is, surprising, to say the least. You disagree then? That's understandable. Well, for one, are we not nuns? Foregoing earthly delights is our strength and purpose, surely. It would seem we have reversed positions here. Flip the chessboard around the other way, as it were. I, well, in my ideal abbe, everyone is content. They do their tasks and enrich their lives and serve as vessels of fire, and then they are allowed a brief respite, so that they do not become overwhelmed or discouraged by their work. I spent my whole life alone in a cell with my work, and not once did I complain. The superior tilted her head in a manner that reminded me of the cat I had seen in John Chase earlier that day. Did you never dream of leaving? Was there nothing in your books that you wish you could see for yourself? Never. The writing was enough. You must have a truly vivid imagination. I'm not sure I do. I just never needed anything else. You never sang to yourself, invented little games. Well, I did have a few reading games, now that you mention it, but perhaps that is how we arrive at an understanding then. You were perfectly content in the world as you experienced it, but you still needed to come up with something of your own, something different. That's the ideal purpose of the Misericorde, the tavern, the arena, and so on. I find that very hard to swallow. Would you say the same of prostitution? The superior made a sneering gesture that took me aback. You're flailing your way out of check here, I'm afraid. There's no need to grasp at such extreme examples. Of course I don't feel that way about whoring. And don't record by asking if I find whoring beyond addiction then, by the way. I wasn't. That wouldn't make any sense. You're quite right. She finished her drink in silent satisfaction. I steamed for a minute. I'm afraid that she was actually entirely correct in her assumption that pivoting the conversation back to scriptural understanding was my intended reply. I find the Misericorde in its current state unseemly. The rules here aren't being followed outside of it, let alone inside it. I worry about what the sisters could be up to in there. It ceases to be an easement if the whole plain is flooded. Well, I'll be careful. I'm sure one night with the others will come to be quarreling with me. See that it doesn't. I suppose it can't hurt for you to experience it for yourself and report back to me exactly how founded my assumptions are. If you're that worried about it, why not just disallow it? It's an expected function of a Benedictine monastery. Besides, I have no interest in making these women respect me less. Would they respect you less if you took it away? Or would they respect you more if you showed that you had that power? I dare say I would be the next one found without a head. I shuddered. While I was never completely free from fear, direct confrontation with the reality of my situation still unmoored me. It made me feel like I was being watched. Please don't say such things. I am simply making a point. As I've said before, I must play a very cautious strategy in my position. Speaking of, would you like to play a game? The change of subject was a relief, I must admit. We whittled away some time playing chess. I was not very good at it yet, I must confess. Nonetheless, I appreciate the opportunity to fill my mind with something beyond visions of blood and guts. Hedwig will be joining us tonight. Really, lucky her. We had just left the rectory after the evening meal. There was, apparently, still some time before the Misericorde's door would open. I had a little bit of time to while away preparing myself for a night in the lion's den. Then don't make such a fuss about it. Why not? We are just happy to have you. Well, I am happy to hear it. But nonetheless, you're making me nervous. You'll have so much fun. Such a special occasion, honestly. Special? Well, yes. Isn't this going to be your first time ever going to a social event? Careful, don't break her. Sorry. I felt like I was about to faint. Moira was completely correct. Of course. Never in my life had I been to anything more sociable than meals at the rectory, and those have been overwhelming enough on their own. I'm going to do my best to have a good time. That's all that matters. It'll be fun. What are we going to do anyway? I suppose we don't really do anything specific. It's very fluid. We've got a chessboard. I think Kathy Ryan mentioned that there's music sometimes. I'll bring my lute. You have your own lute. Yes, Kathy Ryan II gave it to me ages ago. One day I should ask Kathy Ryan if she could dig recording them for an evening rather than just disabling it. That could be fun to mess around with. I wish you wouldn't fiddle with the Superior's things. It's all in good fun. The soup knows. I'm not so sure. Hedwig, you're getting too nervous again. Moira had seemed so carefree ever since that day she broke down while talking to me in the dormitories. I was jealous of her ability to have that be her one emotional outburst on such a horrible subject. It was as if she had simply been able to drain the abscess and heal the wound. I wish that I could do the same. Unfortunately, every one of my fears and miseries seemed to linger and fester within each other. If my head was a diseased limb, I would simply have to lop it off. The sun was just starting to set. I decided to go for a walk in the garden. It was one of the best places for me to clear my head that didn't involve drawing a bath, provided I didn't run into Angela at least. But what were the odds of that happening again? I was determined to make a real, tangible progress tonight. The Superior was right to be frustrated with the lack of momentum. That poor young man had begged me to do something to secure his freedom, and then I had slipped into a dark spell for days. I had been selfish. It wasn't going to be impossible. Things weren't so bad. I even had a clue to follow up on. It would be easy to ask Kathy Wright about the cloak when we had both had a few cups of wine. There was nothing to worry about. I was genuinely interested after all. What would I tell Kathy Ryan if she asked how I knew about the cloak? Hedwig, hello. I want to show you something. You've got to come see. Very well. Darcy scurried off around the bend into the cloister before I could finish my reply. I had to hike up my robe to keep up with her without tripping on the stairs. She was leading me to the doors, it seemed. Whatever it was she had to show me, I could not guess. I am sorry about the mess. I lost an important mushroom and I've been turning the place upside down looking for it. She had ushered me into her room in the dormitory. It was a stark contrast from my own. There were bits and bobs everywhere. Haphazardly stacked books, bottles of various sizes, both empty and full, little scraps of paper, plants in little pots. Darcy had certainly made the space hers. I have been working on this for a while, and I think you might be interested. She was standing in front of a small cauldron that was full of a thin, clear liquid that smelled a bit like wet grass. You have been sick and sad a lot lately, and I thought, well, maybe I could do something about that. Do something. Did you make this for me? It is a little something I am different with. Will make you feel better, maybe. What's in it? I didn't want to sound rude, but I couldn't help but think about what might happen to me if I drank something Darcy had brewed. It has some St. John's wort and some sage and some water from the hills. I boiled it all together with some other things as well. I forget. It has mint for flavor though. Mentha. That's right. She ladled some of the liquid into a little bottle. The whole setup was a little precarious. I lunged forward to stop the wobbly cauldron from plummeting to the floor as Darcy knocked it about with her sleeve. Steady on me. Good thing I was here. Anyway, try some. Darcy, is this quite alright? For me? What do you mean? I have a frail constitution and this is very, 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 very light. Do not worry. You think I could drink this without any trouble? If I did it right, it will in fact lessen your troubles. That is very kind of you. I hope I'm not being rude. I just, the Bible often reminds us to remain sober-minded. You are not sober-minded. You are sad a lot and lonely as well. I was very worried while you were not talking very much. And I am not very good at talking, so I did not want to butt in while you were saying precious few things. But it still made me sad to see that, so I wondered what I could do to help. This will help you remain sober-minded. The world is strange, and there is much to be sad about. Even here, of course. But there's no better way to face the sadness than to be prepared. That is all this is. She held the little vessel out to me. Well, I took it from her and gingerly took a sip. It was surprisingly thick, although it didn't taste as bad as I had imagined. Maybe the mentha helped after all. Darcy beamed at me and took the bottle back from me, filling it up and closing it with a stopper before passing it back to me. Some more for later if you fancy. I don't feel any different. It will take a little bit, but I am sure it will relax you before tonight. That would be nice. Will you be joining us in the Misericorde as well? Not tonight. I will be busy with other things. The odds were increasing that I would have to deal with Angela in a social setting that night. The idea was not relaxing in the slightest, and actively worked against whatever Darcy's portion might have been doing for me at that very moment. You will have fun. You will feel like a real member of the Abbey after tonight, I reckon. This is not going to be some sort of hazing, is it? Goodness, no. That was the praise. Right. I got you good. True enough. True enough. She smiled at me once more, and then ushered me out of her door. I do not mean to rush you, but I have some work to do. Not at all. Thank you for the tincture. I hope it serves you well. I gave a little nod of thanks and hurried out of the room. There was yet some time to while away before it would be appropriate to head to the Misericorde. I decided I would hole up in my dorm and calm myself with some reading. A splendid idea, until I realized that I currently had no books in the room save for one. I really should have asked the superior to move my collection out of the cell and into my dormitory. Medea simply wouldn't do for now. I felt a little apologetic. I, of course, still appreciated the gift Catherine had given me by transcribing the play for me, but I was not sure that it was something that would help me feel any less tense at this moment. I needed something like Ecclesiastes, not a story about a pagan woman murdering her children. I lay down on the bed and held the little bottle Darcy had given me up in the air. I rotated it in my fingers and stared at it. There were no words on it, but I was still trying to read it, I think, if that makes any sense at all. I could feel the cool glass getting warmer between my fingertips. If I ran my thumb over the cork, I could sense just how much rougher the cork was than the bottle. The longer I did it, the easier it would be to not ice the sounds the bottle made as well. The gentle sloshing of the liquid inside, and the way the stopper brushed against my skin, it absorbed me utterly. I wondered if, perhaps, Darcy's concoction was working after all. After several minutes, I was so engrossed in the patterns of light dancing through the dark green bottle that I scarcely had room in my mind to think about anything else. Do you ever do that? Feel an object every which way until it feels like everything? I don't have any more of that tincture in me, but I still try from time to time. Lectio Divina, the sacred art of rereading and repeating a single line of scripture over and over until it almost feels meaningless, until the words are just sounds and the letters are just shapes. That's how I spent many of my days and nights in my cell, breaking through all stray thoughts and bypassing all frivolous interpretations of the word, and simply living inside the true meaning of it, reaching understanding through feeling rather than language. For a moment I was that little bottle. We are getting started in Misericorde now. I just thought I would tell you as early as possible, in case you planned on being fashionably late. Coming. The clarity that I had been enjoying burst like a bubble, and I was thrown right back into nervous anticipation. I rose from the bed and did my best to straighten out my robe. While doing so, the tincture fell from my trembling fingers. Luckily, it didn't shatter. It bounced once, and then rolled around the cold floor, making a cold twinkling noise. Are you all right in there? Yes. Sorry, I just dropped something. I scrambled to pick up the bottle, unsure if it was some contraband I would get in trouble for holding if Catherine, or worse, Angela, saw. Plus, I was so nervous. The tincture now safely in hand, I uncorked it and downed the second dose. It was cool, pleasant, and minty, and I could practically feel myself physically relaxing. It was like the cold concoction was replacing the black bile that ran in my blood with something else, something much more agreeable. I slapped my own cheeks to bring out some color and shivered all over. I was ready. I opened the door to meet Kathy Ryan, who was leaning against the doorframe examining her fingernails. You look significantly less terrible than the first time I collected you like this. I feel quite good, actually. Hold still. She stood up straight and licked her thumb as she had once before. This time I was prepared. She rubbed it against my forehead, undoubtedly attending to some wayward bit of hair poking out from underneath my cap. There we are. Not bad. We'll make a little princess out of you yet. I simply smiled. Kathy Wright turned on her heel and strode out of the doors, and I followed close behind into the hall. As we passed the library, the door opened a crack. Is it time already? Indeed it is. Are you coming tonight? Not tonight. I'm very busy. That's a shame. You can tell me all about it next time you're here to chronicle. Have fun. I suddenly remembered something important I've been meaning to ask Eustace. In my miserable stupor, I had completely forgotten to ask her about Darcy's vision. I leaned forward to speak quietly, aware that the others behind me were watching. Still, it wasn't as if Darcy's visions were a secret. Oh, before you go, I was meaning to ask, could I read some of your notes about Darcy's visions sometime in the near future? No, really, I'd find them ever so interesting. She said I should ask you about them, and I'm saying no. Have a nice night, Hedwig. She closed the door firmly. It is rather a pity she's not coming. She could be quite fun with enough wine in her. Anyway, in here. Kathy Wright opened the door to the Misericorde and held it open for me, ushering me in as if she were a deckhand on a gateway. Inside the room was a round table, rather different from the one in the rectory. It was clearly quite old. It was full of pockmarks and dents. Some parts of it were shiny, but others were quite dull. Various mismatched chairs were haphazardly placed around the table, as well as a couple next to a fireplace at the far end of the room. There were no windows. Currently, light was being provided by the hearth, as well as a large candelabra in the corner nearest the door. Well, here we are. Hello, Hedwig. Hello, dear. Welcome, welcome. There were two other figures I could see tending to the fire. The smaller one on the left, I deduced, was Flora. The one on the right, unfortunately, Angela. Goodness, it's been a while since I've seen you in here. Yes, well, some of us have better things to do than spend every possible night reveling. Oh, good. We're getting prickly before any drinks have been poured. This should be fun. Give it a rest, you two. Surely you can't be nice to each other for one night. Of course. We wouldn't want to leave Hedwig with the wrong impression, would we? I agree. We can't let her leave without recognizing what a shrew you can be. Kathy Ryan. What? I was agreeing with your sister Angela. Can we at least declare a temporary truce? For Hedwig's sake? I am willing. Why are you even here? Now you're just being childish. No, just curious. Are you intending to spoil things for the newcomer? Am I spoiling things currently? Here we go. You're very good at this game. Oh, hell. I jumped. It barely registered with me at first that this exasperating growl had come from Sister Charity. You're both as bad as each other. Stuff it for one night. You can figure on your own time, but me and everyone else are here to have a nice, relaxing evening. And you're bloody well not going to ruin it. Sit down. Shut your gobs. Drink and make merry. Or else. It's lovely to see you here, Hedwig. I smiled. I wasn't as rattled as I probably should have been. Maybe it was Darcy's concoction, or perhaps seeing Kathy Ryan and Angela at each other's throats had awoken a slightly unsavory sense of curiosity within me. I'm happy to be here. That's good. This will be fun. Right, Kathy Ryan? That's right. I must admit, even with my newfound courage, and despite how amusing it was watching her spar with Kathy Ryan, Angela's presence made me slightly uneasy. Since only half of the sisters could occupy the Misericorde, I had been hoping, perhaps assuming, given her personality, that the odds of missing her were in my favor. Alas, alas! Martha and I brought up some of the good wine earlier, and I believe Darcy is cooking something especially for the meal. The meal we just ate. It'll be a bit later on. Besides, you'll want some. I should resist, but the call of red meat is too strong. I opened my mouth to protest. The rule of St. Benedict strictly prohibited red meat, before I remembered that in this room, the rule had no say. A touch circuitous, if I must say so myself. The rule states that nothing should be preferred over the holy office, the works we did and the hours we observed. And yet here this place was, offering a sanctuary for everyone to do nothing but prefer worldly things. At this point, I had lost count of all the infractions Miss Abby had made of the rule of Saint Benedict. Poor Darcy. She's really very busy, isn't she? I think Eustace or Moira is helping tonight. And it's a bit less complicated than supper. It's just meat and heat, more or less, isn't it? I am sure there is an art to it, as there is to all things. Wise, as always. Charity then ushered me to sit down at the table. There were several mugs and a very large wineskin resting in the middle of the table. There was also a full cask next to the table on the floor that I had not noticed previously. It was a little smaller than the fat barrels I had seen stacked in the cellar, but nevertheless, that's a lot of wine. And thank God for that. You have plenty of us here to help finish it. Don't you worry. Yes, don't feel like you need to drink it all. I'll have what she doesn't have. You're going to watch yourself. I won't hear the end of it from the superior if you lose your head. if you go on a bender. Margaret patted Charity on the shoulder and then took a seat. I could see a shelf in the corner of the room near the fireplace. It was rather unkempt and loaded with various mismatched objects. I could see books of different sizes stacked haphazardly, atop each other, little chess pieces, and a loot fighting for space. There were bits of fabric and what looked like a full robe stuffed in between these bits and bobs as well. Are there any plans for the evening? I hope not. A little bit of everything, dear. But most importantly, a lot of nothing. That's the idea, anyway. I see. I had done a lot of nothing by myself and myself. I missed it dearly, but I was curious what these women found so exciting about it. That's the best bit of any holy day, isn't it? Doing nothing. You're not wrong, dear Flora, but don't tell the superior I said so. Kathy Ryan picked up the wineskin and began depositing drink into the cups. Now, make sure your elders get some before it's gone. I wouldn't dream of depriving you, Charity. Kathy Ryan handed her the next mug. That's right. Kathy Ryan is always grateful to knock the eldest in the room. That was actually quite good. I was merely surprised Angela was able to come up with something so witty. Pour me one next. I get the feeling I'm going to need it. Just a small one for me to start, I think. Nonsense. She handed me a full mug. So, are you going in strict order of age? She must be. I haven't gotten a drink yet. Hedwig is younger than I am, so no.
Stream
Bold
elements,
of you to admit.
said.
Not as
Stay
biting
moist,
the
my
second
friends,
time.
hydrate.
Charity got hers first because she is our beloved and respected elder. Margaret got second since she asked so nicely. Hedwig was next because she is a new guest and would have been second if Margaret had requested so forcefully. Sorry, Hedwig. No offense taken. Next. Oh, I don't know. Why not Adela? There you are. I, very graciously, will go last as I am pouring the drinks, which leaves Flora and Angela, which, let's see. I will give Flora hers first to prove once and for all that I am not discriminating against her youth. I only hope that Angela will accept this decision and not see it as a slight against her. I assure her there is no such ulterior line. Can you just give us the fucking wine? Language. She finished pouring the drinks and passed them to Flora and Angela, neither of whom looked particularly amused. Margaret was thoroughly enjoying herself, though. Thank you. Indeed. Now, Hedwig, tell us what you think of this wine. It's a fair bit nicer than the stuff we typically have throughout the day. It has real flavor. I took a tentative sip and was surprised to find that I recognized the taste instantly. Oh, I've had this before, actually. How? Oh dear. I couldn't say, actually. I'm sure someone must have brought it to me with a meal at some point. Perhaps on Christmas? Oh yes, that sounds like something Kathy Ryan II might do. She knew her wines, that one. She knew more about it than most here do, yes. Are you and Marta still fighting about the sherry? I came here to do a job. I have nothing against Sister Marta, but I wish she would let me do it. I know, I know. I can't do anything about that, though. Adela huffed and nodded, sipping her drink. This is good. Not as good as I could help make, but it is very good. What's different about sherry, Sister Adela? Don't get her started. It is a better fermentation process. The end product is sweeter. That's hard to believe, given what I tasted. I mean, I do believe you, just, you know. It should not be tasted halfway through being made. Does the painter show their plan for work before they have painted a face? Does the chef deliver a half-cooked meal? She's got a point. Of course, I'm more just impressed. I was asked to come here and help shepherd a batch of sherry. The first one was a complete disaster because instructions were not followed. Now I am trying to collect this with the second batch, and I am facing the same resistance. Marta is very protective of her work. I think she does not like me. I think she doesn't want some Iberian turning up her project. She stuck her finger into her drink and violently wiggled it around to emphasize her point. I had to duck to dodge flecks of warning. I promise you, it isn't as bad as all of that. She's just... I think it might be exactly as bad as that. She has no other reason to get in my way. She treats me like a child, too. It might just be an age thing. I very much doubt it. She does not see me as Spanish. Margaret, Marta doesn't treat you any differently than anyone else, does she? Crumbs. No, it's fine. It's just that if I say no, that might not actually indicate what you're hoping it does. Charity looked as if she were trying to decode a particularly difficult puzzle. Margaret smiled, perhaps humorously, and sipped her drink. Have you seen any more ghosts, Hedwig? Ghosts? Oh no, I have not. I feel like ghost talking around here has dropped significantly recently. Hedwig, goat-eating swordsman excluded, of course. Thank goodness for that. It's all rubbish. Oh, I don't know about that. You don't get to be my age without seeing a few weird things here and there. I've seen some ghosts. There's at least one on this floor alone, I reckon. Yes, I have heard them too. It's a shame Darcy isn't here. She always has plenty to say on this subject. Well, you can ask her when she brings the beef. Perhaps out in the hall, where the rest of us won't be subject to such nonsense. I seem to recall somebody asking for an escort to the privy at night, just in case she encountered something. Though that's just common wisdom. That has nothing to do with spirits or fairies or any such fantasy. There are bears or strange men. Bears? Yes, bears. There are bears around here? No, absolutely not. Not that I've ever seen. I've seen a bear up close once, but that was before I ended up here. I have too. They are very cute, but quite dangerous. At any rate, there are no bears anywhere near here. They don't live in England, or Scotland, or Ireland. I cannot believe I am being treated like a fool for worrying about bears, whilst you are all entertaining the notion of ghosts wandering our halls. Well, if they don't live here, not naturally, of course, but kings and nobles and other rich men keep them for sport. They import them from Bohemia. So, You think some nobleman is going to stick a bear on you while you're on your way to the toilet. You are trying far too hard to make me sound hysterical. Bears are strong and crafty creatures. One could easily slip loose and escape into the woods. It only takes two to proliferate. You cannot tell me this has not happened. There was nothing but silence for a moment. Then, suddenly, everyone erupted with laughter. Bears. Proliferating. Watch out. That they cannot stand women kissing at night. Grow up. You. You must admit, Angela, it sounds a bit ridiculous. Far-fetched at the least. It is nonsense. Angela, I am surprised. I had no idea you were worried about this. Well, I apologize for not wanting to risk being torn in half by a vicious beast or violated by some murderous cur at night. After all, only half of these things have happened here, so why worry about either? Angela, not in here. No, I think there's no better place to talk about it. The silence came back. This time it felt like the very air had been sucked out of the already stuffy room. Everyone was looking in different directions. I could hear heavy, deep breaths. Time for me. Adela stood up first and strode over to the door, unlatching it and holding it open so that Darcy could look her in carrying a massive platter of food.
Deserted Misericorde. Set. Best viewers on stream.com remove the space GPQKG.
Everyone sort of shuffled awkwardly to move the cups and legskin out of the way. Darcy plucked the platter down and dusted her hands off with a satisfied expression on her face. You have beef and lamb and a bit of pork here, coated in a special sauce and cooked to perfection over a roaring fire by yours truly. Why is everybody so glum? We're just hungry, Darcy. Thank you. Darcy's nigh impervious smile flickered just a little. All right then. Well, enjoy. Aren't you going to have some? Oh, I'm not allowed. Not outside of Misericorde, no. But you're in here now. Even seeing Darcy's mouth twitch was heartbreaking enough that I felt compelled to do whatever I could to make her feel better. Luckily, she took to my logic quite well. I suppose I am, aren't I? There are too many people in here. For Pete's sake, Angela, you go and stand outside while she eats then. Angela's chair scraped violently against the stone floor. I couldn't help but wince. She can stay. Have a good night, everyone. A touch dramatic. Sister Angela. Hedwig. Yes, Sister Angela? No thank. Not now. I won't spoil your evening. With that, she swept herself out of the room. All eyes turned to Darcy, who was blissfully munching on a small piece of meat hanging off of a bone. Oh, I couldn't possibly stay, sorry. Busy tonight. She finished her snack and then licked her fingers. Enjoy. Have a good night, Darcy. Indeed. Darcy excused herself from the room. Margaret followed behind her to latch the door shut again, and then turned around to face the rest of the sisters. Well, should one of us flag Eustace down, perhaps? She is also busy tonight. Hedwig and I stopped in on her on the way here. Moira? Marta? Marta's probably asleep by now. Well, it's one of those two. Or the soup. Could you imagine? Where is Moira at the moment? I believe she is usually in the library or reading in her dorm at this hour. She'll be in her dorm then. You stay sane and no mood for visitors. Flora, would you be a dear? I just started eating. I'm only asking you to go down the hall. The food will still be here when you get back. Will it? I've seen you eat. You'd not eat before. Now. Cheeky little. I'm going. This was certainly not as relaxing as I had been led to believe. That being said, I was still feeling surprisingly confident. I think, perhaps, I was even finding some relief in the fact that this particular spat had unfolded without me at the center of it. In fact, I was barely involved in the kerfuffle at all. Charity forced a smile. Well, best not let things get cold. There was a murmur of approval from the others. We all moved our chairs slightly closer to the overflowing platter of sugared meat. I do not understand why Angela is so cruel. I am positive she has gotten worse as well. She's always been an insufferable coxcomb. Must we drag it all out? She's left. No use quarreling with someone who's not even here. To be fair, Charity, Hedwig is here because Angela overheard you two rousing about her. Yes, well, that's different. It's not fair if you get to have all the fun. Well, I was under the impression that Angela wanted to come tonight to apologize to Hedwig for her behavior. That does seem a bit far-fetched. No, it's true. I apologized to her for my outburst, and she agreed to apologize to Hedwig for her roughness. Is that true, Sister Charity? This did stretch credulity, but I was curious. Angela's barbed words had wrapped around me so tightly, even the slightest bit of slack was a relief. Of course, on condition that you also apologize, I think. A fresh start for all of us. I have nothing to apologize to that woman for. Well, not a thing. Well, if she wants an apology, I am obliged to hear what she has to say and do my best to make amends. Kathy's lines up her lip curled harder than I had ever seen it curved before. She will hang whatever complaint she has over your head for the rest of your life, apology or no. Believe me, I've been there. Really. Yes, I've done that song and dance for her. She just enjoys watching people squirm. How cruel. She wasn't always like this. I do not care. It's true though. It's a shame. What happened? If I do, things might look a little different. It has certainly gotten worse since Captain II passed on. That's true for all of us. And she got along with Angela worse than I do. This was difficult to imagine, but it was very interesting indeed. Why is that? It's actually a bit funny. I remember them getting along very well, to be honest. They were friendly at one point, but I mostly remember them clashing. So, Hedwig, I had mentioned to you before that Kathy II loved foisting projects and hobbies on us. I remember. Well, for a while it was... Should we say this? For a while it was Baldy Venture. Baldy what? Fablio, as it were. Fablio, as it were. You mean love poems, romantic writing? No. Well, perhaps. Have you really never read any? I'm afraid I had nothing quite so ribald in my cell. They can certainly be romantic, although I think they are more concerned with the fruits of romance, a particular part of romance, the intercourse, the fucking. I nearly choked on the bit of lamb I was eating. You were all reading that sort of thing here. Oh dear, her wheels are coming on. It's really quite common for monks to write this sort of thing. It helps ease tensions, I suppose. And Captain Wright II thought, why not us? It might be a healthy exercise. For what purpose? For the fun of it. Purely for the thrill. God knows we're not allowed to have any fun here. That's not true. Not that kind. Hedwig, dearie, it really is not that strange. After a few more weeks here, you'll probably realize just how little there is to do. It was something new and entertaining the girls were interested in. Well, I understand, but fornicatio autem et omnis immunditia avaritia nec nominitur and vobis sicut viset sanctus. Yes, we've studied a bit of the Bible here and there, actually. Sorry, I just don't see how writing that sort of thing is appropriate for women of our station. The sisters all looked at each other with slightly concerned expressions. The compliments I had brought into the room with me was rapidly fading. I felt like I had accidentally cast myself as an outsider to be scorned once again. Well, we endeavored to keep most of it in here. It is the Misericorde, after all. We're eating red meat. The rule of St. Benedict might wane here, but this sounds more like purely biblical instructions being broken. Hedwig, the gentlest and most pious monk I ever had the pleasure of working with, years and years ago now, used to write dear recipes in the margins of his Bibles. And I remember him for the first time delivering food to a village that had come down with the plague. He told the most outrageous jokes I had ever heard in my life, and I could hardly walk from laughing, all while risking ourselves to help the diseased and dying. Do we deserve hell for a few baldy japes? Well, this was not an argument worth having. It depends on the jokes, I would think. Everyone else laughed. I was stunned by Captain Ryan's ability to say the exact words I wanted to say with the exact opposite meaning. Tell us one. Yes, go on. Well, alright. As long as Hedwig is quite alright with it. I smiled meaninglessly. I felt like a bear showing off my teeth. Please, don't hold back on my account. A trial by fire for dear Hedwig. Very well, very well. Here it is. He told me about a nun he had worked with before who had been a midwife, much like myself. Before she joined her convent, she had been assisting her lady with a particularly tough birth. The poor thing just could not get out. The midwife took a look between her lady's legs, and the lady said, "Oh, what if it comes out of the other hole?" I forgot which road my husband took. The others erupted in raucous laughter. Catherine was practically doubled over. I don't get it. Think about it. What do roads have to do with it? Babes typically come out of the, you know. Yes, that much I know. Thank you. I actually wasn't sure you would, so that's a relief. Is that in the Bible? I am capable of a fair amount of deduction on my own. I may have spent a long time in a cell. I'm not a complete fool. That's fair, that's fair. So you know a rough outline of how it all works. Yes. Well, there you go then. All the pieces are within your grasp. So, so, oh, oh, no. She got there. How does it, why? Does that work? No, that is the joke. So the joke was that her husband was quite stupid. Well, or that's very possible. That's not the thrust of it, no. They caught her, Sister Hedwig. I was rescued by the sound of the door swinging open. Found her. Hello, everyone. You lot ate all that while I was gone. There is still plenty of food. What took you so long? Couldn't find her. Sorry for giving you the run around. I ran into Darcy and was chatting with her, but then I went for a walk in the garden. Could Angela not make it? She got her fill of the attention she wanted. Let's not get back into it. No, I could talk about it all night. That's the problem. Fair enough. Well, now that we're back into fighting strength, what to do? Should we play a game? I would love to play some chess. Later, I'm not feeling particularly strategic yet. She reached for the wineskin and poured herself a generous refill. I'll get there, I'm sure. Well, since Angela isn't here to complain about them any longer, how about some ghost stories? You'll like that, Hedwig. I... right. While navigating through my personal doldrums for the past few days, I had completely forgotten what my reputation among the sisters currently was. Not only was I a mousy, prudish, trembling little creature, an estimation I could at least agree with, I had stumbled into giving off the impression of a spirit-chasing prankster. It did not suit me. I don't know. They give me the shivers. That's the point. Precisely. I will tell you all my story. Oh, must we talk about this? I was hoping we could talk all about something a little more fun. Oh, but this is fun. Oh dear. I was just this summer I decided to take in some fresh air atop the Abbey wall. I wandered through the halls I was not familiar with, trying to find the stairs. All alone in a mysterious portion of this Abbey, I found the door I was looking for. When I saw the tail end of a gnome's robe in front of me, I pursued the unknown figure, but when I emerged into the light of day, there was not a soul to be seen. Fascinating. And this was in broad daylight. Maybe the sun blinded you. This does seem a touch flimsy. I know what I saw. At first a person was there, and then that person was not there. That's a terrible ghost story. Oh, is it? Then perhaps you would like to share a better one. Sure, I've got one. I saw someone outside the superior's window late at night. That's all, I guess. There was no one else in the room, just a creepy figure in the bushes. Does that really count as a story? It absolutely does not. No panache whatsoever. Oh, I forgot to mention that they had horns and really scary glowing eyes. Oh no, that's a little scarier. Maybe build a little suspense first though. Whatever. I think adding those details just makes the story more unbelievable. Why were you in the Superior's office at night, Flora? Yes, speaking of unbelievable details, that door locks tight. And how would you know that? Look, she took my charcoal away because I was scribbling with it during service, okay? Enough. Let me weave you all a tale of true terror. Look out, everyone. She's going to tell us how old she really is. Flora, be nice. Some of us were saving that exact joke whenever Charity spoke up next. Now, I'm not too proud to be honest about my age. I'm 65 and quite happy with my station. Of course. Well, I can always wait until Marta tries to tell a ghost story. We have a rough estimate for her, at least. Marta was probably there when the white ship sank. Everyone else guffawed. I might have joined in, to be nakedly truthful. But now, my tale. I was approaching these very doors late one night. I had been 49 times strong, and the torches had just been lit. The wind was such that they kept flickering. It was difficult to see, and strange shadows danced across the floor. Suddenly, I realized that one of the shadows in front of me was no shadow at all. And not only that, I swear to you that when I bravely took one step forward, I saw the face of Death himself. Well, have I sufficiently rattled you all? Not bad. Masterful, Sister Kathy Ryan. I cannot pretend otherwise. When was this, Kathy Ryan? Oh, my HelloFresh package has been delivered, friends. Give me a moment to go gather it. Yes, yes, all the tasty food things. All the tasty, tasty food things. When was this, Kathy Ryan? I don't know the exact date. A month, perhaps 2 months ago. That might have been me. What? Impossible. I do seem to remember running into you in the hall one night when the torches were flickering in the wind like that. If, if that is true, why didn't you say hello? I tried, but you had already run away. Well, fancy that. I. That's not. No, I think this was probably a different night. Well, that's the most believable one yet, aside from mine. You've been a bit quiet, Hedwig. Do you have a good one to share? Me? Oh no. I. Well, I've just been so captivated by all of yours so far. Hedwig's ghost story is one I won't soon forget, though. She conjures up quite an image, an excellent skill for a chronicler. Too right. It's nothing, really. I hope none of them have read any of my actual, decidedly sparse writing yet. Well, if Hedwig is passing, Margaret, Hedwig's heard mine. I was helping clean up in the kitchen one evening. Darcy had finished up, but there was a pot I wanted to give another good scouring before putting it away. So, there I was, all alone in the workshop, when I heard a strange sound. The light had started to fade, and I hadn't thought to bring a candle. The fading light of dusk through the window was all I had. I crept to where I thought I had heard the sound, and I saw a pair of eyes. Not only that, there was another creature present as well, one with a terrible visage. All I could make out was a hideous smile and some truly evil eyes. I hightailed it out of there, I have to confess. Goodness, that is an upsetting story. In the kitchen, crumbs. I frowned. Margaret had told me a variation of this story in the chapelle, and seemed to be gathering some embellishments for this larger audience. What do you think you saw? Well, if I had to hazard a guess, perhaps two demons having a meeting of some sort. A meeting? What about? I don't know. Perhaps they were arguing about who to eat first. No. How gruesome. Now you're having it on. Maybe, maybe, but I did see them. That much is true. The one with the big, horrible teeth. That could have been a Barghest. A what? The big dog? That's the one, although dog isn't quite an apt description. It's a truly terrible creature that haunts old fields and old moors, always stalking around and hunting people who wander late at night. It's not quite a hound, more of a, I don't rightly know, a mix of a dog and a goblin perhaps, like something out of Inferno. I can only hope you didn't get a good look at him, Margaret. And why's that? Well, they say if you see him, you're destined to die. Well, I'm not worried. No, why is that? Because I made it all up, you daft old bat. My eyebrows had shot straight up, a charity didn't seem to mind. The whole room erupted with cackling. Oh, the cheek on you lot. That counts as your ghost story, I take it? Course it does, course it does. It was very effective. My goodness. I suppose that means it's Moira's turn. Oh, really? Well, I would have to think. Something often said before believable stories. Look who's talking. I had been waiting for an opportunity to jump into the conversation more actively. I had been worried that my relative's silence was conspicuous. The banter between the sisters had been so acerbic that I thought my contribution would fit right in. Unfortunately, it seemed that I had missed the mark because, you know, yours was really short and okay. She may as well have slugged me in the door. I looked around at the others who seemed to have barely registered our exchange at all. Presumably, they were all operating under this embarrassing outburst forever, something to gossip about the way they had about Angela earlier. I was often unsure about who I was exactly without the purpose defined by myself. As an ingress, I knew exactly what I was meant to do and where I fit into the world. Removed from the cell, I was utterly blind. I tried new attitudes and mimic behaviors to find something that fit me, but all I could hope to amount to was being someone else's primitive joke. I do have a good story to tell, actually. I think it might count. Do tell. Well, one night I was walking past the cloister, and a little bit of gravel worked its way into my shoe. Terrifying. Let the woman finish, Flora. It's no problem. I stopped to fish the little rock out of my shoe. I leaned against the wall, and when I looked down, I realized that there were some odd footprints along the path. Odd how? Well, they were not human footprints. They were small and pointed. Pointed? Yes, like whose? Anyway, the footprints continued away from the cloister. I began to follow them, but then I saw a strange figure perched in the doorway. He turned around, and his eyes flashed in the moonlight. I was scared witless and ran all the way up the stairs to my room. Creepy. How strange. Darcy does occasionally bring the sheep up to the cloister to keep the grass short, though. There was only one set of footprints, though. Maybe they walked single file. Maybe. That's probably it. Don't let the little gremlin get to you, Moira. It was a fine story. I know it wasn't very, well, written, but, well, how delightfully frightful that was. Everyone raised their cups. I followed suit, although I could not keep up with the others when they proceeded to chug nonsense out of their drinks. Here, here. Kathy Ryan, would you mind topping me up? We continued to eat, chat, and drink for a long while. The food was delicious. The wine did a decent job making me feel warm and pleasant enough to set any worries about my conversational skills aside, too. What was starting to worry me, however, was the matter of how to approach Kathy Ryan about James, the stable boy, without raising any suspicions. I would quite like to play a game. No, thank you. You cheat anyway. Hedwig, I forgot. Do you know how to play? Oh, against my better judgment, I gamble. I have been learning, now that you mention it. The superior has been teaching me. Has she now? Lucky you. Well, I think it's a way of acclimating me to things outside of the cell. Everyone out here talks about chess so much. More than likely it's her mea culpa for dragging you out of there. I tried to remain calm, but I was gripping my seat so hard I could hear my fingers pop. No, it was my decision to leave. Oh, I I just felt it was the right thing to do. The superior explained to me that the Abbe was in desperate need of a chronicler, and that this would be much quicker than sending word around the country. So, Deep down, you always went out of that horrible little cell. It wasn't horrible. I had to correct myself immediately. I had to stick to my story. But yes, I suppose I did. I understand that to most people, lying comes easily. People do it to stay out of trouble, or to make themselves look stronger or wiser or more interesting to each other. It is a sin, but such is the way of this wicked world. But you must understand that when I was in Ingress, I told a single lie. Here in the Misericorde, committed to the Superior's conspiracy. Every falsehood felt like I was spitting a burr out of my mouth. You were quite a mess when I first saw you in there. Well, I wasn't dressing for an audience then, was I? Everyone chuckled. I was quickly learning that making people laugh was the fastest way to steer them away from topics I didn't want to talk about. Your frock is still a bit big for you, I have to say. I think it looks nice. She looks cozy all the time. So, Hedwig, chess? Go on then. Adela blamed Daphne and got up to retrieve the chessboard and pieces from the shelf. The still ample platter of meat was pushed to the side of the table to make space. One of the wineskins came dangerously close to falling to the floor before Kathy Wright caught it. That would be a waste. Two, right? Prop me up. The board was set up, save for two pieces. Adela approached me with her hands balled up in fist and held them out to me. Which hand? Why not just let her go first? Give her the white pieces. She's new here and our guest to boot. Nonsense. This is part of the game. Let's see. Your right hand. Adela opened her right hand to reveal a black pawn nestled in her palm. Black it is. Unlucky. Not at all. Someone must strike first, but that is not necessarily an advantage. When Kerboga struck first in Antioch, he still tasted defeat. Yes, of course. How could any of us forget Kerboga? Hiram al-Dawla Kerboga rode to Antioch with his men after hearing of a Christian siege. Wait, so did the Christians go first then? I think we're dividing very specific battles up into individual chess games here. The crux of the matter is that Sister Hedwig will suffer no disadvantage for going second. Needless to say, Adela trimmed me. I felt confident for a move or two, but it became clear quite quickly that I was out of my depth. Well, I think that was not bad for a beginner. You got her in, what, 20 moves? That is better than I would expect from a player who only learned what chess is a week or so ago. That's a good point. Hedwig, walk me through your strategy. Well, I don't really know, to tell you the truth. I was mostly just reacting to your moves. Is that so? That would explain it. But really now, if you're only reacting to me, it is no wonder I won. That would follow, I suppose. I am setting the pace of the whole game. Eventually, you must make your own move. You must force me to react to you. So, we just act and react, back and forth, until somebody wins. I believe that is the game, yes. Kathy Wright. Yes, Hedwig. Because we are not competing to see who can make the simple best decision. Chess is not just competing to see who can survive the most moves, but to see whose strategy can adapt to overcome everything your opponent throws at you. Two souls locked in a complicated and deadly dance. Pure romance. So I've heard you say. That's very interesting. Thank you. Hedwig, would you mind if I played a round? Watching you has got me in the mood to play. Oh, yes, of course. A fine idea. Rotating chairs. Who can stay in the victor seat the longest? I can guess. You are welcome to challenge me as well, Sister Flora, if you feel you deserve to dethrone me. Flora rolled her eyes as I got up to offer my seat to Moira. The tight group that formed around the table to watch Adela and I play scattered somewhat. Margaret walked over to the shelf to peruse the entertainment on offer, and Kathy Ryan sat down closer to the fireplace. She brought a wineskin with her and poured herself another cup as soon as she was situated. I craned my neck over Charity's shoulder to try and watch Moira and Adela's game. I found myself surprisingly eager to learn some new tips. However, I was quickly interrupted by Kathy Ryan calling from across the room. Hedwig, have a drink with me. Oh, yes, of course. I pulled up a chair next to her as she poured me a cup of wine. There we are. This is good, good stuff. It's very flavorful. It's made here, you know. It's the only reason this wretched place exists. The only reason. Surely that's not true. Abbés are a source of wine and Monet, an absolution for people willing to give them Monet. Believe me, I'm well acquainted with how these places really work. You and I are very similar, if you can believe that. I do apologize if I've ever made you feel lesser than some of the others. Not at all. I was once like you, alone and confused in a place very different from what I was used to. Of course, you left your position by choice, but none the less. I could not correct her, especially as this topic had nearly bubbled over very recently, but I wanted to. Desperately. I, on the other hand, was ripped from a perfectly comfortable life for a variety of unjust reasons. You were forced to become a nun. That's not right. I mean, I would choose no other life for myself, but my goodness, you really were locked away for a long time. That is quite common, even if my particular circumstances were outstandingly unfair. It's a very easy way for a family to get rid of a woman they're not fond of. I was once the lady of a great house, which came, of course, with a certain nasty politics of its own. In that aspect, it was not at all that different from living here. Really. The politicking. Just the politicking. The clothes, the jewels, the freedom. I would put up with the ghastly parlor game to have all that back. I wasn't sure what politicking of the Abbe she was referring to, but this was no time to get hung up on little details. So, what happened? If you don't mind me asking. I stepped on some of the wrong toes in high society, put some noses out of joint, and was accused of some unsavory things I would rather not repeat. And so I was offered the choice of facing the court and the likely execution, or taking the vows. I chose the latter. At least I can still grab onto the barest threads of life's greatest pleasures here, occasionally. She took a deep sip of her drink. That's, well, that just isn't right. A criticism of the church. Goodness, we'll make a sea dog of you yet. I didn't say that. But if this happens often, it does sound like some people abuse the concept of a monastery. You know, I think shuffling people out of sight might be the concept of the monastery. Come now, that can't be true. Monasteries do wonderful things. They're centers of prayer, research, and rigorous academic study, and we help those in need. It's an important calling. Do we do any of that here? How many people indeed do we help? All the way up on this hill, there isn't another village for miles, and the fine folk of Linborough would have to trek up a mountain to get here. I Well, perhaps Linborough Tor Abbey is more of a monastery for prayer and learning and so on. Present company excluded, of course. I don't think much earnest prayer emanates from these halls, nor do I think we are likely to be responsible for any academic or scholarly pursuits of note any time soon. Kathy Ryan II would have argued otherwise, of course. She desperately wanted all of us to have a useful little projects. She was constantly pursuing some sort of greatness, whether for herself or the whole abbey. What? What did she want for you? She desperately wanted to get me to act in one of her little performances. She said I had a natural disposition for it. Did you ever take her up on it? Once or twice? I did not hate it, but acting for an audience of just a few other nuns didn't give me much satisfaction. Still, that sounds very sweet. I should have liked to have watched one of these performances. You are too sweet, too kind. We'll beat that out of you eventually. She chuckled lightly and reached for the wineskin to pour herself a nosy cup. But now that she's gone, the only product of note here is the wine. And when Marta eventually pops in, grim, I know, but I am just being realistic. That'll be the last of any worth this place had on. When the wine dries up, so will we. Speaking of, she shook the wineskin and rocked back and forth unceremoniously. Is that one dead? Goodness, you made me jump. Sorry, I was just coming over to see if you wanted another. Oh, you are positively angelic. Margaret grinned ever so slightly and began pouring out of a much fuller-looking wineskin than the deflated lump Catherine was holding. I noticed that Catherine was beginning to look a little rosy in the cheeks. I felt dastardly even considering this, but if there was ever a time to ask her about James. Wonderful. You know, this reminds me, we haven't had a proper wake for Cat. Unbelievable. Flora was holding the platter of meat and staggering on one leg. She looked surprised that she had managed to catch the food at all. Chess pieces had clattered to the floor all around the pair of players. Adela looked furious. Moira, however, was clearly trying her hardest not to laugh out loud. Catherine, Margaret, and I all hurried over to see what all the fuss was about. I'm sorry, Adela, but it's true. What on earth did you do? She used underhanded tactics to try and eke out a pathetic victory. Oh, come now. I was just playing normally. And how's that? She was taking every piece possible, whether it was logical to do so or not. Oh no, here we go. Not another argument about bloody maidens chess again. I wasn't trying to do anything malicious. I just captured a lot of pieces, I suppose. You captured every time it was remotely possible, even if it was not strategically important. Violence for the sake of violence. Total barbarism. Passionless, ugly brutality. Was it really every time it was possible? Yes, do not pretend otherwise. Oh dear. Hand on heart, I promise I was not playing by maintenance rules on purpose. I was just, well, eager, eager, eager to prove myself. You're very good at chess. I thought that being aggressive would be my best strategy. That could hardly be called a strategy. You and Hedwig played just the same. Well, there is one small difference. I won. Raucous laughter went up from all of the sisters, all except Adela, who looked like she might need to be physically restrained from leaping onto Moira like one of the bears Angela was so worried about. I demand a rematch. A rematch where we understand we are playing the same game by the same rules. The rules of real chess, not this oafish perversion. If it'll make you happy. We all set to work righting the table and finding all the scattered pieces that had found their way across the room. Any requests? Margaret had managed to sneak up behind me as I was bent over picking up a wayward pawn. Sorry. I stood up and turned around to see her idly strumming a bulbous wooden instrument. I think it's about time for some music. Is there anything you would like to hear? I bit my lip. I was not sure how to answer this question without sounding icier than I wanted to be at the moment. I was trying to make friends, not alienate anyone more
Stream
than I
elements,
already had.
said. Stay moist, my friends,
Silly
hydrate.
question. My apologies. Well, not silly. I appreciate it. Just, you know, they really should have given you an instrument in there. A flute, perhaps. I never felt like I needed one. It might have been fun, though. She had started plucking the strings and bobbing up and down, a slight grin emerging on her lips. She swayed side to side a little, but kept her eyes on me the whole time. Another silly question, but I may as well go for it. You do know what music is, right? Of course I do. I heard it occasionally as a little girl, and there's lots of it mentioned in the Bible. Joyful noise, yes. I would be curious to know what you remember from before you were interred, though. Well, I vaguely remember one about summer. Summer is ecumen in. That must be it. That's quite old. That's something Marta wouldn't have considered out of fashion. Oh well, I never claimed to have been a particularly fashionable child. Summer is ecumen in. Houday sing cuckoo. Yes, yes, that's the one. It's a fun one. Want to sing it? Oh, no, Everyone? A little musical accompaniment for this clash of armies, yes? I flushed red as everyone turned to look at us. All of the pieces had returned to the chessboard the sisters were crowded around, save for the pawn I held in my hand. Adela had opened her hand and looked at me expectantly. Instinctively, I tossed it. She snatched it out of mid-air and gave me a little smile as a cheer went up from around the room. Margaret played a single note. Perhaps it was the wine, or perhaps hearing everyone cheer for my expert chess piece throw had gone to my head, but I did not protest. Instead, summer is ecumenated. Hooday sing cuckoo. Grows sad and bloweth mad. Despite my initial bravery, I could feel myself turning redder and redder. However, once Margaret chimed in, the rest of the room did too. In short order, nearly everyone was singing along as Moira and Adela began their second game. I had no idea if I was anywhere close to the right tune or pitch, but it didn't matter. There was something intoxicating about hearing everyone together, loosely guided by Margaret's lute strings. The song lasted for several chess moves. When the song ended, everyone was clapping and laughing. Even Flora looked amused, her usual frown twisted into something like a smile. It's bloody winter, though. All the more reason for a summer tune. Here, here. Cups clunked together as everyone toasted. Moira and Adela's game continued apace. Adele looked like frustration was getting the better of her again. Her moves began to feature loud punctuation. She was practically thrusting her pieces into the board. It also looked like playing with a different set of rules was making Moira take things more seriously. She looked thoughtful and took to tending her fingers under her nose and leaning forward between turns. Even without Moira using her old strategy, the amount of pieces was dwindling fast. Adela was certainly being more aggressive. She had navigated her queen into a domineering position on Moira's side of the board, close to her king. I think I have you. No. Moira slid her own queen further off the board to the side. That is of no help to you. Only a handful of pawns remained on either side, save for each side's king and queen. Adela, however, seemed to be primed to deal a fatal blow. Moira had elected to move her queen further into the right-hand side of the board, presumably to pin Adela's king from afar. But it appeared as though she had moved the critical piece dangerously close to one of Adela's pawns. I think it might be. You have left your queen completely open to me. Well, not entirely. You still have to get a pawn in position to take her, which I shall do. She slid the pawn next to Moira's queen with dramatic confidence. Are you even playing anymore? Perhaps I have bored you. No, just I don't know how to put this. You can't take my queen. What do you mean? Of course I can. No, I don't think so. Moira carefully lifted her queen up, then placed it back down on the board directly diagonal to Adela's own advancing queen. What? I must ask again, are you even paying attention? However, a murmur of understanding was passing through the rest of the room. Adela, don't set me up like that. What on earth are you talking about? Are you paying attention? She gestured to the board, pointing at the relative position of her own king and queen and Adela's attacking queen. If you take my queen, my king can't move. I can't rightfully put him in check, can I? Of course not. Wait, which would result in a stalemate. Is that correct? So, perhaps we can agree to a draw. Of all the dirty tricks, Sister Moira, I am shocked. It wasn't a trick. Or rather, it's not like this was my plan. but you were playing really well. This was the only defense I could conjure up. Moira might as well have been pissing on Adela's food in front of her, the way Adela was glaring at her. So, brawl. Yes, it is a draw. A no cheer went up around the room as Adela grudgingly shook Moira's hand over the chessboard. I suppose that means both seats are open. Yes, I suppose so. She stood up sulkily and made off with the wineskin that Captain Ryan had left on her chair by the fireplace. Moira vacated her seat too, looking sheepish. Anyone want to take me on? Oh, go on then. I was starting to get a little worried that I would never get a chance to corner Captain Ryan, although at the very least her thinking was not slowing down. As long as I could get to her, I was certain I could get what I needed. The issue, at this point, seemed to be getting to her at all. Margaret was pacing about the room strumming a pleasant tune on her lute. I could see Flora reaching for a book on the corner shelf. However, when she brought it to a chair by the fireplace, she held it over her knee rather than open it to read. Margaret. With a wicked grin, Flora began to beat the book with her palms. A driving rhythm was created. It was one that Margaret clearly knew, as she immediately turned with a lute melody that fit snugly between Flora's makeshift drum beats. Moira ran over to the shelf and retrieved a small wooden flute. As soon as she had an opening, she began to play along with Margaret and Flora. The tune was wild and a little jagged, but it was one everyone in the room seemed to know, save for me, of course. Kathy Ryan began swaying back and forth in her seat, and I could see Charity's head moving underneath her hood. Adele, however, was breaking into a full-on dance, jumping and twirling like a mad woman. I must admit I was spinning. These people were unrecognizable, and I had no idea what to do. There was no way I was going to dance, and I wasn't particularly interested in getting another chess lesson for my betters. To avoid looking foolish, I did one thing available to me to feel like I belonged in the room. Drink. I was no stranger to wine. I had it with every meal even when I was still at Ingress. But this was a new experience. Nobody in this room was drinking to quench their thirst. They were all drinking for the sake of drinking, chasing a stupor that was expressly discouraged, if not outright forbidden, by the text of all them held sacred. What was I to do? I was conscious enough to understand that this was not the time to probe cell ties. I closed my eyes briefly to pray that my transgressions would be understood. I was here to seek justice for a murdered woman. I was here to clear an innocent man's name. The songs kept going and going. It could have been one long, shifting song for all I knew. I didn't recognize any of the tunes this makeshift band was playing, but all of them proved popular with the room. I found myself swaying along with the music without thinking. Adela made her way over to me and I suppose the best description I can muster is that she began dancing at me. She got very close to my face. She bumped her hip making a smile, almost knocking me over. I held my feet with both hands and held it in front of me like a shield. I had no idea how to dance alone, let alone with a partner. I don't know how to dance. It is easy. You just need to move. I am moving. We were both shouting over the music. Adela laughed and retreated away while still shaking to the beat of Flora's book drum. At the other end of the room, she beckoned to me. I relented, scooting forward, and I honestly can't describe what I did with my legs. I just sort of moved them, kicked them perhaps, I would rather not dwell on it. Suffice to say, it was enough to pass for dancing, but not good enough to keep Adela and the band members from giggling at me. These are nice memories. I hope I'm not boring you. The energy of the night decayed slowly but surely. There had been a steady rotation of sisters between chess games and dancing, but the games of chess were now much less raucous. The dancers, myself included, were now sitting down, and Margaret was the last musician still playing a tune. She stood by the crackling fire, staring into the flames and plucking out a bittersweet tune. Her fingers moved delicately over the strings. The intensity with which she stared into the fireplace gave the impression that she was serenading the flames themselves. That's a really lovely tune. What is it? Thank you. I don't know really. It's my own. I don't have a name for it. Oh, well, it's beautiful. She turned away from the fireplace and flashed one of her sad smiles at me. I sometimes wonder if I ever had a simple earnest exchange while I was outside of this cell. You and I, as we are here, this is as honest as it can get for me. I am free from reinterpreting whatever flickers across your face as your true intent. Speaking face to face like reading a book with words that rearrange themselves. Aren't you going to ask me what it's about? What's about? The song. It doesn't have words, so what could it possibly be about? Margaret smiled again. It still didn't come across as happy, exactly, but there was some warmth in her face this time. Of course. How silly of me. I don't understand. I'm the one who doesn't understand. I keep asking you these questions as if you were anyone else. Am I so different compared to these women? She tilted her head to the others, who were all preoccupied in quiet conversations of their own. Very. None of them see the world quite like you do. That makes me sound a little too important. I didn't say you were better than them. And for that matter, I don't think they're better than you. Everyone here is just different. And you're different in a very interesting way. We speak the same language, but sometimes I feel like I barely understand anyone, or that nobody understands you. I felt the same way, and I've often wondered, is the onus to change on you, or them? Me. That was a quick answer. Well, why should it be anyone else's responsibility? Very noble. But by that same token, why should it be yours? Because I am new, and I'm more out of place than they are. There, there are more of you than me, if that makes sense. More people who have lived their lives outside of little rooms. I couldn't possibly demand everyone else start making concessions for me. That's very interesting. When I asked you what the song meant, what was your first reaction? Inside, in your mind, before you spoke. I thought, how can a song with no words mean anything? My response was earnest. I assure you, you are very honest. Does the music make you feel something, though? It's very sad compared to what you were all playing before. can tell. That's wonderful. But still, your question is perfectly valid. There are no words, so how could it have any meaning? I came up with this tune. I was feeling rather melancholy. I think the notes match. These notes sound sad to me. I have no idea how I would know that, and even less of an idea how you might know it. Anyway, it was silly of me to ask, but it does seem like deep down you understood me. That's fascinating, but I don't understand a word of it. She chuckled. This is the sort of thing me and Catherine used to talk about. Thank you, Hedwig. Is it really? Yes. I must admit, I'm cribbing from her work a little here. She asked me these questions almost exactly once upon a time, when I was new. I told her about how when I was a little girl, it was the hymns that kept me interested in Mass, despite not knowing what any of the lyrics meant. She laughed and said that was proof that God was in the music itself. I didn't understand what she meant at the time. I didn't agree. I might still have some complicated thoughts about all of that. But whenever I play music, I think about that. I miss her laugh. She began to plug a new tune on her instrument. That was one of hers. What I can remember of it, anyway. I wish I could recall the whole thing. I had no idea how to respond to this, and endeavored to move past the evidently raw subject. One forlorn drunkard had been enough for me. Unfortunately, I managed to put my foot in my mouth instead. Margaret, you're from far away, yes? Here we go. Go on, and I may as well be from some place far away. Are we similar in that regard? Do we have a sort of kinship as outsiders? I've lived my whole life in England, Hedwig, as did my father, as did his father, and his mother, for that matter. So, no, not particularly. She continued to strum her lute. I could feel a sucking void in between each note. I I am sorry. The superior, well, at that luncheon, I must have misinterpreted. She smiled thinly, with none of the subtle humor her vexatious expressions often betrayed. I could sense that I had tested her patience. The superior has never once asked me about my life. Keep that in mind, in case she's told you anything else about me. I must have looked a right fool as I glanced at her and tried to think of something to say. But just then, Hedwig, 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 Hedwig. The sudden intrusion made me jump. I turned around, but I couldn't see where Flora was. Down here. Flora was sprawled out on the stone floor, her head so close to my foot that I might have tripped had I taken a step to the side. What are you doing on the floor? Conva, conver, lessening. I feel sick when I stand up, but down here is good. That makes sense. Are you alright? Yes, this is normal, I think. Kathy Ryan said this is normal. I glanced across the room to Kathy Ryan, who was sitting at the table looking only slightly more concise than Flora. If I lay down for long enough, I will feel normal again. and then I can have some more wine. Oh, I think there's plenty left. That's a rather big cask. I bet I could fit in it if I drank the rest of what's in there. But I would go steady now if I were you. I need to ask Hedwig a question. Well, what do you need, Flora? Well, well, you used to make all those bibbles, yeah? And you know how to make pictures. Do you mean illuminating? Yes, that's what I said. Illuminating. Yes, Flora. I did a little illuminating. So, so. Two ideas. I have two ideas for you. Go on then. I can't wait to hear this. Idea number one. Where is all the gold from that? The gold. The gold from the enumerating. Keep up, keep up. I mean the leaf. The gold leaf. Illuminating manuscripts involves a lot of colorful pigments, including gold leaf. I always enjoyed filling in little details like halos of joy with my little brush. I must admit, though, that wasn't my favorite color to work with. I was partial to the deep blue pigment I broke out for depictions of certain robes, eyes, and the ocean. Right, where do you keep all of that? I'm not sure. It would get brought to me in little pots every few months. I think the bishop brought them. Fuck. It's not here. I could feel myself turning hot with embarrassment and shock. Laura's drunken demeanor was already knocking me off keel, and her vulgar outburst set my teeth on edge. I don't think so. Sorry, Laura. Did you want to paint with it? No, I wanted. I'm sorry. I didn't catch that. I wanted to steal it. Think about it. We could be rich, and we could have split it in half and half. Three ways. I would put in on this deal too. Fuck. Fair's fair, I suppose. That's... Flora, how could you? Hedwig, I don't think you need to take this very seriously. Plotting to rob the Abbey, or worse, the diocese itself. This is very serious. You're no fun. It's paint, Flora. What Hedwig means is that the gold isn't worth anything when it's paint. I knew it was too good to be true. Tough luck. What would you even do with all that gold? If it was really gold, I mean. What do you think? We, us three, we would get out of this flippin' abbey. Go someplace far away. She gestured broadly with her hand, I presume to imitate a bird or the wind or something. Bless her. Why would we want to do that? Because I hated here. Tears started welling up in her eyes. I had no idea what to say. Flora, let's get you up. Come on. She extended a hand down to Flora. I followed suit, although I'm not sure I was much help. We dragged the poor girl to her feet and brought her to one of the chairs by the fireplace. She looked positively sodden. I hate it here so much. There. Surely you don't mean that. Margaret shot me a look, and for the first time ever I could see true venom behind her eyes. It was the briefest flash of anger, but it was enough to make me feel like a flower looking up at a boot. Why do you hate it here, Flora? There's nothing to do, and I'm all alone. Margaret reached down and kissed her shoulder. You aren't alone, but I understand. I am, though. There's no one my age here. Nobody talks to me. I don't know what I'm doing here. I never wanted to join a convent. She broke down into little hiccupish sobs. Margaret got down on one knee and squeezed Flora's hand in hers. I was too much of a coward to follow suit. All I could do was stand there stupidly, hoping that some of the immense pity I was feeling would be detectable to Flora and Margaret. I wanted to help, but I had not a single earthly idea what help would be like. You never had a choice, did you, Flora? Flora shook her head. I miss Kathy Rye. I do too. She would talk to me. She was you lot's age, but she at least knew how to listen. She was the only one who felt like a real sister to me. I opened my mouth to point out that sister was merely a title, but thought better of it. Kathy Ryan made time for everyone. I'm sorry if it feels like we haven't made any time for you, Flora. I can try harder, but I like being alone. She started sobbing again. I was bewildered by this contradiction, but Margaret just smiled. I do understand. I really do. Us old fogies aren't much fun to be around, are we? Flora shook her head and Margaret chuckled. We're all you have, I'm afraid. Not if I leave. You can't leave, Flora. None of us can. Our vows are perpetual. They don't have to be. I mean, Hedwig. She pointed at me weakly. Hedwig broke hers, and she was an ogress, or what have you. Though that was different, Flora. How? I had an answer for this, but I could not share it. Instead, I had to stew in the uncomfortable silence between the three of us. I'm certain that's a more complicated situation, Flora. Well, maybe I could be complicated. I would be happy telling people it was complicated if they asked how I could be. There's always other convents you could transfer to one day. You could go to London or Spain. I'm sure they have a lot more nuns your age nowadays that aren't in the middle of nowhere like our boring place. Remember when Kathy Ryan and you were planning a visit to Italy? Yeah. Maybe we can try and put something like that together again for you. I would just hate to see you break your vows and throw your life away. Well, would that be so bad? Yes. The two of them turned to look at me inquisitively. A trace of the same rage and sinister flickered behind Margaret's eyes, but I forged onward. Take it from me, Flora. Don't break your vows. Or my life might feel difficult sometimes. But those struggles are nothing compared to the regret you would feel breaking that oath. If the guilt didn't consume you, the world would. No man would marry you. No lord would want your service. You would have nowhere to go but back to the church. And then you would be right back where you started, feeling all the same things, with the added yoke of despair that no matter how hard you threw yourself into the work, no matter how much you believed in your vows this time, that you had made that choice, that you were once in a posting. That's a millstone that you could never take off. Flora looked ready to burst into tears again. Margaret had cast her eyes to the floor. How would you know? Because that is how I feel every day, Flora. Sister Margaret is right. It's My choice was complicated, but I've regretted it every day since, and I will for every waking moment of my life. You don't want to end up like me. Hedwig is right, Flora. Leaving this life can be very tempting, but there's really nowhere else to go. I don't know. I don't know if that makes me feel any better. I promise I will do whatever I can to make you feel more at home here. Hedwig will too, won't you, Hedwig? Yes, of course. Thank you. She sniffled and pulled her hand away from Margaret's. She twiddled her thumbs together in her lap and feebly attempted a smile. I guess it's just the wine. I mean, where would I go? You can still travel the world if you really want to. There's no reason you can't ask the superiors to send you somewhere nice one day. We just don't want you to throw your life away. Believe me, everyone in this room has been where you are right now. But really, when I was your age, I once tried to escape in the back of a Misericorde. I was going to hop off in the village and get a boat across the lake. From there, I would hitchhike to London, marry a wealthy man, maybe a visiting dignitary or something of the sort. I had big ideas. Why didn't you? Margaret grinned. Her eyes were slightly glassy. Kathy Klein had more or less the same conversation with me that we're having with you right now. She begged me to stay. She asked what she could do to convince me. And, well, that's when I said I wanted to play the lute. We all remained silent for a moment. Laura, forgive me, but earlier you said you had two ideas. Is there something someone could do? Oh, that. No, it was no thing. Go on. Tell us. Well, I was going to ask if you could teach me what you know about illumination, Hedwig. After all, I would need some skills if I were to ever leave, wouldn't I? You wanted to steal a bunch of gold paint to fund your life on the run as an artist. Margaret started to giggle. Flora looked affronted at first, but eventually joined in with a quiet chuckle of her own. Shove off. No, I like it. It's better than my plan was. Well, I'm rubbish at drawing, so a bit of a non-starter. Hedwig will teach you. Won't you, Hedwig? Margaret's tone was light, but she was looking at me with a grim intensity. Of course I will. I can't promise much. I've only ever worked on the illuminated Bibles, but just the basics. That's all I need. That's right. It's good to start somewhere. Kathy Klein taught me about music, and she wasn't Hildegard. Laura stood up from her chair. She was wobbly on her feet, a reminder that she was still very, very drunk. As she lurched to me, she threw her arms around me unannounced, marking the second time this evening I had no idea how to respond to somebody's touch. Thanks, Hedwig. You're all right. You know that? Well, give the lady some space, Flora. She probably doesn't want to smell your fine breath. Why don't you go eat something? Flora released me from her embrace and gave Margaret a vaguely affirmative hand gesture. She spun around on her heel, still a little unbalanced, and wandered off to the table. Goodness, I haven't seen anyone get that pissed in a while. Did I say something wrong? I don't think so. I think we did the best we could. Did you mean it? Mean what? About breaking your vows? Do you really feel that way? Yes, there was no sense in walking things back. Why did you do it then? In retrospect, I probably would not have made the same decision. That's why I felt it was worth telling Flora. Margaret nodded thoughtfully. Well, lovely chatting with you. She picked up her lute from the chair next to the one Flora had been sitting in, and then left to put it back on the shelf. Crumbs, what's gotten into Flora? Kathy Ryan had wandered over to our side of the Misericorde, nursing a drink in one hand and resting the other on her hip. I think she just had a little too much to drink. Too, right? I heard her falling over here and thought to stay out of it, but now she's at the table yammering on and on about cats. How are you faring? Me? Well, having fun? To a degree. We've been consoling Flora. It worked. She's back to being quite irritating. Well, you can thank Hedwig. She's the expert. Did you impart some of your incorrect wisdom? Yes, I suppose I did. It was tough, but it was what Flora needed to hear. Marvelous. I still remember visiting your odd little window and asking all about something or other. You were quite a blunt instrument, if I recall. Was I? I once came to the window to ask what the punishment for breaking a promise was. You were prepared with a whole lecture about how I shouldn't be taking any oaths in the first place, with several citations from Matthew on hand. Of course. I'm afraid I don't remember that. It was years and years ago. That doesn't surprise me. Do you remember many of our questions? Do you know who asked what? I remember questions, but not who asked them, and I wouldn't tell anyone if I did. Good. I mean, not why I was asking, but good. Why were you asking? How's your first thinking? It's been fun. Don't worry about Flora. Someone always cries at one of these. Sometimes more than one person. It's her, more often than not. Me. Me crying. Absolutely untrue. I have a reputation to maintain. If Dallas flipped the table over, someone started getting weepy. I would say you're getting about as rigorous an education in the Misericorde etiquette as you can possibly have. It's certainly been a learning experience. But it's been fun, right? We're having fun. Kathy Ryan was just as wine-addled as Flora had been, but it was clearly affecting her differently. Flora had almost seemed like a different girl. Kathy Ryan was simply multiplied. Whatever clarity she had been experiencing when we chatted by the fire earlier had been enhanced with a slightly managed energy. I'm having fun. Yes, absolutely. Good, good. Because you know the superior would have you hanged if you didn't have a good time. Really, she put you up to this. Oh, good heavens, no, I can just do these things. You know, I can just see her bearing down on me because you complain. I don't complain to the superior. That's good. I mean, not that you have anything to complain about. Sorry, I wasn't insinuating you would complain, just that. By the way, actually, did you know that Cal and Jello complained about me to her once? To get back at me for... I forgot where I was going with this. You were going to sit down and take it easy, I think. Yes, yes. Thank you, Margaret. Yes, I was. I could see that my window was closing. Kathy Ryan was a very different kind of girl than Flora. It seemed like she too was not far from falling to the floor. Actually, Margaret, could you give us a minute? Of course. She looked a little confused, but she obliged. Love her. Very clever. Isn't she just? Margaret's wonderful. Kathy Ryan, I've been meaning to ask you something, and it's very important. If it's about the cat, it isn't mine. No, it's not about the cat. And I need to get Eustace or one of the other crafty ones to help me with my door. I'm sorry if it bothers you. Does the door bother you? No, it was now or never. James. I spoke to James. He says you can vouch for him about the night Kathy died. Kathy Ryan too died. Can you? Is that true? Kathy Ryan's brow furrowed slowly, and her eyes adjusted in a strange and unexpected manner. It was like I had forcibly sucked the wine out of her somehow. You spoke to James. What did he say? Not much at all. He professed his innocence, though, and he said you might be able to prove it. Something to do with his traveling cloak. What traveling cloak? The one Darcy found. I was speaking in a whisper lower than I had known I was capable of. I was terrified that someone might overhear, but there was no turning back now. Not here. We can't talk about this here. Not with not with everyone else around. Then when and where? Everyone turned to look at the door in unison. Are we expecting something? Perhaps Sister Darcy has brought some more food. Moira, who had been sitting closest to the door, stood up to answer it first. She removed the bolt, swung open the door, and Moira fell onto her backside and scrambled away from the door on all fours. Everyone else screamed and wailed as soon as they saw what was at the door. The same hulking figure that had threatened me at the end of the hallway all those nights ago. The cloaked figure lumbered forward, its metal boots thudding against the stone floor. Everyone had made for the back of the room as fast as they could, all yelling at the top of their lungs. I myself felt absolutely petrified, but I could not bring myself to move. I just stood there, assuredly white as a sheet, unable to move. I felt like my heart would give up if I took even one step. The monster took another labored step to me. I stood there, dumbstruck, as it brought itself before me. A gauntleted hand reached under its cloak, and with a horrible grinding shriek, it drew its sword. Everyone screamed again. They were practically playing. Cease your feeble inquiries, Sister Hedwig. I am not afraid of you. Could you believe that this was not a lie? Faced with the sword, I felt an odd sense of peace. The glint of the blade in the candlelight, it offered me a noble release from the predicament I found myself in. Do not force my hand. Cease. Did you not hear me? I am not afraid. Then you truly are a fool. Strike me down, then. I will gladly die in service to the Lord. I will gladly give myself to defense of what is right and just. If you would have me killed for pursuing the truth, then so be it. I could practically hear everyone's head tilting in confusion at once. A musical chord of rustling fabric. I grow tired of this conversation. Consider this a warning. Still pointing the sword at me, the figure took a lurching step backward, only to trip on its own cloak. The woman who had been huddled behind me rushed forward. Adele grabbed the sword that had fallen out of my assailant's hand and held it at their neck. Adela, stop! Remove your disguise, cur, before I cut off your head and remove it myself. The cloaked figure held up their hands defensively. Their hands looked far too small for the bulky gauntlets they wore. I glanced down at their legs and was shocked to see they were twisted and broken. Your legs. Are you all right? Oh yes, let's make sure this creep's legs are unharmed. Stop. Stop. My legs are all right. The voice sounded less ragged and imposing now. The figure shifted their weight, and I realized that the big metal boots they had been wearing had simply come off in the tumble. With a sense of resignation, the monster lifted his hands to the black cloth mask concealing its face and... Eustace? Surprise. Eustace. It was you. Yes. Wait a minute. So you're telling me Hedwig's ghost prank was actually your prank? That's right. Eustace winced as she pulled herself to her feet. My most elaborate ever. I know you enjoy tormenting people with your practical jokes, but this was a bit much. Hang on. I don't enjoy tormenting people. That was terrifying. I was so confused. I was dumbfounded. Part of me was relieved to discover that the ghost I had been seeing was not a ghost at all, but the other part of me was feeling something indescribable to Eustace. Eustace, why? Well, that's a good question. Mostly because I thought it would be funny. Oh, rather large miscalculation there, I'm afraid. You thought it was funny the first time. I thought it was funny when I thought this character was something Hedwig made up. Now that I know you actually went and dressed up like a nasty devil and scared her, and now all of us witness, I'm re-evaluating. So was Hedwig right when she told us? Did you really kill a goat? Eustace looked at me with a cold but clearly wounded expression. No. I think perhaps that Hedwig was so overcome with shock that she saw something in the shadows that wasn't there. Entirely reasonable, I should think. You were waving a flaming sword around, according to her description. That's a point. No fire this time. Or did Hedwig imagine that too? It seemed like a waste of oil. Not to mention, it's not good for the blade. Eustace beckoned for Adele to pass her the sword back. Adele's eyes narrowed. Absolutely not. Come on, I'm the sacrist. I've got to put it back. I do not think this is behavior befitting a sacrist, and disrespecting Sister Catherine Green's sword in this manner. Shameful. You should tell the superior about this. You're overreacting slightly, I think. I disagree. Kathy Green's sword. I was so angry that I couldn't help but blurt that thought out as soon as it entered my head. Did you not know this, Sister Hedwig? I scrambled to say something that would allay any suspicions. I spoke to Angela about what happened to Kathy Ryan, and she said it was the delivery man's sword. Angela thinks she is smarter than she is, although why she would try to deceive you about that, I have no idea. So it really was Kathy Ryan's. Well, it certainly wasn't the delivery boys. Do you know how much a sword costs? Especially one of that size. So how on earth was it Kathy Ryan's? It wasn't actually hers. She just liked to borrow it from the library. And you let her. I refuse to be questioned on this by someone who barely knows me and who didn't know her at all. You are not in a position to act superior to anyone right now, Eustace. I don't know if we need to tell Soup, but that was not on Eustace. Margaret, I know for a fact that you and Catherine used to plan and execute far worse. I'm innocent, Catherine the Second. I think you should calm down, Eustace. I'm sorry we didn't find this prank particularly amusing. You threatened to kill poor Hedwig. I pretended to threaten her. Well, in that case, remind me, Margaret, what happened to the superior before ours? That was nothing like this, and you know it. Yes, it was significantly worse. What are you talking about? Nothing. It was before your time, and before Eustace's, for that matter. So she should keep it out of her mouth. I heard enough about it, straight from you and her. Stop making this about me. This is about you and your stupid ghost costume. Waving a sword in Hedwig's face. Honestly, how could you? It beggars belief that you would attempt to flip this around on anyone else. Eustace looked around the room, but nobody offered any support. She was breathing heavily and looked as if she were about to cry. Once she was certain nobody was coming to her rescue, she focused on me. Hedwig. I had struck her so hard my hand stung. Eustace's face was redder than the evening's wine. I realized that I must have scraped her face with my fingernails during the swipe, as there was just a touch of blood on her cheek. I half expected her eyes to start welling up with tears, but she just stood there. Perhaps she was dumbstruck. You, you, you are cruel, Eustace. Cruel and nasty. Did you enjoy making me feel small? Hedwig. I instinctively raised my hand again, although this time I was held back by several of the women behind me. Easy now. Have you ever said anything earnest to me, Eustace? Have you spoken to me truthfully, even once? Of course I have. How can I trust you? Ever. I tried, futilely, to lunge at her again, but I was not strong enough to overcome the several people gripping my arm and shoulders. I don't know. I don't like you. That is fair. Let's all calm down now, yeah? Yes, yes. I think that's quite enough theater for the night. What's going on? Tonight's outing to the Misericorde has concluded, I think. Blame Eustace, I suppose. It is getting quite late, though. I'll be getting on. She slunk away from the booth and out the door too quickly for me to object. The other woman who had been holding on to me finally loosened their grips, all except for Moira, who patted me on the shoulder consolingly. Let's get you to bed, Hedwig. I nodded, but I kept looking at Eustace. She looked pathetic. She was not openly crying, but I swear I heard a sniffle as Moira piloted me past her and out of the room. The others were following suit, muttering to each other in quiet conversation. Once we were out in the hallway, I realized just how stuffy and airless the Misericorde had felt. I took in a breath of fresh air and felt a slight pang of regret. enough to make me turn around to see if Eustace had left the room. Moira tugged me away quickly. I think that's enough for tonight. I, I don't know. I think I should apologize. Well, you can do that tomorrow. Right now, what I think you need is some rest. I hit her quite hard. As well, you should have, if I'm being frank. What a horrible practical joke. There was a slight twinkling sound as her foot collided with the empty picture bottle I had left on my bed earlier. Sorry. No, it's my fault. It must have fallen off the bed. What was in it? She shut the door behind her and sat me down on my bed just like she had on my first day out of my cell. Nothing. Not anymore, at least. It was something Darcy gave me earlier. Best to be careful drinking anything Darcy gives you. It was actually rather helpful. She said it would give me confidence. Well, we'll have to tell her it was a rousing success, won't we? We both chuckled. What a day! Yes, quite a day. I smiled weakly at her for a moment, but I couldn't maintain the charade for long. I burst into tears. Moira made a sympathetic cooing sound and put her hands on my shoulders. I shrugged them off quickly. I had had quite enough of people
Extreme
attempting to
elements.
restrain me for one
Said.
night.
Stay moist,
Instead,
my friend.
she offered
Hydrate.
the front of her robe for me to dry my eyes on, which I did accept. There, there. I think this was all a bit much for you in one go, perhaps. Is it always like this? It feels like the whole Abbey just fell apart. And it's all my fault. Well, this definitely wasn't one of our better nights, but no, I can think of worse. But really, don't forget, someone died not too long ago. I think that might still top you having a little too much to drink, don't you? So silly me. But even so, we have some colorful personalities here. It's not the first time we've had a minor clash. But I hit her. I had no idea I was even capable. I'm a freak. I should have never left my cell. Marta's stronger than she looks, you know? She's clapped Flora on the cheek more times than I can count. And I'm sure she'll smack Adela one of these days if they keep arguing about the sharing. And, well, I think Darcy's gotten into it with caffeine before. Although that might just have been under the influence of a particularly bad mushroom. That doesn't count. The details are different, but I'll be honest with you. I think people mostly remember the boiling over, not what was in the pot. Still, would you believe that I've gotten slapped a few times? What? Well, why? She chuckled again and leaned down to give me a kiss on the forehead. So condescending. Now, I'm happy to gossip, but I think I have the right to withhold gossip about myself. Wouldn't you agree? I suppose that makes sense. You can ask Eustace about it, I'm sure. Maybe that's a good way to start mending that bridge. Or you could ask Angela. I'm sure she would have a particularly dramatic version to share. I groaned into her robe. I have to work with Eustace. We all have to work together, Hedwig. How? In the same room. It's going to be horrible. You'll find a way. We always do. She gently tugged her robe away from me. There was an embarrassingly soggy patch on her chest, visible even on the black fabric in the dim moonlight. I'll see you at service tomorrow. Of course. Good. Get some sleep. You'll feel better in the morning. I promise. She made to leave. When she opened the door, I could hear Angela commenting to her from the landing. It would seem I left just before things got interesting. Yes, well, there's always next time. She shut the door behind her, and their conversation became too muffled to focus on. I collapsed onto the bed spread eagle, and then half-heartedly attempted to get into it properly. I stared at the ceiling, unsure what to do. It was late, but there was absolutely no chance I was going to fall asleep anytime soon. Something felt wrong inside me. Despite Moira's assurances that things would continue as usual, I felt as if I had just stepped across a threshold equally as dramatic as the one I had crossed when I left my cell. Eustace's cruel joke had thrown so much of the past few weeks into question, but nonetheless, I felt a bit ill. I rubbed the hand that I had struck her cheek with. I could still feel the sting lingering. She had terrified me. Not just me, but the entire room full of women. For what? All in the service of some hazing ritual. The superior had warned everyone about that. I realized that she would have only mentioned it if it had been a problem prior. Perhaps this was typical. Perhaps I was unaccustomed to the space I now occupied, unprepared for how adversarial and mean-spirited it was. As it was, there was no denying that over the past few weeks, and tonight especially, I had observed a community on the rocks. It wasn't just Eustace and I. It was Angela and Catherine, Adela and Charity, Flora and, well, everyone else. Those weren't the only conflicts either. All in all, it seemed that this place was a kind of nexus of misery and resentment. I was restless. Sighing deeply, I got up off the bed and quietly crept to my door. There was no conversation emanating from any of the rooms or the hallway. It seemed as if everyone had succeeded where I could not. I did my best to stay silent as I collected a cricket from the mantel and lit the candle in the fireplace, and headed out for a stroll. It was quite cold out now. I thanked God for my cozy robes. The thick woolen fabric did an admirable job of protecting me from the elements, and I could ball up the extra fabric of my oversized sleeve to keep my free hand warm. I wandered back and forth across the landing a few times. I was a lot more confident spending time alone outside now that Eustace had outed herself as my mysterious stalker. I descended the stairs nearest the doors and did a few slow laps of the cloister, deep in thought. Should I tell the superior? I felt uneasy about this. Margaret and a few others had seemed to balk at Adela's idea of involving her. Then again, I would have to report to her sooner or later, and it would be hard to pretend nothing had happened. Especially since I had not even gotten the answer from Kathy that I had promised to make my priority. It had not been for lack of trying. Perhaps I could corner Kathy before service tomorrow. She hadn't seemed unwilling to talk at all, just unwilling to do it in the company of others, which I could understand. On the other hand, what if Eustace had handed me the evidence I needed anyway? Who else could have beheaded someone but the woman with access to that sword? How cavalier Eustace had been with her threats, too. Cease your meddling. In retrospect, Eustace's attempt at a booming, authoritative voice had been a little unconvincing. I had been swept up in the moment, I suppose. Nonetheless, her threats seemed quite targeted. It was not the first time Eustace had advised me to keep my nose clean. I took a turn out of the cloister and into the paths between mostly unused rooms and buildings the Superior had led me past on the way to the close-meeting Tallow. The brisk night air was doing something helpful for my thoughts, at the very least, and I wanted to stretch my legs further. Eustace controlled access to the sword. There was no doubt about that. Thinking more of the situation, was there really any other reason needed to finger her as the perpetrator? Catherine had been beheaded, and the wretched fool had been left in the cloister as an ill omen. I had no idea why Eustace would want to kill Catherine, but was that my responsibility to find out? I had been charged with finding Catherine's killer. Catherine had been killed with a sword. The one sword in the Abbey resided under lock and key. What else was there to it? As I wandered the path to the outer wall of the Abbey, I became surer and surer of this line of reasoning. Why did the why matter? I was not here to judge. I thought about Flora. If Eustace was found guilty and handed over to the diocese, maybe the clouds surrounding the Abbey would part. Maybe she could be happy. I thought about Catherine. Something was weighing on her, and it was clearly something to do with the night of Catherine II's death. Had she seen something? Was she simply too afraid to speak? She certainly left in a hurry after Eustace's little stunt backfired. This, too, might be resolved if Eustace was found to be the guilty one. I reached the end of the courtyard and stood in the shadow of the crumbling outer wall. Goodness, they really should have built a gate here. Anyone could come into the Abbey from this direction if they braved the hill and the cold. It could have been anyone. And yet, the longer I turned things over in my head, the more I thought about the ghost stories people had told earlier in the evening. That cloud of negativity. Maybe it really was a haunting. Eustace had been dressing up as my ghost, but what about Flora's? Adela's? Was every ghost story here a tale born of Eustace's spoof? I found that hard to believe, as much as that astounded me. Demons and devils, they infested this place. I saw a light in the distance. My heart dropped out of my chest. I scrambled ahead through the open archway in the wall, desperate to see what was out there on the moorland this late at night. The rolling hillocks made it difficult to get a good look from my position. I did my best to quiet the cough and sprint forward, keeping myself in as high a position in the rolling field as I could. The light ahead of me kept drifting out of sight. Finally, I got close enough to get a good look at their shape. They were taking the same route the Superior and I had traveled the other day. I froze. The traveler had not seen me, but they were liable to at any moment if they happened to look over their shoulder. Looking back on it, the intelligent choice would have been for me to turn back to the Abbey right away, wake the Superior up, and catch Eustace, I was assuming, and whatever duplicitous act she was up to. But, perhaps through a mixture of wine and whatever Darcy had given me earlier in the evening, I was not acting intelligently. not to mention the sheer rush of shock I was feeling at that moment. I followed her. It was not easy. It was quite cold out, and even in the moonlight I had to rely on my candle to watch my footing. A strong gust of wind could have extinguished my light, but mercifully it survived the whole trip. What would I have done if she had turned around? I can't say for sure. I presume I would have blown the candle out and run straight backwards. After an agonizingly long walk, we arrived at the hospitality. My heart was pounding out of my chest. The figure ahead of me broke left and round to the back door that the superior and I had taken down to the lower level of the building. My first impulse was to watch through the small window I had seen at the top of the dungeon, but I realized how obvious that would be if either of them happened to look up. I blew out my candle just to make sure I was invisible. Another part of me wanted to simply tackle the mystery nun on the stairs before she could get to James, and demand to know what she was doing out here. But, I reasoned, it would likely be more useful to hear what they were going to talk about. Were threats going to be made? Would I learn some earth-shattering secret that would illuminate the conspiracy I was working to unfold? I stood as close to the window as I could while still feeling reasonably out of sight. This frustratingly made it impossible to see what was happening. I was hopeful that the sound would carry, but they spoke quietly, and the echo made it impossible to discern anything meaningful. I could at least make out that the tenor of the conversation was calm. I had been worried that I was about to overhear an intense argument or violent threats, but whatever James and his mystery liaison had to say to each other, it never rose above a dull whisper. I wanted, very badly, to take a peek through the little window, but the moonlight was such that anyone passing in front of the opening would be supremely obvious. The conversation grew quieter, and I became worried that they had grown suspicious. Eventually, I made out a sigh of resignation. I suddenly realized that the conversation came to a close while I was still here. I would have to follow the person I was spying on back to the Abbe, as I was now without candlelight. I did not want to further risk being caught following this person. I crept away from the wall I had been pressed up against, and then I began to sprint back to the Abbe. I hoped, anyway. It was very dark outside. There was enough moonlight to see the general shape of the ground in front of me, but little else. I ran as I had never ran in my entire life. I was out of breath quickly, and soon after that I could feel a sharp pinching pain in my side. It stopped every now and then to collect myself, making sure not to change direction on accident. I didn't even know if I had started running in the right direction. I just knew that further adjustment would surely result in disaster. I had never run like this before, and it was making me aware of muscles and bones I had never realized existed. My inner thighs felt stretched and ready to snap. My chest grew tight. Whenever I pushed myself particularly hard, that pinching pain returned harder and a vigorous feeling I could feel under my skin, as the flute strings beside me were being plucked. Bodies are truly disgusting things, aren't they? Mere accuracy. It seemed I had aimed true. I could see the Abbey walls ahead of me. I had veered over there, somewhere along the route, but not as significantly as I had feared. I slowed my spirit to a canter, and then eventually to a limping walk. I made it through the archway I'd walked through earlier, and then my knees gave out. I fell to the ground, completely exhausted. I rolled into the grass next to me and attempted to get to my feet, but I was spent. I rushed a few times, groaning, and made it up to all fours. Black bile spilled out of my mouth into the grass with another heave. I realized that it was mostly wine I was expelling, sore and sickly. I was truly pathetic to behold. I could feel my body getting up. I struggled to remain awake. I couldn't just pass out here, but Hedwig, what are you doing out here? I scrambled to my feet. Kathy Ryan was standing in the archway, looking concerned. I I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk around the Abbey. Must have pushed myself too hard. Goodness, do you need any help? She was smiling, but she looked rather peculiar. She held her hands behind her back, a rigid pose I had never seen her stand in before. No, no, thank you though. I see. Well, have a good night. Kathy Ryan, what were you doing? The same thing you were, of course. I can never sleep after a night of Misericorde drama. What did you and James talk about? I felt a surge of bravery. We were alone, and it was the middle of the night. She could not weasel out of this one. I don't know what you're talking about. Catherine, please. She sighed deeply. Listen, you must promise not to tell anyone about this. How do you know about James anyway? I asked the superior to introduce us. Since I was replacing Catherine II as chronicler, I wanted to know what I was stepping into. He he told me he didn't kill her, and then he told me you could vouch for him. We stood in silence for a moment, and you believe him. I do, and what do you stand to gain from helping him? Exactly. It just seems like the right thing to do. I wouldn't want to occupy a position I had lingering questions about. Catherine nodded, looking less confident than I had ever seen her. Very well. I can certainly tell you he did not kill her. Really? How? He mentioned something about his tunic. What did he tell you? That was more or less the whole of it. I was trying to ask you for details of the Misericorde. Well, I know he was not wearing a tunic when Catherine II was found. How? Because he was with me, and he didn't slip away. No, I'm quite sure of that. Where were you? In my dormitory room. They were fucking. They were fucking. Really? Why? Hedwig, this is humiliating enough. Please don't make me say it. I. What? I'm confused. My goodness. This would be precious if I didn't feel so, well, mortified. All I could offer her in response was a blank expression. Hedwig, James and I were. They were fucking. We had a relationship. A physical relationship. I know he did not kill Catherine because we had been fucking. Is that conclusive enough for you? Is that what you wanted to hear? Hedwig. Hedwig, are you? My energy had finally dried up completely. My knees gave way. I saw a smear of stars and then black. Hedwig? Hedwig! There she is. Thank goodness. Thank you for your assistance, Moira. What happened? I was on a walk to the privy and found you passed out on the path. Wait, no. She's still delirious. I'm beginning to worry the thin mountain air isn't very good for her. Do we have any dried fruit around here? Yes. One moment, I was lying on the floor in the superior's office. Moira and Catherine were standing above me, both looking concerned. Moira most especially. Catherine's concerns, it seemed, went beyond my well-being. Do you remember what happened before you fainted, Hedwig? Catherine and I were talking and... No, that was after I found you. Moira, I'm quite worried about this. The superior returned to a small wooden bowl. Moira plucked a small raspberry from it and crouched down to feed it to me. Something sweet might help, at least. So you were on a walk, Hedwig. You look exhausted. Yes, I was unable to sleep. Sleep deprived, of course. That explains the confusion. Yes, yes, it would. Thank God you went to the privy when you did, Catherine. I don't particularly love that phrasing, but yes. The berry Moira had given me was definitely sweet and delicious, although I wasn't really sure how that helped. Nonetheless, I was lucid enough to understand that Catherine was signaling to me that the information that she had shared with me was not something she wanted to discuss in front of Moira and the superior. Begrudgingly, I played a role. Yes, I remember now. I was restless after what happened in the Misericorde and went for a walk to clear my head. I think I probably had too much to drink. What happened in the Misericorde? Nothing you would need worry yourself with, superior. Just our typical womanly exploits. The superior sighed, but did not push the subject. Well, thank you, Catherine. At any rate, God only knows what could have happened to poor Hedwig if you hadn't failed her. And thank you, Moira, for being on hand to help her. I was on my way to the privy as well when Catherine found me. What luck! A strange but welcome miracle. Well, I see no reason for you all to be crowding my floor at this late hour. Off to bed with you, all of you. Of course. I was pulled to my feet by my would-be saviors and guided to the door. Hedwig, if you don't mind, I would appreciate you checking in tomorrow after service, just so I can confirm that you're well. Yes, Superior. Once through the door, I was able to move with my own strength. I was sore all over, but I could walk at the very least. The three of us walked in silence through the cloister to the stairs to the doors. Moira let out a lilting chuckle at one point, and I could hear Catherine exhale wearily through her nose. I had half a mind to slap Catherine the way I had Eustace. I was not sure I could ever look at her the same way again. I felt ashamed to be protecting her dirty little secret for her, and even more ashamed that I had seemingly instinctually agreed to do so. What was this place turning me into? I realized I was still carrying the cricket loosely around one of my fingers. I was stretched so thin I had not thought about it the whole walk back. I placed it back on the mantel when we arrived at the dormitory. Well, good night. Good night, Moira. Yes, good night, you too. And thank you. We were all speaking in low whispers so as not to wake up anyone else. Don't mention it, silly. I actually would appreciate it if you truly didn't mention it. If Flora or Margaret hears about this, I'll never hear the end of it. Mention the evidently miraculous convergence of Moira and I's law-abiding needs. Privy humor is the lowest of the low. Naturally, Flora finds it uproarious. We split up and went to our separate doors. Catherine had to open and close hers with great care, as it was still creaking terribly. I sighed. I collapsed face first into my bed. I didn't even have the energy to undress, and I was asleep before I hit the pillow. I dreamed of soldiers chasing me with pikes. I awoke feeling even worse than when I had fallen into bed. The soreness in my body had escalated to stiffness. I groaned aloud as soon as I realized I was no longer sleeping. I would take my chances with the armies in my dreams. I could hear people shuffling outside my door. I was somewhat surprised that I had even managed to wake up at my usual hour, considering how late I had been up and how exhausted I felt. It was all I could do to roll off the bed and stumble out of my room to join everyone for service. I could barely stay awake through the whole thing, which made me feel wretched. I had already forgone praying the full set of the hours. If I could not even make it through these compromised services, who was I? Hedwig, how are you feeling? How on earth could she be so chipper after a night like ours? Fading, I must admit. She giggled and offered a sympathetic expression. I gave her a perfunctory smile back and took off in the direction of the superior's office for our requested meeting. I made it there before the superior did. She was a few minutes behind me, no doubt the last to leave the chapel. Goodness, Hedwig, you know you can always give morning service if you feel ill. I'm quite all right. She unlocked the door and ushered me inside hastily. So, yes, your superior. I do hope that you have some news for me, even with your little tumble. Yes, as a matter of fact. She nodded with faint approval and urged me to sit down. I did so gratefully. She in turn sat in her grand chair. I was able to ask Catherine about the tunic. Indeed, she can vouch for James. Well, that's fantastic news. What did she say? How did you approach the subject? As the evening wore on, things got looser and looser. I simply asked the question at an opportune time. In my head, I was navigating through a thick fog. I was unsure of how much information to divulge to the superior to spare her the embarrassment of hearing it, and me the embarrassment of having to say it. Is that all? You seem a little worse for wear. I heard whispers of things getting rather heated. How so? Well, Angela was in here complaining about something or other at one point. Yes, there was a bit of a kerfuffle at one point. I see. She finds making friends rather difficult. I am aware. Is that all? Nothing relevant, no. She raised an eyebrow. No, actually, that's not true. Eustace knocked on the door at one point later in the evening dressed as a ghost and waggled a sword at me as a sort of spirited joke. And then I slapped her across the face. I ordered, and then I think Flora might be plotting to run away, which would be horrible. We have to help her see reason. And then after the evening fell apart, I couldn't sleep and I went and walked through my head. But I saw someone walking to the hospital and I followed them in. And it was Catherine, and I heard her talking to James, but I couldn't quite hear what they were talking about. And then I ran all the way back to the dark and collapsed on the path, and then Catherine found me, and and that's when I really asked her about it, and she admitted it. The thing about the tunic, she said she saw him that day without one, and both of the superior's eyebrows were raised now. Well, well, well. And then, yes, I realized I was panting. Nothing. Sorry, I got carried away. That's everything. Catherine spoke with James in the middle of the night. How odd. I fear this does not allay my suspicions. No? He claims Catherine can vouch for him about this tunic of his that is supposedly able to clear his name. But if they are conspiring in secret, how do I know the whole idea was a secret concocted out of thin air? I suppose there's no way of knowing. I applaud your investigation work, but I'm afraid this puts us right back where we started. Not without further corroboration anyway. This is tainted testimony, at best. I had a strong suspicion that Catherine had been telling the whole truth to me last night. She had been very reluctant to speak on it, and her strong hints in this very obvious the embarrassing truth was my secret to keep did not feel like they were part of some grander lie. Surely, if that was the case, she would be spreading the lie further afield, but I couldn't bring myself to tell the superior. It was embarrassing. It was based entirely on my personal feelings, and if by some small chance Catherine was capable of murder, I would not want to make myself her next target. Tainted testimony, in particular, given Catherine's circumstances, unless there's another detail here that makes you find the story more believable. I had reneged on my promise to Catherine to not speak a word of the night's events to anyone else already, but something else was keeping me from sharing the final, perhaps critical element of her story. I felt dirty just thinking about it, and I did not want to even imagine what Catherine might do if she suspected that I had blabbered about her liaisons with James. Especially, I remembered with a shiver, while she still had access to the sword. Even if she was innocent of Catherine's murder, I worried I might become her next victim of a useless information against her. Hedwig, tomorrow, I would like you to travel to the village with some companions. These words felt like a cold bucket of water. The village? Indeed. Do not worry. As I said, you will not be alone. I realize it will be a new experience. Catherine will be included, I presume. Goodness, no. Moira and Eustace, that would be fine. Not Eustace, please. Now, we can't have you two falling out over this. You must work together. I'm sure I do not need to remind you that you must maintain a healthy relationship with everyone. Must I? Of course. For heaven's sake. Don't complain. It's not that often someone gets to go down to the village. A trip out with Eustace might do you both of you some good. Get some fresh air with your compatriots, and commiserate over a change of scenery. It was not that long ago she was here speaking quite highly of you, I might add. Well, what is it that we would be doing in the village? There are people there who would be able to provide some insight into how seriously we should take James and Catherine's insistence. Goodness, it's a shame we weren't able to hear what they were talking about. It would save us a lot of time. I weighed my options. As stressful as it was to imagine, I decided that a trip beyond the bounds of the Abbaye would be preferable to risking Catherine's rage. Besides, the superior seemed quite adamant about the idea. I shouldn't have followed her in the first place. I certainly wouldn't have suggested it, but it was brave of you. You're beginning to think on your feet. Perhaps the chess lessons are helping. Quite possible. Anyhow, knowing that Catherine and James are in communication complicates things, but perhaps we can glean some idea of whether she knows something and is helping James out of guilt, or something more sinister is going on. I'm afraid I don't follow. Hedwig, do do not know why Catherine left the comfort of the village. She did mention it last night in the Misericorde. Something about local politics. She offended the wrong person, or something like that. The superior let out a surprising chortle. I see. Well, I suppose that is not untrue. Still, I am rather surprised. I would have expected the rumors around her to be one of the first things you heard. What rumors? As that Sister Catherine murdered her husband. I nearly choked on air. She... What? The superior held up a hand gently. I do not believe it for an instant, to be clear. In fact, I think it's very likely that this is precisely the kind of story the people she expressed contempt for would concoct to harm her reputation. She was in a competitive business, you understand. Or rather, her husband was. I tried my very best to keep up with the conversation, although my throat felt bone dry. It was difficult to get the words out. And what was that? The vineyard, of course. You might see it on your way down the mountain. It's a particularly good one, I might add. At least for this country. All of our wine uses grapes from the slopes of Misericorde. Do you think that her husband just died and she was blamed? I have no proof, but more believable than her killing someone. But this is Sister Catherine we are talking about. The Sister Catherine of a few years ago, at least. No. Her story is that the man fell down the stairs, and some unscrupulous hawk saw an opportunity to stop her from inheriting a fortune. And the village speak with the townsfolk. I am curious how they feel about Catherine now. Perhaps there is a pattern we have overlooked. I thought you believed Catherine. Surely this is a waste of time. I do believe that Catherine is innocent of murdering her husband, but I must confess it is purely a gut feeling. Poke around for me, see if there's any evidence to support that claim. It would be good to show the bishop some support from a source who is not also accused of a sin-eating crime. You're worried that Catherine and James are conspiring. You think they might have killed her? What, together? Thanks to your intrepid investigation last night, we can no longer rely solely on them vouching for each other. We have a responsibility to follow up on their connection. No matter how I feel, perhaps I have been played for a fool. We'll concoct a simple cover story for your visit, bringing some finished wine or some other goods down to share, perhaps. My heart sank. I had just put Catherine in harm's way, it seemed. Although, perhaps I was in harm's way around Catherine. This was all too much to keep in my head at once. Just say it, a voice inside my head murmured. Just tell the superior that Catherine has been. What should I ask? Who should I speak to? Just speak to whoever will give you their time. Bring the topic up carefully, and just get a sense. Anyway, this is good. We are making progress. You are doing quite well for yourself, I must say. You are quite resourceful. Thank you. But does Eustace have to come with us? If I really am going on this village trip, as I said, it sounds like an opportunity to mend whatever bridge between you has already broken. I see no reason to keep you apart. All I could do was sigh. I was pouting just a little, I will admit. I will meet you halfway. I shall send the word to both Moira and Eustace for you, so you will be spared at least one awkward conversation. Fair enough. Thank you. She sighed and rested her chin on her hand. Sometimes I wonder how I manage. It sounds like you could pen a whole book about the drama happening beneath my station this week alone. I look forward to reading your chronicles one day. It's not so bad. So I thought until, well, she made a cunning gesture across her neck with a weird expression on her face. I used to think it was good to let these things be and let the sisters sort things out amongst themselves. But could I have prevented Catherine's murder if I had taken a more active interest in the whispers that would stop after I turned the corner? Says Jury, I don't know. I do not like meddling, and now circumstances have conspired such that I must meddle greatly through you. Alas, I not eyes the face swift with wine on her breath as she exhaled a deep sigh. I'm afraid I am in no state for jest this morning. Have a productive rest of your day, Sister Hedwig. I stood up from my chair and clasped my hands together, holding them out half-heartedly. To thank you, Clover Superior. I will endeavor to do so. She nodded and beckoned to the door. I left swiftly. I could feel the pressure building in my head, beginning to match the aching of my body. I groaned aloud and rolled my head around my shoulders. It was a lovely morning, at least. A wispy cloud of fog had settled over the flat grass of the cloister, and sunbeams reflected out of it at pleasing angles as I walked past. Hedwig, dear, good morning. Marta and Charity were seated in wooden chairs at the edge of the grass, looking perfectly relaxed. I smiled wearily and waved at Marta, who beckoned me closer. In trouble, were we? Oh no, the superior just wanted a report on how I was feeling. I fainted last night on my way to the privy. Oh dear, we had quite a night, didn't we? Cherry's been telling me all about it. There was a dark glint in her eye that I did not altogether appreciate. I feel ashamed. Don't be. Lord knows I wanted to smack Eustace more than once. She could be a pompous little thing, and she deserves it for scaring you girls witless. Still, I didn't know you had it in you, nor her for that matter. I had no idea either. I've never struck anyone else before, and for violence. Don't we all, until it suits us? Just try not to make a habit of it, she says, as if she never did. My fighting days are behind me. I'm afraid. It is much more difficult to bring people up fight with only harsh words. I've tried getting some sense into these moments, and it hasn't taken. I've tried pleading with them about the virtues of living well, and it never stuck. I'm afraid, then, that I must instead simply appeal to your good nature. Hedwig, I don't want you to end up like Catherine. Goodness, I apologize for offending you. You didn't. She didn't, did she, Marta? No, not at all. I'm just reminded of Catherine's pure patience with that particular kind of apologia. Nobody really abhors violence. I I failed to turn the other cheek, as it were, as I would have as well in your position. Marta, you're just in one of your moods. I am starting to realize that I have been in one of my moods since Catherine was taken from us. I am not sure I will ever fully recover. As if that's your fault. Was it not? I gave up on her. Her gift for persuasion was too much for me. I let her get away with too much. Catherine's silver tongue stayed my hand too often. Do you remember when she locked Flora in that box? Oh my, yes. Well, what happened? One day I went down to the cellars a little earlier, and I heard an alarming racket coming from one of the crates we used for packing wine bottles. I opened the lid, and what do I find inside? Poor little Flora, gasping for air, curled up so tight I had to enlist two sisters to help pull her out. It was a very strange morning. Flora, of course, would say no thing. She was very loyal to Catherine. Catherine, though, confessed to everything almost immediately. She admitted that was all a practical joke that had gone too far, and that she hadn't known that the lid was too tight to let air in. Why on earth would she think to put Flora in there in the first place? Only God knows. Flora adored Catherine, and they at least shared a wicked sense of humor. Was Flora all right? She was beside herself for a day or two, and took it out on me, if you can believe it. Goodness. Catherine thought, or knew, I suppose, that she could get away with anything. Why did she confess so quickly then? That's a good point. Why did she, Martin? You see, even in death she can bargain her way out of scrutiny. She didn't admit to anything because she felt ashamed. She admitted it because she had already gotten away with it. Flora had been found safely. No harm was done in Catherine's eyes. A noble lesson avoided. Off she went on her merry way, with nothing but a minute's awkward conversation as penance. I think we're being a mite too harsh. Who would punish her? Not the superior. Lord knows nobody would break the unspoken agreement to cut her out of our affairs that Catherine orchestrated. Would I punish her? I should have, but no. It was too late by then. I was already under her spell. Punishing her would have changed what happened to her. Would it not? I don't know. I don't believe in random chance. All flowers were seeds sown. I could have shaped her into someone great. Instead, I gave up trying. Catherine is my greatest failure. I know you don't mean all that. I know you miss her. I do. Despite it all, I do. Charity had started getting glassy eyed. Marta reached over to touch her plump wrist with her own bony fingers. Now, no getting wistful in front of poor Hedwig. I'm sure she has better things to do than listen to two old bats whinge. Where are you off to, Hedwig? There's another chair around here somewhere. Behind you. I'm off to the library, actually. Marta's dark mood certainly had sold the idea as the most appealing way I could imagine spending my morning. Honestly, can wait, surely. It's not like you're going to forget last night anytime soon. In the end, I did not need much convincing. The longer I could put off running into Eustace, the better, even if Marta was feeling particularly sour. I brought the spare chair over and sat down for more conversation. Aside from last night's escapade in the Misericorde, how have you been doing? Uh, very well, very well. I mean, there's a lot to get used to, but I am adjusting. Is there anything still confusing to you about the outside world? Loads, I'm sure, but I'm carrying a ball. I did learn that there was a war going on, and that was quite a shock. That old thing feels like it's been going on for most of my life. It used to be a bit more of a worry, but these days it's exhausting to even think about. It was a little more concerning when, good Lord, Hexham was well over 20 years ago now, wasn't it? And Hedgley, we were a little more worried when those were going on. A bit closer to home, those were. You would have been here in 64, Hedwig? Just about, I think. Were you as well? I do not like talking about myself. Not far. I was at the Abbey across the valley and down to Hill. Bournemouth. I moved around a lot in those days. Durham, Richmond, Ripon. What side of the war are we on? I wouldn't worry about that. It would be hard pressed to find any strong opinions on the war here, I would reckon, than fighting over who gets to be king. That's well above my opinion. The church is above all these things. These are petty, worldly squabbles in the end, even though the loyal bloodline is a broken bygone. That may be so, but men have found so many ways to figure out the specifics of what God has said. Too right, too right. What about you, Charity? Have you always been here at Lindborough? For a long time, yes, but not forever. I got my start at Bournemouth, actually, and followed Martha here when she transferred. We were too good of friends not to go together. Isn't that right? Martha had a thin smile on her face. What a nice story. Indeed. Have you been making many friends with the girls your age? The girls. This felt like a patient, patently ridiculous way to describe a group of women I assume were mostly in their 20s and 30s, but perhaps I'll understand when I'm Marta's age. I worry that I am losing more than I am making. I'm sure that's not true. I know for a fact Moira is quite taken with your presence, and Darcy for that matter, and we don't invite just anyone to sit with us. That's right. I smiled and leaned back in my chair. It was hard to get comfortable when my body still felt bent completely out of shape. Well, thank you. I should probably get to work. Godspeed. We're on your side. God bless her, but it was a mean thing Eustace did. I stood up slowly and offered Charity an appreciative smile as I left. I made my way upstairs, dreading what the rest of my morning was going to look like, with Eustace across the room from me. But it turned out that she was not there. Either she had finished her work while I had been dawdling, or she had let her own discomfort get the better of her and do what I wasn't strong enough to do, and simply not show up. I sighed and sat down at my desk. I opened up the massive book I was filling with my daily chronicles, but I was unsure what to write. The amount of delicate pruning I would have to do made it difficult to know how to begin at all. Against my better judgment, I was not about to commit Catherine's sin to writing, and I didn't particularly want to immortalize my altercation with Eustace. Or did I? I considered that extolling those sins might take some of their weight from my shoulders. If I was not being entirely truthful to those around me, I could at least be truthful to myself and God. I was being changed in many ways outside myself, but I did not want to become a liar. I was no liar, I told myself. I was no thief. I scratched my quill against the page idly as I debated myself in my own head. It was so quiet in the library that the sound seemed to fill the room. It didn't help me decide. As Charity had said, it wasn't like I was about to forget any of this. I closed the book and stood up. I at least had the wherewithal to recognize when no work was about to get done. Eustace still hadn't shown up. I had looked to the bookshelves, the ones that seemed to stretch on forever into the darkness. Without Eustace here, could I? No. Hurt as I was by her cruel game of dress-up, I had no intention of exacting any more revenge upon her. Slapping her was already beyond the pale.
Stream elements.
Breaking her
The
library
Zen.
rules would just be
Stay
petty,
moist, my friends. Hydrate.
wouldn't it? I found myself in argument with my own reasoning again. They were just books. But why did she have to tell me what to do? Was I so cowed by her that I feared what she might do if I touched her precious books? Set one of them out of order. Hello. Darcy had shuffled into the library carrying a long, hooked staff that I could only assume was a shepherd's crook. Hello, Darcy. Can I help you? Well, actually, Eustace sent me. She is feeling under the weather and can't make it to the library today. That's quite all right. I understand. She suggested I take you with me to watch the sheep today. Well, I have work to do still, but don't worry about that. You can always do it tomorrow. I'm not always in charge of the sheep. You don't want to miss this. I Come on. It's time for sheep. I couldn't say no to her, especially after what Charity had said earlier. All right then. Darcy beamed and beckoned for me to follow her. We went down the stairs to the cloister. Charity and Marta had left, presumably to go check in with the wine in the cellars. The sunlight was somewhat diminished. The fog was gone, but I could now see rain clouds gathering ahead. We took a right at the bottom of the stairs and continued past the rectory and kitchens. It's a bit of a hike if that's all right. Is it? I'm quite stiff today, I'm afraid. Have you been to the hospital? It's more or less the same distance, but this direction. No, I haven't. More lies. It was either that or explain to Darcy that I had sprinted from the hospital last night. What was that I said earlier about not being a liar, though? I'm sure I'll manage, though. We left through another archway in the surrounding wall. I was beginning to wonder what the point of the Abbaye wall was in the first place. Anyone, it seemed, could come from either direction if they fancied it. For a moment, I wondered if it was worth telling the Superior that it would be impossible to fairly accuse anyone of murdering Catherine, when just about any old pervert could have walked into this place. Darcy had not been exaggerating about the walk. On this side of the Abbaye, there were no gentle slopes and hillocks. There were hills, and for the first time it truly struck me that Limbaro Tor was more or less a mountain range. As we made our way over impossibly green grass, wind whipped our robes around. I think Darcy may have been trying to chat, but it was impossible to hear anything clearly over the gusts of wind and flapping fabric. It was truly dizzying up here. I could see the village and the lake as I did on the way to the hospital, but they were utterly dwarfed by the hills surrounding them. It was beautiful and terrifying. I had never felt so small. Eventually, we crested a particularly sharp incline and paused for a breather. Hands on my knees, doubled over to catch my breath, I noticed a smattering of little white dots against the dark green grass of the slope across from us. There they are. We pressed on. Eventually, the hill smoothed out to a more manageable degree. By the time we approached the gazing street, the land was practically flat. It was as if we were on a tiny shelf on the side of the hill. All right then, this is my favorite job. You have so many responsibilities. How do you manage? Well, that's true, but to me this is hardly a responsibility. Just look at them. She gestured to the sheep, who had all turned to look at us. They were all chewing grass and seemed to be regarding me with the same kind of disinterest I generally expected from the sisters. They're a bit scary. What? I've never seen any animal up close, and there's so many of them. They are sheep. They are nice. Look, that one already likes you. She pointed behind me with her crook. I turned around and yelped. One of the sheep was standing right next to me, looking up at me while continuing to munch on grass. You can touch them if you like. No, I shan't be doing that. Give it a try. One of the sheep had approached her, and she was patting it on the head gently. I wouldn't say the creature appeared to be enjoying it, but at the very least it wasn't attacking Darcy over it. I held my breath and reached a hand out to touch the sheep closest to me. Hello. I rubbed the top of its head. It didn't really seem to care one way or the other. I hadn't lost any fingers. What do we do? This. We just stand out here. Yes. We just want to make sure nothing attacks them or eats them. What would do that up here? Wolves. The word sent a chill up my spine. That's too terrifying. It would be, but not many wolves around here anymore. Have not seen a wolf in a long time, and just from afar at that. That's comforting. It was not comforting at all. Knowing my luck, I felt like we were doomed to be torn to ribbons by the first pack of wolves Darcy had ever seen up close. Just enjoy them and get some of this lovely fresh air. We were sheltered from the wind on this side of the hill, and the air was cool and damp. The rain clouds, however, still threatened above us. In fact, as soon as Darcy had finished encouraging me to take in the fresh air, well, would you look at that? I couldn't help but laugh. Yes, just our luck. Just our luck. To be honest, I quite like the rain. I could not remember the last time I had been outside in the rain. In my cell, I'd always left the window hatch open a crack when it began to rain, just to catch a bit of the fresh scent that followed. Sometimes I would stick my hand out just to get my hand wet, just to feel something curious and different. I felt so thankful every time I caught a few raindrops in my palm to be alive, or whenever I felt a sunbeam hit my back, hunched over my writing desk, or when I would catch a fleck of snow and watch it melt into the creases of my skin. That had been enough. That had always been enough for me. I had never wanted to leave. I would have been happy for my whole life in that little room as long as I could see the rain outside my window. I was glad it was raining. I did not want to have to explain the tears rolling down my cheek to Darcy. I liked the rain too. Finally, someone else who agrees. Well, let's get these little beasties out of the rain, shall we? Darcy began to gently shoo the sheep around her with her staff. She pointed at a rickety wooden structure near the slope of the hill. Try and get them over there. I had no idea what to do, especially without a crook of my own. I sort of gestured at the sheep around me, I suppose. Maybe politeness would serve me where physicality couldn't. Come along, please. Thankfully, it seemed like the flock didn't need me to tell them what to do. Most of the sheep were trotting to Darcy's structure of their own accord. A few stayed huddled in front of me. I wondered if they were pretending to be herded for my benefit. I made it under the wooden shelter just as it started pouring. Darcy was leaning against her crook, surveying the hills in front of us with a serene expression. I navigated through several non-plush sheep who stand next to her. Good work. Have you been coming out here every day? Goodness, no. I like to do it, but I am very busy. Moira does it sometimes, and also I think Margaret. Catherine would as well. Our Catherine? That's hard to imagine. Catherine the second. They aren't our sheep, strictly speaking. They just like to volunteer, but they are from the village. This is just where they come for humans. What's that? Well, you have to rotate where sheep graze depending on the time of the year. Normally, that man James would handle most of the shepherding up here, but, well, you know. He's the accused. Yes. Yes. How horrible. There was a pregnant pause. Do you think he did kill her? I couldn't say. And Jill found him trying to run from the Abbe, and his cloak was covered in blood. I found it. Did you know that? I didn't even know anything bad had happened. I was busy putting out a fire in the dormitory, and only noticed the cart in the distance out of the window. A fire? This was the first I had heard about this detail. Yes, someone had put too much fuel in the fireplace, and it was blowing embers around. More of a nuisance than a danger, but it was getting out of hand. Anyway, all the evidence points to James being a little bastard, but strange things happen around here. I am wary of how simple it all seems. Like people dressing up as ghosts, you mean? This slipped out before I could register how hard this sounded. Eustace was Darcy's close friend, and I realized any story Darcy had been told about last night would have been from Eustace's respectful perspective. I was relieved then when Darcy let out a guttural chuckle. What am I going to do with you two? Is she very upset? She told me all about it and sounded very sad. And I told her, well, it did sound like what you did was a bit cruel, and then she got mad and went to sleep. She will be fine, I think. Give it a few days. A few days. Maybe a week. I can't say for sure. Is that normal? Are you not used to people being angry with you? I'm just starting to worry that I will have to get used to it very quickly. Eustace gets angry very easily. I really did not put too much thought into it. She and Adele avoided each other for a whole month because Eustace said sherry tasted like trout water. And Adela said, well, how do you know what trout water tastes like? And then a few days later, Adele said that some of the beer we had at luncheon tasted like piss. And Eustace was ready with, well, how do you know what piss tastes like? Catherine made them have a sword fight over it. Oh wait, hold on. With wooden swords. Even still. Yes, Catherine was a bit obsessed with them. She tried to train all of us up as swordsmen at one point. Swordswomen. Swordwoman. However one might say it. Why on earth would she do that? Well, as I am sure you have realized, there are not very many of us here. Yes. And did you know there's a war going on? I had heard that. Well, Captain Vane wanted us all to be able to defend ourselves, I suppose. Just in case. That's... well, that's rather extreme. That's what the superior said when she found out about it. I've heard a lot of stories about Catherine's interest. I still would never have guessed that one. I think it made a certain amount of sense. It was fun, but it made me a bit uncomfortable when I thought about it longer. I much preferred it when she was really into winemaking. Or sailing. Winemaking. Goodness, I take it Marta wasn't pleased with that. On the contrary, Marta was thrilled that someone was as interested in it as her. As far as I know, Marta taught Catherine everything she knew, and that got Catherine reading about more techniques and so on in the library, and then would tell Marta about that new stuff. But then one day it just stopped, I suppose. Stopped. The thing with Catherine. Darcy trailed off in an uncharacteristic manner that surprised me just as much as a sudden young woman. Catherine was unbelievably smart, but nothing ever satisfied her. She would become intensely passionate about a subject or idea for several days or weeks or months, and then it would change completely. Catherine loved many things aggressively, but it was always one thing at a time. If it was something similar to my interest, I was her best friend. If it wasn't, I felt like I barely knew her. I don't think I'm alone in that assessment. I miss her, but I sometimes think she was a bad friend. Not everyone will admit it, but I think a lot of us feel that we were at some point jilted by her random interests. One day you are the center of her attention, and the next day she's off somewhere else lavishing someone else with the care you thought was just for you. She sounds like she had a lot of love to give. She did, that is true, but she would give so intensely I cannot blame anyone for feeling. Hard to choose a word here. Jealous. Jealous sounds so romantic. I think Catherine often gave people a sense of purpose, and then when she got bored or found a new subject to obsess over, that new outlook on life evaporated. Imagine being told you are destined to be a queen by someone who starts teaching you etiquette and explaining how to do diplomacy to you. And then one day, you're telling someone else the same story. Catherine liked to get us to plan for futures, where we were musicians or knights or prophets, but at the end of the day it was always pure imagination. She would have made a great poet, I think. I am rubbish at poetry. Was anyone particularly put off by this? This is the first I've really heard about her habits being so controversial. Dunno. Some people mind it, and some mind it less. Margaret was a bit stung when she started spending more time on theater than music, I think, and Angela had a big falling out with her, but I suppose that is not a big surprise. I was never bothered by it that deeply. It just made me a little sad sometimes. We were attached at the hip for a while, but then one day she started spending more time with Margaret and Moira. But that is okay. She was a savant, but I have my areas of expertise, and I'm quite happy with them. As well, you should be. Your work in the garden is hard to put into words. Darcy beamed. And you seem to have a connection to God that I can only hope to achieve a fraction of. I saw you in the garden that day when Eustace was chronicling your vision. Wondrous. That. You know what's interesting? That is what Catherine said to me when we were close. You two spoke about visions. Yes, she had them too. She wanted to compare them, examine them. We started working on teachers together to try and enhance them. Then one day she just stopped having visions. No, I don't think so. In fact, I remember her having quite a vivid one. That's what Eustace told me, at least. Like I said, Kathleen started spending much less time with me all of a sudden. Do you know what she saw? Darcy shook her head and leaned on her crook. She looked a little wary. I barely remember my own visions, and Eustace isn't there to write them down. I'm not sure anyone was with Kathleen, but when she had the big one, whatever it was affected her deeply. So deeply that I never wanted to question it. At the time, I was worried I had upset her. It took her to a dark place, I think. Whatever it was she saw. How horrible. We watched the raindrops fall in silence for a moment. An impatient she nudged my thigh. You know, it's funny. The vision I saw you have, it was completely true. True in what sense? Well, a lot of it sounded like nonsense at first. But you settled on fire, goat, right before you came back to us. Is that so? Yes. And that evening I saw, well, Eustace's little joke. By the way, I take it from the sound of things that my little concoction worked. Your... Yes. I suddenly remembered the little potion I had downed before heading to the Misericorde. Oh dear, did I drink too much of it? I ended up finishing all of it before we even started. Do you think that's why I smacked you, Stace? No, I think the wine had probably taken over at that point. She looked over at me and offered a sympathetic smile. The rain was beginning to slow. Eustace will come around. I hope so. We do have to work together. You could always try apologizing first. Would that help? I wanted to last night, but maybe I should just leave her be. No right answer here. Do whatever feels right to you. I'll try. We urged the flock back out into the field once the rain cleared. The rest of our time there was spent in silence. I could occasionally hear Darcy cooing to one of the sheep, but for the most part all I could hear was the wind and my own thoughts. I had heard so many things about Catherine now that I felt I should have a complete idea of who she was. There were people in the Bible who I had less information about, though I could nonetheless picture perfectly what they would say if I asked them certain questions, how they would react to different situations. But every time I felt like I was getting closer to knowing Catherine, my image of her was disturbed. It was as if I were staring into her reflection in a pond, but the surface was being pelted with pebbles. The sense of loss I had felt when the superior had told me the news, the desire for justice I had felt that kept me going after breaking my perpetual vow. Were those feelings based on a lie? Had I simply had the luck of being Catherine's newest obsession before she was taken from me? Could I even consider her taken from me? I thought about the copy of Medea hidden in my bedroom. What had Catherine's plan for me been? What else would she have told me to make me feel special? Would her visits to the squint have suddenly ended one day, even if she hadn't died? I was feeling undeniably sour when it was time to leave. We corralled the sheep back into their barn, and then we hiked back to the Abbe in silence. I considered asking Darcy about her visions again, asking Eustace to see her notes had been a dead end, and I was quickly entertained by the idea of stepping over her to get what I wanted. A form of retaliation less violent and far more productive than a smack on the cheek. I thought better of it in the end. Thank you for your help, Hedwig. You're welcome. It was a nice change. Glad to hear it. She smiled and clasped her hands together. I had no idea how she could have any energy left to work. I could scarcely finish my goodbye to her before she had fluttered off in the direction of the kitchen. Supper that evening was a quiet affair. Nearly everyone had seemed exhausted. I remembered that I was not the only one who hadn't gotten much sleep last night. Eustace did not look at me once during the entire meal. A small part of me hoped that she was going to disappear and return with pudding like she had the first time we had dined together, and reveal that her anger had been a front this whole time. The nuns trickled out one by one. I got up and stretched. I still feel incredibly stiff, and I realized that hiking out to the sheep and staying on my feet all day was not helping me recover from last night's marathon. At the very least, I hadn't vomited and passed out today. Margaret and Flora were waiting for me when I left the rectory. Hello. Hello, Hedwig. Flora has a question for you. I'm not 5, you know. I was going to ask anyway. Is something wrong? No, just last night. Did you mean it when you said you would teach me how to paint? I think she means, would you be free to teach me how to paint, please? Sure. That. I must admit that I had already forgotten this promise. I felt bad, even under duress. I shouldn't have made a commitment I could ignore so easily just to make Flora feel better. I had absolutely no business teaching anyone to draw, and I desperately wanted to say no. However, I... Yes, of course. Where would be a good place to meet? I don't know. The library? I thought about the clutter on the desks in the library. How about we just do it back here in the rectory here? There's a nice big table in there. Sure, but let's meet back here in a few minutes. I need to go and get my supplies. Dora nodded and skulked off in the direction of the dorms. I hadn't thought about it, but I was going to need access to my old cell. All of my illumination supplies, brushes, paints, ink, were still in there. My heart sank. I started walking to the superior's office. I would need her key. Margaret followed. Thank you, Hedwig. I was worried for a minute that we were both going to look like real blackguards. I must admit I had forgotten all about it, but I'm happy to help. Likewise. She was hanging around me all morning, and I was struggling to remember why. Then I remembered that we had all had a little heart-to-heart last night. Did you forget all about what happened? No. How could I? Some details just took precedence over others. Right. She grinned. I should go check in on the Cellars and make sure Adela and Marta haven't killed each other. Talk to you later, Hedwig. She broke from me at the staircase down to the Cellars. I continued to the superior's door and gave it a little knock. Sister Hedwig, is something wrong? Not at all. I just, well, I need you to unlock my cell. Whatever for. It's a long story, but I promised Sister Flora that I would teach her about illuminating manuscripts, and I only just remembered that all my tools and paints are still in there. Flora taking an interest in something. Goodness, we can't let this opportunity go to waste. Give me just a moment. The door closed. Shortly after, it swung open again, and the superior emerged carrying her ring of keys. The unmistakable jingle sent a shiver up my spine. We took the stairs up to the second floor and continued down the hall. The huge door that had slammed and scared the sisters all witness was to my left. The wind was shaking it gently as something that big could shake at the very least. The walls around us seemed to pulse and vibrate as the door beat against its frame, as if we were in some great behemoth's lungs. As we turned to the right, I remembered the hideous carving Margaret had shown me with a jolt. Perhaps we really were in the presence of some monstrous creature. I thought about warning the superior about the evil magic I had seen, but I could find neither the words nor the courage to bring it up. It was so dark down here. I realized just how out of their way the sisters would have had to come to seek my advices and caress. We stopped at the door. I stared at the hagioscope as the superior looked for the right key. It was a bizarre device. I had never really looked at it from the outside, but it looked rather cobbled together. The metal frame was wedged into the stone brick, and the little door looked ready to rust right off of its hinges. I opened it idly and took a peek inside. My heart sank as I realized it was impossible to see through into the cell from this side. There was no way that Catherine and I would have ever been able to see each other. The hole in the wall was big enough to pass the books I had needed for transcribing through one at a time, but there was a bend in the middle that prevented direct access. It made me realize just how thick these stone walls were, how isolated I had truly been. I spoke into the hatch. Hello. Feeling nostalgic. Here we are. She selected a key and inserted it into the door. The door lurched open. How embarrassing. What happened? Nothing. Nothing. I just forget which way some of the doors open here. She stepped inside. With great trepidation, I followed. It was just as it had been left. I took a deep breath. I felt light-headed. I went to the shelf and procured a wooden box from the bottom. I could hear the ink bottles rattling inside. This is all I needed. Thank you. Very well. Shall we? I nodded. I didn't want to spend any longer in this place. I was not sure exactly how close the evil symbol was to my cell, but I wanted to put as much distance between it and myself as possible. I turned around and froze. There was something on my bed that should not be there. The half-finished copy of Matthew was sitting there. Spotted something else you need? No, just that isn't where I left this. The book. Are you sure? I am positive. You must be mistaken. I have the only key for this room. Perhaps you were reading it when Catherine came to collect you and forgot to put it back. That is not possible. I picked the book up and placed it on top of the box I was carrying. What is it? It's the last book I was writing before. Well, I see. Goodness, it's in rough shape. It looked as if it wasn't properly covered in the cart right up to the Ave. James's actual crime may have been negligence. Nonetheless, I understand it must have some sentimental value. May I take it? I don't see why not. You can't take anything from here, as far as I'm concerned. I see no reason why this room should be locked at all anymore, to tell you the truth. I nodded. I wasn't about to explain that this book appearing on my bed felt like some sort of supernatural threat. At the very least, unfettered access to my old books was a happy outcome. If I could ever brave coming back here again, that is. We left the room and traveled back through the halls. The superior left to return to her office, no doubt swamped with clerical work. I stopped off by the dormitory to deposit the bed-rackled book in my new sleeping quarters. Flora looked highly irritated when I finally made it back to the rectory. I had been worrying about the book, my cell, and that vile sigil all the way there, but my fear was quickly pushed out of my mind by Flora's verbal assault. You said you would be a few minutes. I'm so sorry. I just had to get the superior to help me unlock the door to my old cell. I lifted up the box of supplies and rattled it gently. Fair enough. Well, I brought some parchment. Good. I would have been very embarrassed if I had to make another trip. Flora shrugged and hopped up the stairs to the door. She had laid out 2 piles of simple paper. I set the box down between them and began unloading my supplies. Inks, gold paint, and a few horsehair brushes. I pulled a chair out and sat down. Flora followed suit. Where should we start? That's what I was going to ask you. Well, what's a moment from the Bible you would like to try illuminating? I always like doing the Annunciation. That might be a little advanced for me. Well, how about a letter? Just one letter. That's going a bit far in the other direction, don't you think? Not at all. There's a lot you can do with just one letter. Okay then. What letter would be good to start with? I suppose T is always useful. Or A. Flora snickered. Sure. Let's go with A then. You don't sound particularly enthused. It's a letter. I rummaged around in my box of supplies and produced 2 hardened charcoal stubs. I handed one to Flora, who raised her eyebrows. Where did you get these? You know, I'm not sure. They got passed to me through the squint whenever I got new supplies. They're much nicer than the ones I usually have. I didn't know what to say to this, so I plowed ahead. I took one of the pieces of paper and began to sketch out a square in the top left corner. The paper was rougher and thinner than the parchment I was typically used to. I had only held paper a few times and never marked it. That's not an A. We're just putting a square down so we know where to fit the letter. She took up the stick of charcoal and hastily drew a square. It was a bit squiggly. Alright. Now what I would do is, well, I wasn't really sure how to verbally describe my process, so I instead began to draw. In a quick swoop, I outlined a large A in my square that touched all edges of the square, but left plenty of room for artistic embellishment. Flora squinted at my page and then attempted to follow suit. That's a good start. Now what? Well, typically I'll ink the letter first and let it set. I don't do much of the detail work with the charcoal. It's a bit too thick for that. I peered into my supply box, wiggling my fingers. What color would you like your letter to be? Red, blue. Why are you talking to me like I'm a weird baby? Am I? Yes. You know I'm almost 20, right? You don't need to do this performance for everything. I wasn't aware that I was performing. Right. I had forgotten just how good Flora was at getting under my skin. My empathy to her outburst in the Misericorde had overridden my usual distaste for her attitude. Just talk to me normally. This is how I talk to people normally. Come on then. Everything you say is a question, even if you're not asking anything. Is that how I come across? We glared at each other for a moment, but Flora eventually started giggling. Just like that. I laughed too. I couldn't help it. Happily, the tension seemed to have been released. I guess that is how you normally speak. You know, I haven't spoken to many people face to face. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel a bit of an arsehole now. That's quite all right. Red or blue? Blue. I passed her the blue and took the red one for myself, then laid out 2 inkwells from the box. I popped the lid off of mine open and procured 2 brushes. Flora was struggling to pull the cork out of her bottle of blue ink. Be careful opening that, She had managed to get the cork out, but in doing so had jostled the bottle forward forcefully. A splash of blue ink landed on her sheet of paper. Here, let me. I reached over and picked her page up, curling it and shaking it to attempt to get some of the ink back into the bottle on the table. I was moderately successful, but there was a blue streak left on the paper. It's not a problem. Just be careful. Ink is quite valuable. I said I was sorry. I poured some of my red ink into a well and dipped a brush in. Try and follow the lines with as few strokes as possible. That way it dries without a messy looking texture. I tried to demonstrate, but the paper was soaking up more of the ink than I was used to, rendering this lesson a little moot. I forged ahead anyway, until I had a satisfactory letter A on my page. Flora had been peering over my shoulder as I drew, and left to try on her own page once I had finished. She immediately put too much ink on her brush, and the beginning of her first line became a messy blob as a result. I could tell that she was rushing this part, but didn't want to frustrate her any further. Not bad. Shall we do some detailing with the gold paint? I could immediately sense Flora perking up. I incorporated the gold and chose a very thin brush. I like to make little patterns, and you can cheat a bit if you focus on drawing one half like this. You can just copy it on the other side. That's still drawing 2 very detailed things. I don't think that's much of a cheat. Just give it a try. Okay. How do you do that though? Are those just random lines? I think of them as vines. That makes sense, I guess. That's a good start. Keep filling it in. I sat and watched her fill in the square with gold lines. No patterns really ever came together, and I could tell that she wasn't enjoying herself. I tried to avoid staring. I knew that I wouldn't appreciate having my shoulder looked over in my cell, and Flora was liable to bite my head off if I did anything that could be interpreted as condescending. What got you interested in art? I don't know. Did Catherine draw that much? A bit. And she was going to teach you at one point before. Yep. What sort of things did she paint? Lots. Anything you particularly liked? Sure. There was this one she showed me that I really liked. Yes, it was her holding some guy's head. But what? It was so awesome. Whose head was that? No idea. Goodness. It was probably Holofern's, though. I breathed a little internal sigh of relief. Of course. You like that story? Yeah, it's awesome. Judith is a very interesting book. Have you read the whole thing? No, just the gory parts. I resisted the urge to bang my own head against the table. But you know the general thrust of it, yes? Yeah, she pretends to be friends with Holofer and then cuts his head off. Do you know why she cuts his head off? He was a bit of an arsehole. How is your drawing coming along? I could hear that my voice was a bit richer than normal. Laura leaned back on her chair and gestured at her paper. That's a great first attempt. That's a great first attempt. It was sloppy, but earnestly, it wasn't so bad. I was certain I had done worse when I was first starting out. It still feels a bit empty. You could add something to one of the corners, maybe. Like what? What about a crucifix? Boring. The crucifix is not boring. It's 2 lines. I'm not being blasphemous, I just mean, you know, it's not an exciting drawing. I don't know then. A bird or a cat? That's a fine idea. Laura leaned forward in her seat again, looking very engaged all of a sudden. Yeah, can you draw a cat? I don't think I've ever tried. How about we both try one separate from the illuminated letters and compare? Sure. We both started sketching with charcoal on our own papers. I tried to remember what cats looked like. I found them cute, despite their reputations. I soon realized that I had only ever seen the one scampering out of the kitchen. I actually don't know if I've ever seen a cat up close, now that I think about it. Really? Really? I just know of them, mostly. There are lions and leopards and so on in the Bible, but you never saw one before you became a nun. That was so long ago, I could scarcely remember if I had. So you weren't born here then? No. Where do you come from then? Trier. Hedwig von Trier. Wow, I never would have guessed from your accent. You sound very English. I've been here most of my life. Yeah, but you're twice as old as I am. Some people's accents stick even when they move. Like Adela, Moira, and Catherine, too. I First of all, I am not that much older than you. Do you remember much from before you moved? How long ago was it? Almost 20 years ago. You were in there for as long as I've been alive. Yes, you were like 20 before you moved and still lost your accent. I would have been about 5 or 6, thank you very much. Well, 7 or 8 or 9 maybe. It would be funny if you brought the accent back for a day or two. Just confuse everyone for a bit. Hello, my name is Hedvig. Something like that. I smacked my chortle down on the table in exasperation, my cat falling as finished as it was ever going to get. Let's compare our drawings now, shall we? That's not what a cat looks like. I tried my best. Is that what a cat looks like? It's closer than yours. Yours has a very human face. So does yours. Whatever. Cat eyes don't look like that.
Stream elements.
Is that so?
Said.
Yeah, I think so at least. They never sit still long enough for people to draw them. Thora, do you know something about that cat Intel has been chasing for weeks? Look, you have to promise not to tell anyone. I honestly felt relieved. Compared to the secrets I was keeping from Kathy Reed, the Superior, and myself, Thora's request was positively quaint. Of course. It's just a cat. Yes, but nearly everyone else here hates cats. I have to pretend they're vermin too, but he's such a sweet little thing. The cat, his name is Campy. That's unique. Catherine picked it. Oh, perhaps I was wrong about the simplicity of his promise, and I was passively protecting a dead woman's secret as well. The full name's Campinion, something like that. She liked fancy classical sounding names a lot, so the cat was hers. Yeah, I guess. I don't know if you could really call him anyone's cat. He just showed up one day and took a liking to Kathy, and she gave him a name and fed him scraps and stuff. And now he's your charge. Yep, that's sweet. I meant it when I said I need you to promise not to tell anyone. Some of that lot are likely to give Campy a swift kick if he gets too close. I'd be in so much trouble if anyone found out. Don't worry, I can keep a secret. Thanks. She looked away as she said this, and her face showed not even a hint of a smile. But I still felt good. I felt like I had made a real connection. It must be nice to have something to remember Catherine by. Well, shall we finish for now? I guess. Should we plan on meeting up again for more practice soon? She shrugged and glanced at her papers. Maybe. And here, take these. I handed her the sticks of charcoal. For practicing on your own. So since you like to draw. Alright. Maybe I hadn't made as real a connection as I had hoped. And just let me know if you ever want another lesson and we can plan for it. Sure. She screwed up her drawing and stuffed it into her robe, and got up to leave without She scooped up her drawings and stuffed it into her robe, and got up to leave without pushing her chair back in. Bye, Hedwig. Have a good evening, Thora. I was left alone to pack my supplies up. I had to resist snapping one of the brushes in half. I was completely exhausted by the time I made it to the dormitory. The relatively light art supply box weighed heavily, like a millstone going up the stairs. I practically slammed it onto my desk as soon as I made it to my room. An early night was the only thing I could think about. I got into my night clothes as fast as I could, as if I was trying to prove to myself that I indeed intended to follow through on the idea. My body was so stiff that even stripping out my habit felt laborious, and when I bent down to pick up my nightdress off the floor, I wondered if I even had the energy to stand up straight again. I groaned and grew lightly as I straightened out and let the clothes slip over me. Never again in my life did I want to run or hike. I was ready to sleep. However, as I ran my hands over the mattress and attempted to straighten it out a little, I realized I'd forgotten something important. There was still a book on my bed, a copy of the Gospel of Matthew that I had dropped off in a hurry before returning to Flora. As ominous as it was, I was at least glad I hadn't smacked my head into it like I had with the copy of Medea currently underneath the bed. I opened the book. The cover was still slightly damp, and some of the pages had fused together. I thumbed pretty carefully through the pages that had been opened when I had vomited all over it. The black file had faded, but it was quite obviously ruined. I was not sure what I was looking for. A clue, perhaps, of who had returned it to myself, or how. Perhaps some demon had magicked it there through that cursed sigil. Why, this devil's nefarious plan included returning books to rooms they had been thrown out of. I had no immediate hypothesis. I turned to the page I had been working on when my time in the cell had been interrupted. Matthew 5:37. As I studied the ruined pages and saw no hidden messages nor threats, my anxiety evaporated. I slammed the book shut and threw it onto the floor with a thud. It was obviously another one of Eustace's pranks, I reasoned. The timing was certainly convenient, after the threats her ghost had given me in the Misericorde. I scoffed aloud, with some small hope that she was somehow within earshot. Undoubtedly, if I hadn't knocked her onto her arse and unmasked her that night, this book would have been revealed to me at some portentous moment. She must have stored it in myself to keep it out of view until whenever suited her fiddle plan. I could just see her casually asking the superior for the key of that infuriatingly flat voice of hers. She would probably said she needed something for my shelf from the library. I slammed my fist into my pillow and buried my face in the divot. Then I remembered something. I pulled myself up on my knees and lifted my pillow. The little strip of black cloth was there. Proof. I reached over the bed for my stocking and stuffed it inside. I couldn't wait to see the look on Eustace's face when I showed her that. If I could find a missing patch on her frock, I lay down feeling satisfied. I imagined profuse apologies over and over, and yet I still went to sleep angry. The morning officers had much and fascinated her the next day. I went through the motions, but my mind was elsewhere. I had sleepwalked several days when I had been feeling morose, but today was different. There was a high-pitched whine between my eyes so intense that I had a headache by the end of service. I felt as light as a bee, and equally as prone to sting whoever bothered me. It was not all anger. Some of it, I realized as luncheon came to a close, was nervous anticipation. I kept glanced over at Eustace, who seemed, to my chagrin, completely unbothered. The superior was waiting for us outside of the rectory when we all left. She pointed at Eustace, Moira, and myself, and beckoned for us to join her. Are you all ready for a little fun? Absolutely. Good. It's high time the woman of this abbey made an appearance in the Morrow village, and I thought an adventure outside the abbey would be an exciting little adventure for our newest. Well, not newest, but you know what I mean. That's you. That's me. Just a little treat. I was losing count of the little lines I was having to go in with for the sake of this quest. Moira and Darcy worked hard yesterday to make some critters to share with the townsfolk. What is it we're actually meant to do there? Superior shot me a quizzical look. Spread some cheer, of course. Attend to the people's spiritual needs. Nothing heals the soul like a sweet treat. They're really good, too, if I do say so myself. Eustace had said nothing for the course of the entire conversation. She remained silent as the superior led us across the grounds to the front gate. A cart and donkey were waiting for us there. There was a sturdy chest loaded onto the wooden cart that looked like one of us could have fit inside snugly. If it was full of sweet critters, Darcy and Moira must have been very busy. I had no idea where we kept a mule here. We do not. Typically, we have to send word to have one delivered from the village if we need to travel, but this one has remained here ever since the incident. This was the donkey and cart that James had been driving when he was last free. Just how many animals was Darcy technically responsible for at this point? Moira stepped into the driver's seat of the cart, leaving me and Eustace to sit facing each other in the back. The Superior looked uncharacteristically amused at the sight of us loaded into the vehicle. My girls, off on a diplomatic mission together. Had I the means, I would commission a painting. I haven't been down to the village in months at least. This is going to be a riot. She shook the reins and the car wobbled forward. Moira turned to wave at the Superior. Eustace and I followed suit, although we were both less enthusiastic than Moira. Superior disappeared behind the road as it began to curve down. I looked ahead and suddenly felt a wave of panic as I realized just how long and winding the path down the mountain was, and how far afield I was about to find myself. Stuck in a cart with someone I would rather never speak to again, no less. This will be new for you. I suppose it will be. Listen, Eustace, I have no real interest in speaking with you at the moment. You two, let's not fight, but let's pretend all our little problems only exist in the Abbey, and out here we're just traveling missionaries, or brave soldiers on patrol. No, or adventurous outlaws. Hedwig, I owe you an apology. More than one. She sighed and adjusted how she was sitting. She rested her forehead in her hands and looked at the floor of the cart. I should have said something yesterday, but I was indisposed. I'm sorry this took so long, first of all. And I apologize for, well, you know, remind me. I felt strangely powerful. I folded my arms. I am sorry that I dressed up as a ghost. I'm sorry I tried to scare you. I went a bit far. You did it more than once. Yes. How? Why? I mean, it was so elaborate. Well, I am the sacrist. I saw the suit of armor and thought, well, this could be good for a bark. What on earth for? Some lark. It's Abbey tradition to do some sort of hazing prank. I just got carried away. That is so petty and cruel. Even if it was appropriate to haze nuns, which it is not, why couldn't it be nicer? Aren't there any nice pranks? You're right. What about, I don't know, a surprise feast or a gift? Something along those lines. I won't argue with you. You could have just said boo, perhaps. That would still be a touch mean-spirited, but you killed a goat for your own entertainment. Eustace shook her head. I did not kill a goat. That is entirely in your imagination. I saw it plainly. Anything you saw like that was a trick of the mind, I promise. I'm mad, is that it? No, it happens to everyone. In a heightened emotional state, you'll often see things that conform to your expectations, or fears, as it were. That is ridiculous. It's true. Did you know there's a mosque in Turkey where worshippers believe they see the ghost of a young woman in the shadows? It sounds ridiculous, but so many people have claimed to have seen her, it could hardly be an accident. They all see a girl wearing a crown. I don't particularly care what they're up to in Turkey. Eustace let out a heavy sigh. Look, the point is, sometimes people see things that aren't there that feel very real. I promise you that I did not kill a goat. I I may have been nasty to you. I would not have killed an innocent animal just to scare you. There was no goat at all. I did not kill a goat in front of you. I would not do that. But you would dress up as a ghost. Yes, and wave a flaming sword around. Yes, when you put it that way, it does sound rather a cruel joke. How did you even light the sword on fire? I brushed the blade with oil and held it up to a torch. That's all. I looked her dead in the eyes. She matched my gaze for a moment before the cart hit a bump and her glasses were knocked askew. Moira was chuckling softly. Sorry, I'm not very good at this. Eustace rearranged her glasses and sighed. I don't always have a perfect grasp on how people might react to things I say or do. Sometimes I run with an idea that isn't as clever as I think it is, or speak my mind to people who aren't interested in my input. I'm sure you've noticed that I can be rather inscrutable. I was going to say flat, but I'll take inscrutable. Eustace is Eustace. Yes. Thank you, Moira. See, at any rate, I'd really like to put this behind us. We have to work together, after all. Will you accept my apology? For what? Eustace was approaching this request as if my acquiescence was guaranteed, but I did not respond in kind. I felt vindictive, more vindictive than I had felt in my entire life. She looked surprised that I hadn't budged. Before my prank, as I said, and my behavior in general, I suppose, which as you say, can be inscrutable. I will do my best to change that. Does that include moving my things around? Perhaps putting things in my cell to find later? What? I found it. The copy of Matthew 1 I dropped out of the window the night you were watching me in my cell. Hedwig, I do not know what you are talking about. You. You have no reason to lie about this anymore. I saw you in your ridiculous costume the very night before in my cell, I could see you in the grass. I was not there. My temper flared, and I let out an embarrassing noise, somewhere between a groan and a shriek. I pulled up my frock and pulled the piece of cloth I had found outside the Abbaye out, somewhat awkwardly. Eustace looked utterly nonplussed. I found this out there. Who else could it have been but you? Any one of us? A drifter? A soldier marching past the Abbé, who got his cloak stuck on a branch that just so happened to coincide with one romance mad illusion months later. It could have been anyone, Hedwig, but it wasn't me. Why should I believe you after what you did the other night? You, you. I could feel myself turning scarlet as I sputtered. I know that Aunt Ismoria is shrinking in her seat ahead of us, and I suddenly felt very embarrassed. Are you going to hit me again? No, no, of course not. All right. Well, you could if you wanted to. I don't want to. Well, that's good. She rubbed her cheek. It did hurt quite a bit. I felt horrible now. I looked through the back of the car for a while, watching the road move beneath us. I am sorry, truly. And you promise that you haven't left any mysterious books for me anywhere. I did not put that book in your cell. I have never been in your cell at all, as a matter of fact. I looked back to Eustace. She was holding a hand out to me, and she had the faintest hint of a pleading look in her eye. I was not sure what to do. I was furious with her still, but I knew that letting that anger stew any longer would only serve to make me miserable. After all, we had to work in the same room. Not only that, but I still felt highly guilty for attacking Eustace in response to her practical joke. Justified or not, it was not a response that had ever been in my repertoire, and I very much wanted to never feel compelled to violence ever again. I wanted to bury these feelings in the ground forever. I was still mulling over my response when a pair of critters appeared in front of my face. Would these help? Eustace and I both looked over at Moira, whose back was still turned to us as she watched the road ahead. She had reached one arm behind her, two tasty-looking pastries held like Dallas cards between her fingers. I tucked the little black cloth that had been waving in Eustace's face back into my stocking and sighed. Just wondering. Eustace and I both took one. I nibbled at it and instantly felt at peace. These are good. They were supposed to be all for the village. I snuck a few away for the trip. I'm glad you did. I could hear Moira munching into her own fritter. So am I, now. Goodness, these are some lucky people we're about to visit. I thought you didn't like Minthara, Moira. I have my criticisms. Eustace took another bite of her pastry. I suppose we all do. Catherine most of all. I doubt she would have approved of this gesture. She would have done it. She would have just complained a lot beforehand. And after. They chuckled as if sharing a private joke. We finished our fritters. Eustace licked her fingers and wiped the crumbs off of her frock before extending a hand out to me again. Friends. I paused for a moment, but I couldn't keep the self-righteous act up much longer. Even if I did not fully believe that Eustace had also placed that book in my cell as part of some elaborate next step in foiled prank, I supposed I had no reason to hang it over her head forever. I reached out and grabbed Eustace's wrist, and her fingers curled around my own. Friends. Eustace smiled, but her face soon returned to its default flat expression as soon as she leaned back against the side of the car. Why wouldn't Kathleen have liked doing this? She also had opinions about townsfolk. I'm a little shocked. Does anybody have a good relationship with the town? I'm sure the superior handles it all well enough. Surely it felt a little odd that nobody from the village came to seek your advice when you were an ingress. I was surprised until I had it explained to me that, well, we're having to take a cart ride if we get there, aren't we? That's right. I think that people never really liked that fact. It put us on the wrong foot from the get-go. But Linborough Abbey is rather old, isn't it? Surely things might have, I don't know, improved? Right. The distance and inconvenience is just part of it. I, well, you'll see. I suppose if I had to put it delicately, if we had the ability to choose the kind of villagers our abbey served, which we don't, of course not. But if we did, well, it wouldn't be a town like Glenborough. I was, quite frankly, appalled by this. If I hadn't already shaken hands and made up two states, I might reconsider agreeing to the endeavor after hearing such conceited talk. What a horrible thing to say! It is what it is. You'll see when we get there. They're not all bad. I was trying to think of things to say that wouldn't reopen the just sutured wound between Eustace and myself, and was struggling to come up with anything. However, just as the cart rounded a sharp switchback corner, I thought of something Catherine had said in the Misericorde. I hadn't dared to mention the assignment the Superior had given me for this excursion, but I reasoned that since Catherine herself had mentioned it to me while drinking, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Catherine is from this village, isn't she? Catherine was Irish. She means Catherine the First. Silly me. Sorry. Anyway, yes, Catherine used to live in Linborough. She mentioned something about being run out of town. She seemed rather bitter about it. As well she should. I'm surprised she told you all of this. But yes, it's a truce. We don't talk about it much. It's a fast way to put her in a rotten mood. I would feel the same. It's so unfair. Would it be trying too much to ask what happened? She was quite vague about it. It's not our story to tell. Like I said, it's a touchy subject. Suffice to say, it put me off of the whole town, the way they treated her. I won't cry. That's good. I would be shocked that she told you anything about it at all, though. That's real trust fact. This line of questioning seemed to be a non-starter. I had hoped, for a moment, that I could get my assignment completed before stepping out of the cart. A wave of panic hit me as I realized that not only were my environs about to be completely unfamiliar, I was about to be surrounded by people. Strange, new people who sounded like they were predisposed to dislike me. I did poorly enough navigating my own conflicts. Now, though, I would be forced to deal with a feud that sounded like it had been simmering for years. How long ago had Catherine been ousted from Linborough? How long before that had the townsfolk visited the abbey up on the hill? I was inheriting a mess that may well have started before I was even born. The rest of our journey went without conversation. Eustace furrowed her brow and rested her chin on her hands, gazing out at the back of the cart for the remainder of the trip. I couldn't bring myself to relax. That the miasma of indignance to Eustace had more or less dissipated, Now panic was setting in. I began to worry about falling out of the cart and hurting myself. What if I got lost in town, and Moira and Eustace were forced to leave me there? What if a particularly large crate fell on my head? What if I was sent upon by strangers with murderous or lascivious intent? If I had to choose one of these scenarios, which was most likely, and which would be my preferred outcome? I was mulling over these foolish bits of calculus so intensely that I didn't realize that the cart had stopped. Hedwig, we're here. Moira had stopped the cart next to a wooden post on the edge of a very muddy road. I should have remembered to wear boots. I remembered. Moira finished tying the donkey's reins to the post and enthusiastically lifted her robe to show off her shoes. Fancy. I didn't know there were any boots at the Abbaye. They're a must once it starts snowing. Ask the superior about it when you get a chance. Although, the ones we get typically aren't as posh as those. These were a gift. Lucky you. Hedwig, don't worry about the mud. Just get out of the cart. It looks really foul. Jump over here. It's not quite as mushy. I don't know. Just step down. It's really not that bad. I glanced between Eustace, whose robe was already getting muddy around the fringe, and Moira, who was enthusiastically gesturing at me from her position on a harder packed bit of road. Against my better instincts, I awkwardly positioned myself on the edge of the cart and, miraculously, I had landed on a sturdy bit of the road. My legs, clearly still weak from the recent bouts of sprinting, screamed at me to never do that again, and gave way almost immediately in protest. Luckily, Moira caught me. My head crashed into her shoulders, and we stumbled together for a few steps before regaining a more footing. So sorry. Don't be. Who would have known that we had a little acrobat tucked away in that cell? Yes, very well done. Unfortunately, I'm going to need both of you to step back over here to help me with the fritters. Thankfully, we didn't need to lug the whole crate around. While we did end up having to traipse around in the mud to retrieve them, Darcy had organized the sweet treats into 3 cloth sacks for us to carry. I realized that the heaviest thing about our cargo had been the chest itself, which looked like it might have been able to withstand a catapult. Where should we start? Eustace nodded to a farmhouse not far from where our donkey was hitched. Here is as good a place as any. We lugged our bags of baked goods to the modest house. The land was just on the edge of the huge hill we had just ridden our way down. A few trees dotted the well-grazed lawn, and a lone horse stood idly close to the stable. I couldn't help but feel that it looked deep in thought. As we approached, a side door to the house swung open. What's all this then? We come bearing gifts. Is that right? A woman emerged behind the gruff-looking man. Both of them looked cautious. Feels like it's been a donkey's year since you lot came down here. Sister Moira and Sister Eunice, right? Eustace, the lady. My apologies. I don't recognize this one. This is Sister Hedwig. She's new. I tried to say something, but all I could muster was a little noise. I waved instead. We heard about Catherine. Terrible thing that. I can't help but feel responsible. Please don't. It's not. It's not your fault. James was a troubled boy well before we started looking after him. No helping some people. That's what I've learned. James lived here. I, my nephew, always a little funny, that one, but I never would have. I didn't know he was that kind of blackguard. Lost his family in the war years ago. I. They were taken for spies traveling home one night. He would be what, 22, 23 now? He was supposed to be running the family inn by now, but he wasn't cut out for being a landlord. I'm not sure there's much of an inn left. Anyway, we took him in and put him to work on the farm. We do modest work here, a little bit of animal husbandry, but the real money is in stabling the horses for folk in town. James was a real helping hand on a good day, but he had a habit of running off whenever he felt like it, sleeping in, being a nuisance in town. God rest him, but he was a sloppy worker, terrible with the animals. Never had more livestock go missing than when we left it up to him. We were doing something good taking him in. He had potential. Some people find their way later than others. I really do believe that. It was only right. But now, here we are. If if you're here to solicit donations, it would only be right for us to be generous. That's so kind, but we're here to bring you something. Moira opened her bag and held it out to the couple. Well now, did Sister Darcy make these? That's right. In that case, I don't mind if I do. He and his wife happily took a piece from each. They bit into them and I could see a sense of relief overtake their worried faces. Crumbs, that's good. Too right. He took another bite. As he munched, he pointed a thick cow's finger to me. What's your story? Well, It's not altogether very interesting. I heard about Catherine, and I felt compelled to help. After all, she was the chronicler, and I used to write all day, so she was our anchoress. I see. One of those hermits. I didn't know they could just up and stop. It's unusual, certainly. I must imagine it must be quite strange leaving a position like that after so much time. Were you born in there? No. I was very young when I started, though. What's your favorite thing about being free? Don't upset her. She wasn't not free before. It's an important job, isn't it? But that's right. I don't mean to offend. Still, though, it must be very different to be out and about all of a sudden. Hedwig is taking a real shine to her new work. Yes, she's really been putting her back into it. I couldn't tell if this was meant to be a jab at the altercation I thought we had just put behind us or not, but it irritated me all the same. Well, that's good to hear. I'm sorry I never made use of your services while you were anchored. Only it's quite a commitment, getting up there and back. We had James make that trip more often than not. If there was one thing he was always good for, it was that. Mail, supplies, that sort of thing. That was all his purview. I suppose he must have set his wicked sights on Sister Catherine. Maybe he was watching her this whole time. Best not to speculate, and don't blame yourselves. If it would make you feel better to make some sort of donation, I can let the Superior know. Not that we came here to solicit that sort of thing, mind you. No, of course not. I hope I didn't offend. No, no. It, well, it would only be right. It would only be right. Yes. I wanted very badly to tell these poor people that I had spoken with James, and that I was trying my very best to help him. Whatever joy the fritters had brought was nothing compared to the pain I could sense behind their rugged faces. These were delicious, by the way. Sister Darcy always was a talent. You should come down here more often. I agree. I suppose you'll be off to see the tail now. Yes. Hopefully we brought enough of these. I won't bother you for seconds then. You have a good day now, sisters. Pax Vobis. We all exchanged nods. Eustace led the way past the fort back to the road. That went better than I had feared. Really, I'd rather get cupped than do that again. Those poor people, they were really very sweet. How horrible for them, though. I only meant that, I don't know. In the cart ride down, I was half expecting to be met with swords and spears. Who says we won't be? We're not in the village proper yet. I stopped dead in my tracks. The buildings ahead of us loomed like some dark fortress's gate, and I suddenly became very aware once again that I was further from myself than I had ever been. Further than the hills, further than the hospitality. Eustace, don't scare her. Sorry, I'm just being glib. Are you ready, Hedwig? I... Hold on. I doubled over, still clinging to my bag of fears. I tried my best to take deep breaths, but it was difficult. I was no longer in complete control of my faculties. Hedwig, you can do it, Hedwig. I'm so far from home. You have friends with you. It's all right. What if I just drove the cart back myself?
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
I could send someone else back down with it to collect you. I've had quite enough for a day, I think. You know how to drive a cart and mule. It's going to be fine. I look, I was just grousing on the ride down. It's just silly personal drama. I probably made it seem bigger than it really is. At worst, it'll be a little awkward. You can handle awkward. Want to go back? Look, if someone is rude to you, you have my permission to slap them. Eustace. I took a particularly large gulp of air and stood up straight. Look, you definitely shouldn't slap anyone here. I was joking. It, it was funny. Okay. But seriously, do not. I won't. I would never. Guess I got lucky. Are you ready? Then let's just get this over with, shall we? Entering the village proper was immediately dizzying. I had only just started growing accustomed to the size and scope of the abbey, but now I was surrounded by buildings and streets that were unto themselves their own little abbeys. Despite being spread out between buildings, courtyards, gates, and windows, I had been able to think about Lynnborough Abbey as one place. Leaving my cell had been painful, but I was at least still in a world I could understand. I could not bring myself to think about the village in the same way, even though it was the village of Lynnborough. I tried to stretch my understanding to include all these places in my head as Lynnborough, but it was impossible. I had no idea how Eustace and Moira could walk so calmly between shops and houses and inns and not feel terrified. Does that sound mad? It sounds mad to say it aloud, but it really was impossible to comprehend. One could not walk, I presume, from one house into another the way I was allowed in the Abbey. The only place I was restricted from going was the back of Eustace's library, which was really only a request. I watched people knocking on doors and waiting for someone to invite them in. I saw men standing impatiently outside of shops, waiting for proprietors to return. Everyone, it seemed, was beholden to the terms of some uneasy peace treaty. Everyone was the king of their own little castle. Living like this would make me even more miserable than the Abbey did. As we passed people in the street, we would offer them fritters from our bags. Most conversation was short, if there was conversation at all. Moira was perfectly chipper, and Eustace maintained her usual calm demeanor through even more brusque encounters. The rudest people acted as if we weren't even there. One even bumped Eustace on the shoulder, and I'm sure it was on purpose. Eustace didn't react at all, save for a quietly muttered curse word I dare not repeat. For my own part, I was doing my best to keep up the act. I dragged my feet in lockstep with my cohorts. I went through the motions of lifting up the bag. I didn't speak unless I absolutely needed to. I forced a smile to each passerby instead, hoping it would be enough. My cheeks were already numb by the end of the first week. Goodness, we still have so many left. Darcy made too many as usual. That's just like her. She's very kind. Is there something wrong with her making lots? No, of course not. No. It's sweet how excited she gets about helping out. Not every observation about someone is a criticism. Be nice. Were you just getting snippy about Hedwig calling you? I can't even remember now. Inscrutable. That wasn't really a criticism either. I seem that Moira was the only one of us having any fun. We trudged through more streets, passing out critters and knocking on doors. Not a single person had anything to say to us beyond a courtesy greeting and thanks, and many people didn't even have those to spare. I don't think anyone is home. Try just one more time. I would feel terrible if we missed someone. Not a peep. All of a sudden, I was soaked. It happened so fast that I didn't even realize what had happened at first. It felt as if someone had boxed me around the ears. Hedwig, what in? An unconcerned looking woman was looking down at us from the window above, holding a still dripping laundry basket bucket. My apologies, miss. I didn't see you three down there. Of course not. It's very easy to miss nuns at the door. But there's no need for sarcasm, miss. Neither Eustace nor Moira had gotten very wet at all. I, however, was covered head to toe. There was an unpleasant frosty smell coming from the water, and I realized that my bag of fritters was sopping wet as well. Would you like a fritter, madame? No, thank you, miss. Of course, madame. We'll just be off then. Have a good day, miss. The woman retreated from the window without so much as an apologetic glance in my direction. Well, at least it was water. Here, Hedwig, let me carry that. No, no, if you're sure. Eventually we came to a square with several diverging streets. Eustace leaned against a wall looking fed up. Moira looked as if she had finally realized that Eustace and I were not as sociable as she was. Her pleasant smile morphed into an expression altogether more concerned. How are you two doing? I just want to get this over with. Yes, I've had quite enough of this, to be honest. Nobody seems to even care that we're here. Maybe it would be best to just cut our losses and go home. We can't do that. No, that wouldn't be right. Why not? But both of you had horrible things to say about the people here on the way down. Not so loud. And with all honesty, I must agree with them now. And now you're dedicated to finishing a completely thankless task for them. Why? She has a point. I mean, I don't love the idea of telling the superior we gave up, but when we really can't go back until we've finished, why not? Eustace. Moira motioned for Eustace to come closer and whispered something into her ear through her hood. Right. I'm sorry, Hedwig, but we really do need to do this properly. I know it's difficult. What's going on? Nothing. It's really nothing. What kind of fool do you take me for? Well, what did you tell her? Hedwig, why does nobody treat me with any sort of respect? Am I so difficult to explain things to? Would my fragile little mind simply the first if you explained whatever you told her to me as well? No, Hedwig, please. You're making a scene again. I. Moira took a step forward, positioning herself between Eustace and myself. Hedwig, I don't think you are foolish or difficult or anything like that. So what did you tell her? I can't say. The fury I had been nursing before the cart ride was back in full force, and this time I could not control it. I raised my hand at Moira French as she stood her ground. I did not hit her, of course, although I would not like to dwell on how close I came. Instead, I jabbed a finger in her face to gesticulate angrily. So you're lying, then? No, I... Hedwig, don't. How like Elisha I felt. Not bald, but nonetheless feeling insulted for things outside of my control. I cursed Moira. I cursed Eustace. I cursed the whole town for all to hear. We need to get her back to the Abbe. This isn't healthy for her. But I hope Angela is right about bears. I said I hope Angela is right about the bloody bears. I don't follow. Eustace was nonplussed, but Moira had pieced my admittedly cumbersome soul together. Tears were rolling down her cheeks. You don't really mean that, Hedwig. Her sniffling caught me off guard. But before I had a chance to feel sorry, she had stormed off away from the town square. Her bag of fritters was still in her hand, and I remembered that it bounced so inelegantly it would have been funny in any other situation. Eustace cast a mild yet dark expression at me. If you wanted to get back to the Abbe sooner, you should have kept that little tantrum to yourself. I... Well, what did she tell you? Never you mind. She hoisted her bag over her shoulder and made to follow Moira. Stay put. I'll clean up this mess. Wait, you're leaving me alone. Yes. But no, that's silly. Let me come with you. I'm sorry about all that. It's just so different and stay put. Why? Because I don't really want to be around you right now. But we're friends still, right? We said so. You said so in the cart. Without another word, she turned around and set off after Moira. I was left all alone in the town square, my frock still dripping mildewy water onto the cobblestones. I let the wet sack of food fall to the ground and sat down on a low wall. I gripped the bricks, digging my fingernails into the hard stone and biting my own lip trying not to cry. Was my behavior so out of line? I deeply regret upsetting Louisa. I had withstood just about enough for one adventure. I was in a strange place where strange things were happening to me. And now I was all alone. Every now and then one of the townsfolk would walk through the square, but they paid me no mind. A dog wandered over to me, and I froze. I had never seen one before. I recognized it instantly, but I was scared stiff. Even if it was a farm animal, I couldn't help but notice its sharp teeth and animal eyes. Shoo! I'm not food. The hound ignored my pleas and instead began snuffling around my legs. I held my breath as it rudely clattered my stomach with its snout all of a sudden. Please, please, please go away. I yelped as the creature drew itself up on its hind legs and rested its front paws on my knees, not daring to move in case it felt like tearing me to pieces. I whimpered as it continued sniffing. After a genuinely harrowing handful of moments, I finally decided I didn't seem all that tasty and returned to the ground, but not before licking my face for good measure. I was relieved that I was spared from becoming its dinner, but come now, why are you laughing? I was frightened. I could have been eaten. Really now. Anyway, the beast turned its attention to the sack of critters on the ground. I suppose it had smelled those first and had been looking for them the whole time it had been assaulting me, but none the less. It had given me an awful fright. Even still, I felt the creature deserved better than dirty fritters. But leave those alone. They're all foul and soggy. The dog paid me no mind and wrestled with the sack until the contents spilled out onto the stone. Immediately the dog began scarfing down huge bites of the sodden pastries, which were quickly becoming one big, messy blob. Don't. I suppose I had no reason to stop it. At the very least it wasn't eating my face. Does that not bother you? Is there nothing better for you to eat? I reasoned that the dog probably had no reason to care that the food was soaked through with dirty water. I sat and watched it eat. It was deeply unpleasant, but I couldn't look away. Moist crumbs fell out of its mouth as it chomped loudly. The same food was being lapped up, over and over. Eventually, however, the laundry water seemed to win. The dog made a shudder, spasming motion that made me flinch reflexively. I was unsure if it was about to wheel around to attack me. Instead, it made a ghastly hacking sound, half-chewed slop pouring out of its mouth. The fetid mountain of ruined pastry grew even ever larger, yet it kept eating. It paid no mind to what assuredly must have tasted even worse after coming out than before it went in. Had this creature been a man, I would have begged him to stop, but all I could do is watch it continue to regurgitate and reconsume the horrid slop the sweet pastries had become. And then I heard a sound of trumpets. A mule and a wooden cart had arrived at the town square. No driver sat in its front seat. A wooden pole sat in place of a rider reaching up into the sky. I moved my gaze up the pole to see that a large flag, or perhaps a kite, was drifting idly in the midday breeze. I held my breath as the cart passed me by. Another cart passed me by, and then another, each flying a new color, a different flag, a new kite. They drove in circles around the square. I think there were a dozen in all. The dog chased at the tails of the mules as they walked past, dodging out of the way of the wheels at the last possible moment each time one came too close. And between each cart's passing, the little creature would return to its prized mound of filth for another bite, before getting distracted again by the next donkey's tail. The trumpets blew again, this time much louder, deeper, more mournful. A new kite joined the procession, this time not a simple flapping trunk, but an intricately adorned effigy. A man, his face was chiseled handsomely, his expression stoic. Two poles held his effigy aloft, one in each of the man's wooden hands. As this cart passed me, the effigy's head turned to face me. His eyes met with mine, and I realized it was no effigy at all, but a real figure. His gaze felt terrifying and peaceful all at once, and he beckoned me to follow him. The dog had disappeared, only its horrid meal remained. I took care to avoid stepping in it, as I left my perch on the low wall and followed the cart as it peeled away from the procession in the square. I assume it continued behind me. I do not know. I was transfixed by the cart ahead of me. I followed the cart and its floating rider through empty streets. I felt disconnected from my body, as if my footsteps were happening after I had already performed the next. I was drifting over the cobblestones. I felt as light as the man above the cart did. The sight of the effigy had already made me weep, but I could feel a confused urge to burst into sobs welling up inside. But I also felt light, calm, and even joyous. I felt everything there possibly was to feel at once. As the cart reached a dead end, however, I felt a moment of doubt. I did not want the sensation to end. I doubled back, hoping the cart would turn and lead me again. It did no such thing. I felt a brief moment of panic as I turned around to perhaps coax the man to follow me, and saw that it had disappeared. I gasped and lunged around again, hoping I had just missed it passing me. No such luck. I spun around again and again until I realized that I was no longer touching the ground. I floated above the village. I could see all of the streets, all of the houses, all of the nasty little fiefdoms and the people who ruled them. I was being pulled up and up by some force that I knew I had to give myself over to. This was right. This was where I needed to be. The strange sensation that I was being tugged up by the scruff of my neck eventually gave way to a feeling of blissful control. I was flying now, just as the man above the cart had been. I was flying higher, in fact, and all the people below me could see what their cruelty and indifference had wrought. My ascendance, their abandonment. But then I felt a hand around my neck again, firmer this time, more assertive. I was dragged by the throat the rest of the way up to my destination, a plateau above the village, overlooking the lake. I struggled to breathe. My breath was ragged. I begged with whatever it was that held me to let go. Eventually, I was swung to the grass. I fell on my back into the cold dew, my head crashing against the dirt. I felt a ripple of pain emanate from the back of my skull all the way out through my whole body. I could not move any more. I stared into the clouds. They were a deep gray, heavy with rain. They covered the sky almost completely, save for a bright spot growing whiter above me. The clouds parted, and the man I had followed appeared between them. He was gigantic, magnificent, terrifying. His piercing stare kept me pinned to the ground. The trumpet sounded one final time. The man finally blinked, and with slow and regal grace he withdrew between the black rain clouds that flanked him. It began to pour. I was all alone. Sister, I thought I saw you wandering up the hill. Are you all right? You'll catch cold if you stay out here too long. Come on, up you get. No, What's gotten into you? It's a good thing I stepped outside when I did. I would hate to think what would have happened if you had gotten stuck up there all by your lonesome. You feel quite clammy. Where did your friends go to? Did you get lost? You were the new one, easy to do round here. I still have to second guess myself sometimes if I wander further than the inn. We can send you up to the Abbey once you're warmed up. Are you hungry? I'll tell the wife we have a guest. Lucky enough, we've always kept enough around for three. Here you are. Well, eat at your own pace. You should eat, though. Climbing that hill all by yourself. That's hard work. And those shoes, no less. Did something happen? She looks quite dazed. Miss Sister, did someone get rough with you? Or did you have a fall, perhaps? I imagine it would be easy. That path hasn't been taken care of in donkey's years. Is there anything we should tell your abbess? Eat up, dear. This is not on. If one of those towny bastards mistreated her, they won't hear the end of it. She's shaking her head. Thank God for that. Do try to eat something. Whatever happened has clearly rattled you. Catherine, the dead woman. No, no, she means our Catherine. Birthmark on her face. If you say so. I'm rubbish remembering that sort of thing. The tall woman from the estate. You remember. She really did take the vows. Well, I'll be. Yes, she lives in the Abbey now. I could not bring myself to look at them. And do you think she could kill someone? What sort of question is that? Well, yes, Harold. It's common knowledge. Even still, you're upsetting her. She's clearly a little touched right now. What is common knowledge? Well, Harold, do not upset her any further. She killed her husband, didn't she? Now look what you've gone and done. Who was her husband? The lord of the estate by the lake. It was a terrible scandal. And there was proof? Well, not that I know of. But it's proof enough, I suppose, that she opted to take the veil. We should stop talking about this. It's not proper. Why would she kill him? Had something to do with infidelity, if I remember right. It's not spoken of any more. The whole village put it behind them when she left. And who is the lord of the estate now? Truth be told, I can't be arsed to keep up with titles and what not. The new lord only visits occasionally, I think. A house with a murder like that hanging over it. I can't imagine it's very comfortable to stay there long. How did Catherine's husband die? She cut his head clean off with his own sword, or so they said. I wasn't there, so I couldn't tell you for sure. But one way or another, he ended up without his noggin. Nasty busyness. Nasty place in general, this hill. Something here must drive folks mad, I reckon. First Catherine, then our James. Rich or poor, something will grab you. I would move, but that's a task easier said than done. They spoke so freely of the horrid crime, it was common knowledge, even. The answer, it seemed, had been available to me all this time. Several simple questions were all I had needed to ask. At the wife's urging, I tried to eat a little more of the pottage they had so kindly provided. It didn't take, however. I was elsewhere still. I felt shame. Shame for how long it had taken me to make any forward momentum on my task for Catherine's sake. Shame for how simple the connections I had needed to make seemed now. I felt shame that had taken a vision to put me on this path. What I had just experienced was a divine course correction, the kind of thing reserved, I imagined, for good sailors lost at sea, or troops wandering in the desert. That I had been deemed worthy of this kind of direct messaging from God spoke very highly of Catherine. Surely, I felt, there were more important people to be helping than I. Perhaps I had been aided in their stead. Perhaps there was a prayer out there left unanswered because I was too foolish to do a very simple job. Perhaps, as impossible as it may seem to suggest, I was stupid enough to put a strain on God's omnipresence. Matthew 6:28. Considerate Melia agri quomodo crescent non laborant neque ment. Perhaps I am lower than the lily, which thrives while wanting for no thing. So dramatic, I know, but was I? Am I wrong to think it? God provides for all, and God is not limited to any one action at one given time. Still, I no, feel, sometimes, that I could just be that wretched. Of course, as I might remind myself in a better mood, that's conceited talk. Or perhaps I am allegorizing the flowers and the birds too heavily, as Augustine warns us about. Who am I to complain, after all? I have suffered far less than Job, yet here I am lamenting more than he ever did. Whether I am damned or just conceited, there is no path that leads me away from shame. That must be your friends. The man stood up to get the door. I did not turn around. I was deep in thought, staring into that fireplace. The flames were more comforting, more understanding, more understandable than any pair of eyes I had ever looked into. I could hear pleasantries being exchanged, footsteps on the wooden floor. I could feel two cold, wet presences approaching behind me. Soon I would have to leave the comfort of the fireside to join them. A Hedwig, Sister Moira, Sister Eustace. Can you forgive me? It was pointless to wait for a break in the rain, or so my companions said. The ride back up the hill to the Abbaye was much soggier than the trip down. Some other travelers in carts flanked by armored horsemen passed us by at the village outskirts. They looked just as miserable as I felt. I could hear raindrops clinking against their helmets as they hurried into town. We sat in silence for the first third or so. I looked out of the back of the cart to the farmhouse chimney, yearning for the security of that fireplace until the building was out of sight entirely. I told the superior this was a bad idea. You know, you were wrong. Yes, I I learned something very important today. Really now. Yes, it would be difficult to explain. We have time. Now, Eustace. I've already forgiven the poor woman. There's no need to torment her. I'm not tormenting her. I'm curious. Well, after after we split up, I watched a parade go by. There was a parade. No, there wasn't. I'd finally given up on trying to stare into the increasingly distant fireplace and turned to face Eustace. She looked tired. What do you mean, a parade? I mean that. I'm sure you can understand. I had a vision. Really now? Yes, I swear it. I saw a parade, a procession of carts with no riders, all carrying grand kites and banners. And one of them, I thought at first, carried an effigy. But it was, well, it got more mysterious after that, I suppose. What happened? Yes, tell us. This is very interesting. Well, I followed that particular cart for a while. I suppose that was how I ended up wandering away from the town square. Understandable. I did tell you to stay put, but I might make an exception for a vision. Eventually I lost him, but then I was carried through the air. I know, it sounds quite strange. And then, whatever courage the fire had given me had finally waned. I could not bring myself to explain the entirety of my experience to Eustace, whose expression remained, dare I say it, inscrutable. And then I came to, I suppose. I'm not quite sure how to describe it. You flew. She walked. That farmer saw her climbing the hill. Do you not believe me? I believe you felt like you were flying. I felt it. I saw it. I was in the air, however briefly. The man said he found you lying down in the grass at the top of the hill, getting soaked by the rain. I know it sounds hard to believe, but it's what happened. Eustace sighed deeply and pulled her hood tighter over her head. People don't fly. Perhaps flying is the wrong word. I was being carried. It's not like I had control of my faculties in the air, like you were plucked from the earth by God's own hand. I, well, yes. Moira, the man saw her climbing the hill. So he says, maybe he saw her after she had come back to the ground. Or maybe both things are completely true. How would that work? Well, Hedwig could have been carried, and maybe the farmer was shown an image of her climbing. I mean, she would have been far away from the house, just sort of a shape, so he would go up and find her. So God carried Hedwig up the hill and showed an image of her to a man who was already nearby. Two divine revelations within, I don't know, 10 or 15 meters of each other. Darcy has visions all the time. Why is Hedwig having one so hard to believe? Now we have three people in close proximity all having grand visions. It does beg her belief, just a tad. I think it's beautiful. Maybe this mountain is just special. You stay slide out the steps into the mud beneath the cartwheels for her. I I just think it's possible. That's all. At any rate, it's a moot point to argue. I don't think Hedwig is lying. I just don't know if I can accept that it really happened. What about Darcy's visions? You've got quite an interest in those, haven't you? Darcy's are different. In what sense? Well, she's never claimed to be flying in any of hers. What does happen in hers, typically? Why don't you ask her and spare me the inquisition? That was uncalled for. It's been a long afternoon. You can say that again. Can we? Can we all please make up before we get back to the Abbe? I would like that. I'm sorry for being so hysterical. You're not hysterical. It was a cruel idea to force you into coming, I think. I'm sorry for insisting we stay longer. I wanted to tell Moira she didn't know the half of it. She didn't deserve to worry about having forced me to do anything when the superior demanded it in the first place. No. My behavior was inexcusable, as it is all too often. I thought I caught a glimpse of Eustace rolling her eyes out of the corner of my eye, but perhaps she was just adjusting her spectacles. I can appreciate that Mrs. Tripp was an extenuating circumstance. Yes, I think next time I will stay at the Abbe, if it's all the same to you. We should at least take you on a picnic or some such. Small steps, you know? You can't stay cooped up at the Abbe forever. I thought that was rather the point. You know, you have a dark sense of humor sometimes, Hedwig. There was no handshake this time, but I did not feel like I should push things any further. The rest of the ride up to the Abbe was silent, but at the very least, it was a slightly less uncomfortable silence than the one that preceded this conversation. I didn't like the uncertainty, but it would have to do. The rain was showing no signs of letting up when we finally arrived. I was particularly bedraggled. The indignity of the laundry water incident was something that was sticking me permanently, and as soon as I hopped out of the cart, I made a beeline for the dorms to change. Hedwig, where are you off to now? The dormitory. I must get out of these wet roads, or I'll never be dry again in my life. Why don't I draw a bath? I had to admit, this sounded like a wonderful idea. You know, I think I would like a bath very much. We all would after an outing like that, I think. What day is it again? November the 21st, I think. Perfect. I froze. I had not realized that Moira had meant we should all bathe together at once, and I did not like the idea at all. Perhaps I'll have one tomorrow. Nonsense. You'll catch cold if you don't. Do we even have time to heat up water for it? With any luck, someone else already had the right idea to take a bath today. I couldn't help myself. I groaned aloud and pulled my hood over my eyes. What's the matter? I suspect. Well, you don't have to join us, Hedwig, but I think it would be a good idea. I, I, well, that decides it. Curse my wretched body. I would have escaped this humiliation if it weren't for that pill's knees. I'm sure of it. Go on then. You two run up and get your change of frocks. Eustace, would you mind getting mine? On it. We made our way upstairs to the dorms quickly, dripping water all along the way. At the top of the stairs, I nearly ran straight into Darcy. Good, you are back. I was just looking for you, Eustace. Hello, Dars. Do you have a minute? I need your help with something. Of course. Hedwig, would you mind getting Moira's clothes? Hers is the door between Kathleen and Darcy's. Yes, I can do that. Eustace nodded, and Darcy hobbled away back down the staircase. Eustace stopped for a moment at the landing, however, and turned to me. That reminds me, you should talk to Darcy later, you know? About your mission. Yes, I will try to remember to do so. Eustace nodded, then disappeared down the stairs after Darcy. I quickly scooped out my dry cloth from my dormitory. No suspiciously placed books on my dorm bed, I noted. It felt wrong to intrude in Moira's room, but at this point I desired nothing more than to get this whole exercise over with as quickly as possible. I opened her door and slipped inside, on the lookout for her spare clothes immediately. The last thing I wanted to do was gawk at somebody else's room uninvited. I could not help but notice how neat and tidy it was. However, there was a beautifully carved crucifix hanging on the wall above her pillow, and her reading desk was meticulously stocked with papers. A handsome quill sat next to a teapot as well. To cap it all off, there was a beautiful little box resting on the desk next to the organized papers. The wood was clearly expertly carpentered, and it was gilded in a regal yet understated fashion. The whole room had a sense of carefully considered elegance to it. It was perfectly fitting for Moira. Simple, but radiant. Not vain, but reverent. Please do not tell Moira I just described her as simple. I did not mean it as an insult. Approachable, uncomplicated, steadfast in her positivity. The bath situation is a perfect example of what I meant. I had been so cruel to her in the village, and to be perfectly honest, Eustace wasn't kind to her in the cart either. But Moira's instinct was to bring us closer together. There's a simple beauty to that. I think so, at least. Anyway, I quickly identified an impeccably folded set of clothes next to her bed, underneath the window. I scooped them up quickly. As I turned around, however, no. The pile of clothes I was carrying, I think, had brushed up against the quilt resting atop her desk. I watched it tumble end over end to the floor, carrying the ink pot with it. No! Black liquid oozed out of the pile of broken glass. I scurried away and closed the door behind me in a panic. I checked the bottom of my shoes. There was nothing there, thank God. In reality, it was dead silent. But I promise you I could hear the bubbling, oozing, and dripping of the undoubtedly expensive ink I had just splashed all over the floor behind the door. If it's not one thing, it's always another with me. Was I being punished for dawdling once again? Should I have emphatically refused the offer of a bath, and instead made a beeline to the superior's office? Should I have gone then, at that very moment? Truthfully, I only came to that conclusion a bit later. In the moment, all I could think about was what to say to Moira, or if I would say anything at all. It's shameful to admit, but I was frankly terrified of putting any strain on our relationship at all after my embarrassing display in town. Moira was endlessly forgiving. I worried that even I could find an end to her graciousness if I kept imposing upon her, and so I decided I would leave this. I couldn't leave quickly enough. I practically flew down the stairs. Suddenly, I was very eager to get into a bath. Anything was better than being caught red-handed with a broken bottle of ink, even barring myself in front of Moira and Eustace. Moira was already in the tub by the time I arrived. She beamed as I entered the room. I kept my eyes low and deposited her change of clothes close to the edge of the wooden top. Was Eustace waylaid? Yes, Darcy needed her for something. Well, thank you kindly. I realized there were two tubs similar to the one I had used to bathe my first time out of my cell. At the very least, I was relieved I was about to submerge myself in water rather than stand awkwardly in one of the many smaller wash basins stacked against the wall. I had been using those to wash myself whenever I could squeeze in a trip to the baths alone after I had discovered, to some horror, that communal bathing was considered the norm here. I thought two big tubs might be nice. The water's not hot, but it's pleasant. You fill these out fast. A miracle of engineering. This Ave is quaint, I will say, but I am very thankful for the thorough plumbing. The builders didn't skimp on that, at the very least. She raised an arm to point at the wall behind her, and I instinctively shut my eyes. Don't be silly. Anyway, the faucets are back there. They're quite quick. I had my own faucet in my cell. I didn't know it was connected to anything greater. You should take a walk around the cistern one of these days. It's quite fascinating. It's the oldest building here, if you can believe it. 200 years old at least, and it serves the kitchen, the baths, the lavatorium. It keeps it all separate. I'm glad to hear it's all separate. I would never feel comfortable here otherwise. But it's apparently not far off from the kind of water management you would find in the richest castles. Truly, we are blessed. It might not always feel that way, but yes, I think we are. How does it work? I must admit I couldn't tell you. Sister Kathy Lee showed me a diagram she found in the library once, but it was a bit complicated for me. I know much more about how bodies work than buildings, I'm afraid. Speaking of, she leveled a finger at me with a mischievous glint in her eye. Are you going to get in the bath? You're moving a bit. Go on. I'll shut my eyes. I promise. She squeezed her eyes shut in a fashion that she might have intended to be jovial, but I couldn't help but feel condescended to. Nevertheless, I sighed and began to gingerly shed my layers. I balled up my damp clothes next to the empty tub, then stepped in as quickly as I could. If I could avoid being seen at all, that would have been grand. I take it you're in. I am. The water was not as warm as the bath Darcy had poured for me after I had first left my cell, but it was still a relief to sink into. Moira opened her eyes again, blinking comically. This is nice. Indeed, I sank as low as I could and pulled my knees up to my chest. With my chin resting in the water, I could still peer at Moira over the lip of the tub. I did not want to be seen, but I also did not want to be rude. So at the very least, I maintained eye contact. Black and blue. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I was just thinking aloud. Your humors. They're black and blue, aren't they? I, well, mostly black. With a little blimp for color. Does that sound about right? No points for guessing that, I reckon. Eustace had appeared in the doorway. She was already removing her hood as the door closed. I looked away out of modesty as soon as I saw that she was casually shedding all of her clothes and haphazardly tossing them aside as she walked. Well, it's my job to not ice these things. Do me next. That's easy. You are as flimmy as they come, with just as much yellow bile sloshing around in there for good measure. We're like a big, clever sheep. Goodness gracious. When are we eloping? Moira laughed and I could hear her drink some water in Eustace's direction. Then I realized something that gave me an instant feeling. Well then, who am I sharing with? Good question. I didn't really think about that. Well, hurry up and decide. It's getting nippy. Can we not get a third tub? We only have the two big ones. We could play a game to decide. Too late. I've made up my mind. I braced myself, but the splashing sounds that followed came from the other tub. I opened my eyes to see Eustace, looking as nonplussed as ever, sitting next to Moira, who seemed wholly unperturbed. Thank God, I thought. I've never seen you without your cap, Hedwig. I had guessed you had black hair, but I suppose I'm still surprised to see it. Really, I feel like I knew the moment I saw her. Are my humors that pronounced? Yes, but whose aren't? You put much more stock in that sort of thing than I do, I suppose. Well, it is my duty to know. True enough. What color do you think my hair is, Hedwig? You're always wearing that thing in the bath, but I think I know. I'm asking Hedwig. Moira was still wearing her cap. She gestured at her head, dripping water onto Eustace's bushy brown hair in the process. I wouldn't really know how to deduce that. Take a wild guess. I frowned, squinting at Moira's eyebrows from across the room. Some sort of, I don't know, dark brown? Chestnut brown? Does the accent not give it away? Moira elbowed Eustace, chuckling. No cheating. It feels like there's a clue you want me to recognize, I'm just not seeing. Hearing. Top of the morning to ye, Het Red. I don't get it. Oh my God. Don't say that. With an impish grin, Moira tugged her cap up a little. Oh, black. Okay. A few locks of jet black hair draped across her face. Just like you, Hedwig. How nice. Consider me surprised. Did you expect a fiery Irish redhead? You win. I genuinely had no idea what she was talking about. In fact, I was slightly irritated. I hadn't expected anything. How could I have? Even the considerate and kind Moira couldn't remember that until recently my entire world had been a few meters across. Sorry for the misdirect. I couldn't help myself. Red-headed, like King David. King David had red hair. I thought he had brown hair. What does it say in the Bible? He's described as Rufus, which means red-headed. I always took that to mean he was, well, you know, red-faced, as in his whole head is red. But really? Well, I could see that interpretation, but besides, in Song of Solomon, I remember thusly: Electus, meus, candidus, et rubicundus. My lover is a red-headed, his hair curly and black. Kappa aegis aurum optimum, come aegis sicut elate palmarum, nigre quasi corvus. Golden-faced is usually used similarly to red-headed here, I should think. You might be right. This is so exciting. I'm caught between two true scholars. It's like I'm at a real council. It's our job. That's right. Still, I like Hedwig's interpretation. It's fun to think about David having red hair. It's dramatic. I didn't care for Moira's use of the word interpretation here. Either Eustace was correct or I was. I didn't much like the idea of being wrong, but I was grateful for the support. The conversation subsided for a while, and I became all too aware of the fact that this was a peculiar state for three women who had been at each other's throats earlier in the day to find themselves. I worried that Eustace and Moira felt the same way and prodded them with questions. Do you all do this often? I should hope so. Bathing is very important for your health. Look, I think she means, you know, together. Yes, well, it's a little embarrassing at first, I suppose, but it's efficient, isn't it? I don't really plan around it, but there's enough of us here that you're going to run into someone else eventually. It's how things are done with the world over. The Romans had huge communal bathhouses. Monks washed together too. I must admit, though, a private bath every now and then is to die for. I suppose I've been lucky. Whenever I've come to use a wash basin so far, I've been all by myself. Is it difficult being around other people, I mean? I really should have made sure this wouldn't be too big of a leap for you, especially after the day you've had. I'm quite alright, but I would rather no one looked at me. Ever. That's right. Then not while I'm in the nude, certainly. It's no thing we haven't seen before. They spoke in unison. Eustace down low, Moira way up high. So still, all the same. But I understand. If I take my spectacles off, it'll just be a pale smudge. Would that help? Well, I would prefer that over being defined. Right you are. I'll pop them off when it's time to dry off. By the way, Eustace, are you ever worried you'll drop your eyeglasses in the water? Those are really expensive, surely. Unbelievably, I'm lucky to have them. They're huge. I dread to think how much they cost. Is glass expensive? Very. Goodness, yes. I'm sure you've noticed that there aren't too many glass windows here. Let me think. There's the Superior's office window, the chapel. I've had these for a very long time, and I hope they last. My eyesight's always been dreadful, but it could always get worse. Goodness, I'll pray for your sake. I wouldn't wish couching on my worst enemy. Couching. You cut the eye open, and then I won't go into details. So thank you. Eustace, tell us, how did you afford those? That's a little forward, don't you think? True, but, well, we're already in the bath, aren't we? Fair enough. I did some work for a glassmaker a long time ago, and took these instead of monetary payment. What sort of work? Same as I do here, really. Information organization, maintaining a library, managing orders and logging events, that sort of thing. I was about to say that sounds like a lot of work, even for a pair of glasses, but I suppose none of us are being paid at all here. I get by fine. I don't miss the old job. What made you come here? Well, I had always wanted to retire to the countryside, and once I had a sturdy pair of eyeglasses, I reasoned, what else could I possibly want for? I don't know. A rich husband, a beautiful home. I never wanted those things. Nor I. I did once upon a time. Now, though, I agree with you two, I think. At the very least, it would take more than that to get me away from here. You know, over the past few weeks, I've been so overwhelmed by everything new to me here. I'm not sure I will ever truly get used to it. This life of asceticism might feel simple to you, but it'll never be simple to me. I was prepared to spend my whole life with much less than all this. That is a very helpful perspective, actually. Yes. That's important to keep in mind, I think. Are you feeling better after everything? Everything that happened today, Hedwig? I don't know. Most of all, I just feel embarrassed. As I feel about my behavior and the Misericorde, yet still, Forget about it. Yes, there's no need to worry. Really. I I think I would fare worse if I were in your shoes. And and we can help you get better. In fact, I think it's our responsibility. Perhaps it was because we were all relaxed from our baths, or perhaps there was something to be said for being naked and vulnerable in a room with other people after all. I wondered how the ink on Moira's floor was faring. It was hard to relax with that in the back of my mind. The conversation slowed down as we all focused on washing and scrubbing, and I soon realized that the most difficult challenge was yet to come. When we're all done and it's time to, you know, get dressed, could I go first? Of course, but why? Well, it's just like we've been talking about. I'm not used to all this and it's a bit embarrassing. Yes, that's it. Won't it be more embarrassing having us just sitting here watching you? Don't confuse her. I'm trying to help. No, she's right. I mean, the most embarrassing would be all of us at once. Why? Because then you'll both see me, and I'll see both of you, and we'll be close to each other. What if Eustace and I both close our eyes? That would work, would it? What if you two went first and I closed my eyes? That seems more, I don't know, efficient. I wasn't aware that efficiency was a concern. Honestly, this is the most I've ever had to think about being naked. Hedwig, I appreciate the offer. I'm happy with letting you go first. And closing our eyes. Yes, don't be difficult. We just said we would do our best to make her comfortable. I have no problem with that broadly. But doesn't it feel a bit weird to worry this much about seeing each other in the dark? Naked I came from my mother's womb, and all that. Who cares? That's not for us to judge. It is a little bit. What about Matthew 5:28 or Leviticus 18:9? Again with the Leviticus. We're not sisters. I don't think that passage applies. Sister is a term of formal address. It has nothing to do with being actual siblings of any sort. I know you know that. She was right, of course, but that just irritated me more. I had really been counting on my superior scriptural knowledge to excuse me from being personally embarrassed, but alas, thinking about it, Hedwig, I know this might be difficult, but how about we all just try doing it the normal way? Getting out and getting dressed all at once. I think Eustace is right, to some degree. Judas. In what sense? That it'll be more difficult in the long run if you don't get used to it. I don't think that's anything you need to worry about. I'll just keep bathing alone when there's no one else here. Can we make a decision before I get too pruny? I think we should all get out on the count of three. You said that you weren't going to push me as far anymore. Hedwig, there are three of us here, and we all like each other. You had a tough day in the village, but you made it back in one piece. Surely this will be easy compared to what you went through around all those rangers. I don't want to push you, but I also want to help you. And part of that, I think, might involve pushing you just a little bit. She's right. If I have no choice, I had nothing left to argue with. My day had been thoroughly confusing, and if mingling naked with my shameless sisters was to be the capstone to the whole affair, so be it. I don't think it was Moira's argument that convinced me, however. Or rather, it might have, but only because it made me consider the full weight of what I had seen in my vision. I didn't know what it meant, but I certainly felt compelled by a newfound drive to stop stalling in every little aspect of my life. You do have a choice, but let us get it over with. What if I get a glimpse of your socket, bell shoes? Good lord, that's old fashioned. I'm a fancy little lady at heart. I took a deep breath and braced my arms against the edge of the tub. Eustace, however, was already standing up and drying herself off with a towel, and you know, I've been meticulously detailed about almost every aspect of my days outside of my cell, but would you mind if I glossed over the rest of this? I don't particularly feel like describing Eustace and Moira's bodies any further, or my own, for that matter. I have excised several minor details from my story as it is, after all. I have been exhausted, I will grant that, but I haven't told you every last meal I've eaten. I've not told you about every trip I've taken to the privies. I think our conversation in the baths was relevant information, but I think it will suffice to say that I did not enjoy getting dressed in front of my clothes. But I was very brave about it. You can rest assured of that. Pruning is just as much my responsibility as a chronicler as cataloging. Wouldn't you agree? What is important about this ordeal is that I was quite courageous. I did not make any sort of scene at all. I got dressed alongside everyone else, and we departed the baths without incident. Incident, however, was not too far away. As we passed the rectory on the way to the cloister, Moira gently grabbed my wrist. Hedwig, why don't we go in here? Whatever for? I, I have something I want to show you. In the rectory. We should go in. I was completely bewildered. The pair positioned themselves on either side of me and pushed me to the steps up to the large wooden door. No, I thought, this is it. They knew I'm nosing about round. About Catherine's death. They were in cahoots. They were going to have me killed. No, I think I would like to stay outside if it's all the same to you. Stop wriggling. Let's just go inside. It won't take a moment. No, thank you. What are you two doing? I'll scream. I was pushed through the large wooden doors. I stumbled backward into the room, bumping my backside into a chair that I held onto to stay upright. Gingerly, I turned around and took you long enough. A crowd was gathered around the rectory table, which was itself so laden with food I could scarcely believe it hadn't buckled. Everyone present was smiling widely, and I felt reassured at the very least that I was not about to be murdered in a dark room. Welcome back, Hedwig. How was the village? It was a valuable experience. I'm glad to hear that. But what is all this? A few days ago, some of the sisters approached me with a reminder that St. Cecilia's feast day was approaching, which, if I am not mistaken, would be the feast day closest to your date of birth, yes? I think so. I had never had much need to track my birthdays whilst I was in class. Christmas was my mental marker for the passage of time. Although once I thought about it, I did remember receiving a more handsomely prepared meal once every autumn for a few years when I was still a child in my cell, where friends suggested we celebrate. I must admit, St. Cecilia's Day is one that we have often neglected to mark with a proper feast day, but we all agreed it would be appropriate to throw a little bash for you, and for her saintliness, of course. I don't know what to say. Start with thanks, and we can go from there. Everyone chuckled. I smiled graciously, even though Darcy's remark felt far more cutting than she likely intended. How rude of me to thank you. Thank you all very much. Everyone murmured appreciatively in response and moved to their seats. Moira patted me on the back as she walked to her seat with a twinkle in her eye. Everyone began plating food from the generous piles of poultry, fish, and vegetables in front of them. I thought I recognized some of the carrots I had helped Darcy harvest not long ago. A plump roast duck sat in the center of the table. It all looked and smelled delicious. I apologized for the little ruse. Moira suggested the surprise. Guilty. Everyone here contributed a little, however. Isn't that right? I do believe it was my general idea at first, if we're collecting accolades. Yes, but I remembered the feast day. Darcy somehow found time to direct the preparation of this meal and bake those wonderful fritters of hers to take to the village. Speaking of, did any of those make it back? No, we gave everything away. A shame, but not a surprise. I'm sure the town couldn't get enough of them. We all helped in the kitchen too. I was distracted for a moment. Yes, Margaret, Adela, and Flora all graciously helped prepare the meal while you were in the baths, which, let us not forget, I had drawn beforehand. That wasn't a spontaneous suggestion on Moira's part. This is all so elaborate. Nobody has ever done anything like this for me before. And don't you forget it. Another chuckle went around the whole table. I smiled weakly. Tears were welling up behind my eyes. Marta and I had the very important duty of taste testing. That's right. And guess who set the table? Well, thank you all very much. This is... I could feel everyone staring at me expectantly. This is really wonderful. I choked my words out overcome with too many emotions at once. Mercifully, being on the verge of sobbing passes simple gratitude to everyone else present. I was thankful, but I was also confused, anxious, hurt, terrified. As I mentioned, too many things at once. I did not deserve any of this. I was not anyone's friend. I was a liar and a sneak. A dog sat loose in the coop to root out a fox. I gawked across the table at the superior, who smiled back at me. I found it incredible that nobody got caught in puppet strings connecting her and I as they reached between us for food. And as is Saint Cecilia's feast day, I will be performing a little composition of mine in the chapel after our meal concludes. If anyone would like to join me for a rehearsal beforehand, I would appreciate the assistance. Margaret, Kathleen, I would rather. There's nowhere we would rather be, but I do think we have some urgent matters to attend to once this is over. Urgent. Well, we were helping prepare all this for most of the day. I have some important tasks I set aside. It was my pleasure, just so you know, Hedwig. Of course. Well, if it is urgent, of course you may be excused. Since when is anything around here urgent? Ow! Laura glared at Catherine, who maintained an utterly innocent expression. To everyone else, barring any emergencies, you are invited and encouraged to assist. Either way, we must all convene in the chapel later. This was met with a ripple of non-committal murmuring. I could tell the food was excellent, as was to be expected, but as I ate, I felt like I was sitting next to myself. I could not taste the juicy duck or the rich gravy. I was having it described to me secondhand. Everything I could taste, smell, hear, and see felt like it wasn't really there. Are you feeling well, Sister Hedwig? My apologies. I have had a long day. What was it like going down to the village? That must have been quite an adventure for you. It was. I'm afraid I did not adjust to the experience as well as I could have. It was all a bit stressful, but I think she'll do better next time. Perhaps a picnic or some such. Yes, we were more or less came up with the same idea, didn't we, Hedwig? That's right. Wonderful news. I do apologize for the stressful assignment, Hedwig. It was the best I could come up with on short notice. She took a sip of wine, but kept her eyes on me. Well, I suppose it was all worth it for this. Here, here. Although I am not sure. I was not sure I was worth all this trouble. I'm not sure how I can repay you all for this. You've all been very kind, and well, you do not have to repay us for any of this. Absolutely not. That isn't the point. If you really must feel like you are going to do something for us in turn, you could keep your self-flagellation to a minimum. You could indulge us in some questions about yourself. You've been out of that little cell for weeks now, and I still don't feel I know you as well as I should. That's a fantastic idea, if she's up to it. No escape. I'll do my best. In that case, where are you from? Germany is where I was born, but I don't remember anything about it. I suppose you could say, I'm from here. You do not remember anything about where you were born. There's very little I can recall about my life before I took my oaths. I'm afraid. Is there anything at all you can remember? Any particular places? Your parents? No, I don't have any recollections of my mother or father. I'm sorry. Crumbs, there's no need to apologize. I just can't imagine what that's like. Don't listen to her, Hedwig. That sounds positively blissful. Hedwig von Lindbarrow. I do remember one thing, I think. It's hard to know, in fact, if it's a memory at all. But it is at the very least something I know I could never have picked up in myself. Everyone leaned forward slightly. I remember the smell of the ocean. That's all. For the most part, there are little bits and pieces I associate with that smell if I try my hardest to recall, but nothing substantial. I was just about to say, the smell of the ocean is one of my strongest memories as well. You and I have more in common than I expected, Sir Sister Hedwig. Can you speak any other languages? I don't think so. My grasp of our own language leaves much to be desired. I'm not sure a second one would find purchase in my head. Perhaps you could forget a few phrases like find purchase to make room. Catherine. I remember the saltiness of the sea, and if I try hard enough, I think I could describe the sound of waves. But beyond that, my earliest memories are, well, the office of the dead. How beautiful. Bit morbid for a first memory. I don't find it morbid. It's a very comforting memory, actually. Bishop read it for you, I presume. I would have liked to have witnessed that. It was before my time. 20 years ago, I had just taken my vows at Thorngrove. Yes, all in all, I remember it being quite a moving ceremony. That's lovely. I'm glad it's a positive memory for you. After that, it mostly becomes a blur. Not in a bad way, it's more like the rest of my life up until very recently was one long meditation. Things tend to move faster and slower all at once in a small place, don't they? No? Time is the same always, I think. That makes a fair bit of sense to me. It certainly describes how I felt after moving here. Which reminds me, how were my old stomping grounds, Hedwig? Did anyone mention me? She shot me an oddly piercing look. No, I'm afraid not. A shame. I'm sure the place is falling apart without me. The grapes they've been sending up to us haven't been tasting as good ever since you left. You know what? I think you're right. Eat. We mustn't let all this food go to waste, and we're due in the chapelle for that little recital. Everyone groaned, and the table-wide conversation dissipated as the sisters ate their fill. My stomach was still rather uneasy. I tried to eat as much of the admittedly delicious meal as I could, but I could not keep up with any of the others. I watched the others eat as I picked up my own plate. I couldn't help but notice that Angela was not present. I was not surprised that an event even partially in my honor did not interest her. I was inclined to agree with Angela's assessment. I was not worth this level of pageantry. As I forced the last bits of food down my throat, all I could think of was the disappointment Moira would feel as soon as she entered the dorms. Her unwarranted kindness to me would dissipate instantly as soon as she realized what had happened. I looked across the table at her innocent, smiling face. She would hate me the instant she truly knew me. The piles of food slowly wore down to no thing. Conversation began to start back up again, albeit quieter, calmer. Everyone, it seemed, was at peace after this decadent meal in my name. I'll never get tired of your cooking, Darcy. Thanks. I will never get tired of doing it. Thank goodness for that. Really good work, Darcy. Everyone chimed in with murmured agreement, even Flora, who looked uncharacteristically content. It was a lovely meal, Darcy. Thank you, everyone. If you would all excuse me, I must go and prepare for the recital while this gets cleaned up. Would you assist me, Hedwig? Yes, Superior. On her own feast day. What did she do to deserve this? More than Catherine could know. I don't mind. In truth, I couldn't wait to be free of this crowded rectory, if only for a few minutes. I gave the sisters a polite bow of my head and followed the superior out of the room. The rain had ceased just as our meal had concluded. We walked briskly along the path between the rectory and the chapelle. The evening air was cool and pleasant after the rain, although dark clouds were still threatening above us. The superior seemed oddly tense as we approached the large doors. Somehow, I knew nobody would volunteer to help me in the chapelle. But it made for a good show, don't you think? Nobody will suspect a thing. My apologies, Superior, but I have no idea what you mean. She did not reply. The Superior held open the heavy chapelle door for me and ushered me inside. I obliged, and then let out an embarrassing yelp as I saw two people waiting for me inside. One was large and stately. I did not recognize him. The other. It is about time. My apologies, Sister Angela. Angela had been sitting in a pew near the altar, but she had risen to meet us as soon as the door opened. There was no mistaking her lanky form, even in the dim evening light. The person sitting next to her, however, Sister Hedwig, you have met this man before, although you may not recognize him. I wish we could be meeting under more pleasant circumstances, my child, but it is nonetheless a pleasure to see you in the flesh once more. I It is an honor to meet you again, Mr. This is His Excellency Richard Bell, the Bishop of Carlisle. My goodness, my apologies, Your Grace. The portly man gently waved away my apology. Worry not. I have met no one else in a situation as unique as yours. I realize this must all be very strange to you. He knows. Yes, I briefed both him and Angela on the extent of our investigation this afternoon. I could not believe it. I thought that Angela, who made a point of looking straight past me. My travels brought me here a little earlier than expected. Such a tragic situation. I felt I should be more present than my usual monthly visit of the sacrament allows. I will be here for just over a week to offer counsel to the reading, and our investigation shall continue apace. The man sighed heavily. I appreciate your diligence, but it sounds to me as if you are staring the answer, in the face and refusing to believe it. I do not think it's that simple. I believe, as does Hedwig, after her own extensive research, that James Foreman is innocent, which would mean one of your charges is a murderer. How could you even entertain such a ghastly idea? Call it one of my hunches. Have I been wrong before? Mabel, come now. Have I? What have your other hunches been? I told you that I had a bad feeling about building a clock tower onto the side of the chapel was a foolish idea. And lo and behold, it fell down not a month into construction. A lucky guess. I have a storied career of lucky guesses then, Your Excellency. Before I was appointed abbess, this place was on death's doorstep. I have cultivated and pruned it into a garden. A simple one, perhaps, but a garden none the less. I do not mean to insult you, Mabel. In fact, it is my respect for your work that gives me such pause. How could I believe that one of the sisters you preside over, many of whom came into the church under your selection, would be capable of such a thing? The superior did not have an answer for this. I recall that I could hear her teeth grinding in the ensuing silence. I do applaud your ingenuity in recognizing that Hedwig here would be an impartial observer. But it seems to me this whole situation has gotten out of hand. Please forgive this hypothetical, dear sisters, but why is Angela part of this twisted circle now? I would like to note that I too believe James Foreman is guilty. I am just entertaining your superior's logic for a moment, if you will allow me. Of course. Well, Mabel, Hedwig, I understand, but what places Angela above suspicion? Sister Angela is my prior. It would be impossible, as well as unethical, for me to continue to keep this investigation from her. She found James and accused him to begin with. I should like to put her belief through its paces. She is to be your successor, indeed. And while I disagree with her position on Mr. Foreman's alleged crime, I love and respect her. I would like this to be a learning experience for her. My dearest Mabel, I know you love and respect all your nuns. Why then must you believe that one of them is a killer? And why couldn't it be Angela? The superior and Angela looked at each other. Angela grimaced. Well, grimaced more prominently than usual. I can account for all of my movements the night Kathleen was murdered. Oh, I'm sure everyone here can, and they can be vouched for. Angela was in my office at the likeliest time of Kathleen's slaying. In your office, complaining. I was vigorously arguing against this application of yet more of the Abbe's funds, and requesting action be taken against some of our sisters' poor behavior. There might have been more items on my list. It is my responsibility as prior to check the superior when I sense things are wrong. Nobody could possibly overlook your diligence. You mean to tell me that her alibi is that she was arguing with you long enough to be sure she was not involved? Forgive me, but that sounds rather unbelievable. The superior and I exchanged a glance. Angela looked away and exhaled sharply. It's true. All eyes turned to me. As ludicrous as the story sounded, I thought back to my conversations with the superior in her office. Those walls and that door were thick, as angry as it made me to imagine Catherine's death being overlooked by the Abbe's authorities simply because they were bickering. It was all too plausible. That is believable. My goodness. I will do my best to stay on your good side, Sister Angela. I will keep that in mind, Your Excellency. Why didn't you tell me this before? Either of you. I had hoped to inform you last night, as it happens. I thought back to the events of the previous evening. Angela had indeed said something to me before leaving the Misericorde. Or rather, before she was practically chased out by Catherine. My understanding of these events suddenly felt a little clearer. It certainly explained why Catherine pursued so much Angela's presence. Did Catherine perhaps detect an ulterior motive in Angela? The same motive that so far nobody had detected in me. I made the decision very recently, the day before yesterday, in fact. It has been conspicuous enough to have you emerge from your cell and start poking around into these horrific events. Two of you at once would have been a touch obvious, I should think. I would have refused to do it. And now it will seem that I have no choice, Your Excellency. We are in a strange situation, to be sure. I think between us, we can make sure justice is done. I will stay out of your way. I do not wish to involve myself in any investigation. It feels rather wrong for me to be anything but an impartial visitor. Of course, however, if anything suspicious is told to you throughout the course of your counseling, suspicious, where would the line be? I believe I'm giving you ample leeway to deal with the situation the way you see fit. I can think of precious few members of the diocese that would accept your actions in this situation,
said, "Stay moist, my friends, hydrate."
let alone grant you the freedom to make half the decisions you have made in the first place. I understand. Removing an ingress from her cell is such a unique course of action. I would not even know where to begin explaining it to the Archbishop. I am not sure there is even precedent on the books for how you might be punished if the situation came to light. I hope for all of our sakes that your radical decisions here at least yield some results. If they did, I might have an easier time preventing you from being excommunicated, or worse. I felt a lump building in my throat. I had been so preoccupied with my own fragile situation at the Abbey that I hadn't even considered the wider world of church politic. We will solve this mystery. and I will be vindicated. I truly hope so. England is at war with itself, and the last thing the Church needs is to appear weak and ineffectual. It must be a beacon at all times, a standard for the world to live up to. We will not fail. Very well. There was a moment of silence as we all collected ourselves. The Superior looked grimmer than I had ever seen her. She breathed evenly and seemed to stare right through the bishop, who was offering Angela and I an apologetic smile. Nobody spoke. Those little adds to add, I suppose. The bishop turned to the Superior, his mood suddenly cheerful. I understand that you are performing in a moment. It would be an honor to attend. Yes. Yes, of course. She snapped out of her dark expression. We have just had a feast day for Saint Cecilia, and I shall be performing a short composition in her honor. How delightful! Angela and Hedwig, I'd like you two to meet with me in my office once we are done here. I would like you two to share your... Hello. Am I still too early? No, no. Come in. Take a seat. Catherine's smile evaporated when she saw Angela and I standing together. She looked away and busied herself with the doorstop so the rest of the sisters could flow in. Everyone else trickled in behind her. I now eyed Margaret hanging back to whisper something to Catherine, who reacted to whatever Margaret had told her with an expression of bewilderment. She shook her head and shrugged. Margaret looked oddly panicked, but whatever Catherine meant with that gesture seemed to put her mildly at ease. I was just about to turn away when her eyes met with mine. I whirled away, hoping she did not feel as if I had been spying on her. The gaggle of nuns that had entered the chapel was haphazardly morphing into an orderly line to greet the bishop, who was standing near the front of the room. He had put on a hat in the intervening moments and looked much grander all of a sudden. Behind him, the Superior fiddled with the portable organ. People were bowing to the bishop and kissing his ring gently. I realized I had failed to properly greet him in this manner when I first entered the room, and quickly joined the line. How far gone was I to forget how to address my betters? It had only been a few short weeks since I had left my cell. After all, I was standing behind Kathleen in line. Darcy was speaking to the bishop ahead of us. She scarcely had to stoop to plant her lips on the ring, and she did so without saying anything. Kathleen stepped up as Darcy glided away. Katerina, my dear darling, you look healthy. This place has done you good, hasn't it? I can't complain. The bishop chuckled and wagged a finger at her before extending his hand for her to kiss. She bent low and took his hand in hers as she planted her lips on the golden band. She stepped away. I walked up to the bishop hesitantly, expecting to be admonished. I can't say I've ever had this happen before. This is a first for both of us, Your Excellency. Indeed, he chuckled. I was not joking. He held out his hand. My lips felt dry in the cool air of the chateau, but even in my sorry state I could not let myself lick them with my tongue in front of this man. I bent down to kiss the ring. As soon as my mouth touched the metal, I realized I had no idea what to do. I bounced off awkwardly. I stood back up to face the bishop, hoping that had not been as unpleasant an experience for him as it had been for me. He simply smiled and waved me off. Margaret, how have you been faring? It is complicated, Your Excellency. I moved out of earshot and took a seat next to Moira. She had eagerly skewed aside to accommodate me as soon as she saw me leaving the line to greet the bishop. Everyone was seated eventually, all save for the superior and the bishop. The bishop stood off to the side of the altar as the superior adjusted her instrument. Hello, everyone. I don't mean to keep you all waiting, but I am experiencing some problems with the organ. She pressed a few keys. The portative wheezed and sputtered, but did not produce whatever sound the superior was hoping for. Well, she began to play a tune. The instrument was not up to the task. One, one more try. Perhaps if I could feel Moira shrinking in her seat next to me. No, there we are. There was an echoing clunk as something inside the contraption shifted. Miraculously, the organ sputtered to life. A hushed voice from behind startled me. It could have been much worse. Believe me, she's trying her best. I do not wish to be unkind, but I will simply say that I am grateful that the Superior shared her passion with us with such enthusiasm. When the performance finally ended, there was a smattering of applause. The superior gave her audience an odd little curtsy in response. Bishop awakened with a jolt and hastily started clapping along with us. I looked over at Moira, who was smiling sheepishly. She stood up as the clapping died down. I tucked my knees in to let her pass. She walked up to the altar to speak to the superior, clearly offering some congratulations directly. The voice from behind muttered in my ear again. "You're all getting together to throw a real celebration in the cell hours later tonight." Another voice whispered in my other ear. "Much later tonight. Midnight, in fact." I shuddered. Kathy Ryan was the last person I wanted to spend time with after midnight, but I wasn't sure refusal was an option from the tone of their voices. What sort of celebration? Your feast day, of course, but also a proper wake for Sister Kathy Ryan II, sending off the old chronicler and welcoming the new one properly. With a gulp, I nodded slowly. That's a lot of celebrating for one day, but that's the spirit. You'll manage. You will come, correct? Yes. I heard the two of them stand up. Kathy Ryan patted me on the shoulder and squeezed hard. Her nails dug into my skin through my robe for just an instant. I'm looking forward to it. I was not enjoying this new relationship that had evolved between Catherine and myself. In retrospect, I wonder if our shared secret was driving her to attempt to be honestly friendly with me in her own unique way. I think it is equally as likely that she was taking some kind of sick pleasure in taunting me, even though what I knew of her liaison, were I the kind of woman to spread rumors, surely had her in check. As I left the chapel, I noticed Angela standing outside waiting for me. My heart sank. I might have opted for another hour of coordinated organ recital over this meeting. The superior says we should have this discussion ourselves. The rest of the sisters passed us by. Once they were out of earshot, Angela continued. "She is busy, and trusts me to get what I need out of you. And it might be suspicious if all three of us start taking meetings with her in her office." Yes, if I had not just explained the exact reasoning to you already, that would be a reasonable guess. Shall we walk? Lead the way. She turned around and set off down the path to the garden. Tell me what you know. There's really not much to tell yet. You've had almost 3 weeks. What have you been doing? Well, I have had to adjust to a new life, and I have been doing my utmost to not raise suspicions. I must confess I do not understand why it has taken you so long to adjust, as you put it. The way the superior told it to me, you positively jumped at the chance to leave your cell. That is not true. She turned to me incredulous. Really now. I was practically forced out. I would have much rather stayed. Why would I willingly break such a sacred vow, one that I held for almost 20 years? It's true that I was moved by the superior's cause, but if there was a way I could have helped without leaving my cell, I would have chosen it. I imagined an alternate path, one where I maintained my life as anchoress while the superior brought me information to judge impartially, I became very angry with myself. If I had fought for myself, perhaps I could have solved this ghastly crime and not had my life's work thrown away. Interesting. Do you believe me? I can certainly see the superior glossing over some details in her zeal. She had already unlocked my door by the time I had a chance to protest. That does sound like her. Impulsive, bull-headed. No wonder she has such a fascination with Kathleen's death. Do you not share that interest? Did Kathleen earn some scorn somehow? Kathleen earned plenty of scorn, but that's not what I meant. I just mean that despite all their differences, she and Kathleen shared a similar distaste for simple answers. It felt very strange talking to Angel this candidly. I would not describe her as being any more friendly than usual. In fact, her attitude was putting my teeth on edge. But at the very least, it was more of a real conversation than I was used to having with her. You still think that James did it, correct? Even after the superior explained everything. Yes, I do. That being said, perhaps there is something you can tell me that would change my mind. Hence why I asked you to tell me everything you knew several minutes ago. I think, well, I wouldn't know where to begin. I'm not even sure what I've seen or heard that would count as any sort of clue or hint. Why not start by telling me the strangest things you've seen first? And I'll decide what is pertinent and what is typical, then borrow oddness. In that case, the absolute most out of place thing I've seen is. I realized how ridiculous I might sound, but it was the thing weighing on my mind the heaviest. Go on. Well, I saw a ghost, or perhaps even a demon. At any rate, an apparition of some sort. I can't imagine why the Superior has summoned my help in this matter. I have heard that your ghost situation was the elaborate prank, no? One of you states you don't dress up games. That's what everyone thinks, but you did not see a ghost. Let us move on. Tell me something else. I really did, though. Eustace can't account for one of the visitations I remember. Please take this seriously, Hedwig. I do not have time for folktales, and I definitely do not want to waste my time on this already spurious investigation being played for a fool. If this is an extension of some practical joke, please drop it. Tell me something else. I promise you this is no joke. I Well, I saw the same figure a few other times, outside my cell window, on the second floor of the cloister. In fact, when I bumped into you on that first day I joined the congregation, I was running up to try and see who it was. And Jill let out a deep, almost rattling sigh. It was Eustace. She did the same infantile act in Misericorde later, no? Yes, but she swears that the kind outside my window wasn't her. She is lying. And she swears the ghost in the hallway was her, but I saw her not minutes later, and her night clothes no less. In fact, the only person I didn't see on the landing after that incident was you. She shot me a look so piercing I physically recoiled. I was, blissfully, already fast asleep while all that nonsense was happening. My shrieking didn't wake you up? No, it did not. And if you are really insinuating that I am your prime suspect, this would be quite a precarious situation for you, wouldn't it? She glared at me meaningfully, as my head was derailed in a panic. realizing how utterly alone we were in the garden. I looked back at her in dismay, and nearly screamed when I saw what she had produced in her hands while I had been looking away. You, if I were a murderer who felt you were on my trail, I could have punctured your neck silently whenever I liked, as soon as we passed behind the hedgerows. She idly held the knife out and pressed the flat side of the blade under my chin, tilting my head upward to forcibly meet her gaze. We stayed locked like that for just a moment before she finally retracted her hand. I jest. I carry this for self-defense. So some joke. I thought it was rather amusing. She twirled the little dagger in her hands idly. Well, where did you get it? I've had it for years. A keepsake from my old covenant. I thought I had lost it ages ago, but I am glad to have found it again recently. It helps me feel safer in troubled times such as these. James is locked up in the hospital. Your point? Well, if you're still feeling unsafe, perhaps deep down you know they could have been someone else. I doubt James is the only pervert who looks around in borrowed for. I see. Is that why you've agreed to help the superior then? You think there's someone else out there? Possibly. Her eyes narrowed. My tone was incredulous, at least as incredulous as I could sound while as nervous as I was, and she could see it. She let out a short, sharp sigh, and then took a step closer to me. I had always been wary of Angela, but I had assumed she was personally unpleasant, shall we say, at the very worst. This outright malice she radiated, twirling a dagger between her fingers, was repellent to me. But what will you do when we find out who really killed Catherine? Let me be perfectly clear. I firmly believe I have already found the man who really killed Kathleen. I have stated it many times, and will continue to state it. But I am open to investigating the matter closer, if only to prove that I am correct. I found him skulking around not far from the cloister after Sister Charity found the body. On her morning walk, yes. The superior did tell me that much. Morning walk. Charity does not take morning walks, at least no further than the cloister. What on earth do you mean? Of course she does. Angela let out another sigh, not as short and sharp this time, but filled with a sort of sympathetic condescension. She put her arms behind her back and began to walk again, leading me through the hedges. I really must press you for every last little detail now. More than anything else, I can help you find inconsistencies and lies. Do not take this the wrong way, but you are rather credulous. I do not mean to be insulting. It's to be expected of someone who spent 20 years locked up in a little room. My quarrel is with the superior, not you. If this was how Angela treated people she had no quarrel with, I dreaded to imagine how she argued with people she did. I began to wonder if the superior had ever seen Angela's knife come out. Charity does not take morning walks. She is too old and too fat for that sort of thing. The furthest she walks in the morning is from the door to the chair she and Martha share. I would consider that a morning walk. It is a walk in the morning, I suppose. I do not think that is the arrangement to be conjured by that phrasing. Charity would very much like the superior, or whoever she tells her story to believe that she exercises rigorously. This has absolutely nothing to do with Katharine's murder. No, it doesn't. But I think it makes for a good object lesson. People lie constantly. It is practically a reflex for most of the moment here. Has Katharine recounted her story to you? I very quickly tried to remember what I could say to Angela in response without angering Katharine. I was making too many enemies. She told me she was forced out of Benbarrow village because of politics, or some such. Not a lie, but certainly an obfuscation. Katharine was accused of murdering her husband. I did my best to feign surprise. Did she did she really do it? In truth, I don't believe so, but she doesn't like to talk about it either way. I imagine it must be very hurtful to discuss, even especially if it was a false accusation. Yes, which is why I relented, finally, after arguing with the superior for long enough. As sure as I am that James is the culprit, I must admit the prospect of being wrong haunts me. I spoke to James. He is in a lot of pain, I think. We had completed a loop of the garden. Angela doubled back, and I followed. Neither of us spoke as we made our way back between the flower bushes. Angela appeared deep in thought, and I was hopeful that I could find an excuse to take my leave as soon as possible. However, she finally stopped and began to recount the facts she had organized in her head as we walked. I was stuck listening. Charity found Katharine in the cloister, beheaded next to the murder weapon. She alerted the superior, whose office I was in at the time, as we had spent the whole night arguing about the various issues around the Abbaye. When I left the office, I ran into Eustace coming up from the cellars, and told her to rouse the rest of the sisters and search the west side. I myself immediately began a search of the grounds east of the cloister, while the superior comforted Charity. I found James skulking away from the Abbaye, and Darcy discovered the bloody cloak not far from his cart. That is the story, as meticulously detailed as I can get it. Now, have you heard or seen anything that contradicts those events, or casts new light upon them? I had to take a minute to rack my mind. I began to realize how little real investigating I had done. I suppose the mysterious figure doesn't count. It does not. Then, James claims he was not wearing his cloak when he delivered the mail that morning. That's something, surely. You said Darcy found his cloak on the west side of the Abbaye, yes? I see what you're getting at. James was found on the east side, but his cloak was on the other end of the Abbaye, by the front entrance. Yes, surely this proves he's telling the truth. I remember it being particularly windy that day, as it often is here on the downpan. It is possible his cloak simply came loose as he attempted to make his escape. That, I suppose, that is possible. However, it is also possible it did not. Therefore we, must find a way to reconcile this discrepancy, one way or the other. Did James tell you anything that might help? He said, he said that Kathy Ring would be able to vouch for him. Angela looked at me with an oddly wistful expression, and I quickly added some detail. But because he saw her in the library when he was delivering a letter. I see. And has Kathy Ring confirmed this? Yes, but that wasn't enough for the superior when I told her. Why not? Because, well, I saw Kathy Ring and James speaking to each other quite recently, in fact. Nonsense. It is true, I followed her out into the hills one night. I did not know it was her at first, but we crossed paths when she returned. Unfortunately, I didn't overhear what they spoke about. You followed Catherine all the way out to the hotel. Yes, all by yourself. Yes. Angela's eyebrows were liable to disappear underneath her white cap. And here I was thinking you always refused to take the initiative. The superior neglected to inform me of that particular wrinkle. I'm starting to think that I may have accidentally made Catherine the superior's top suspect. I must admit, it might make her mine, if I entertained the idea that was not James, at least. You think her story is tainted because of it? It is hard to imagine a scenario where the two can be taken at their word alone, which, I am afraid, puts us in a stalemate. The superior sent me down to the village to see what the general opinion about Catherine's old murder case was. She wanted me to judge how believable the idea of Catherine killing someone was. What nonsense. It did feel a bit aimless. I am not particularly used to the public. No, I mean that's not why she sent you down to the village. She sent you all down there so the rest of the sisters could work on Northeast. That's a waste of time and a rather tasteless way to treat a very serious matter. I agree. I had guessed that the others had certainly made use of my absence to prepare a surprise, but the idea that the entire trip had been a frivolous exercise had me seething. All that anguish for nothing. She could have just kept me in the library for the day. Indeed. Well, the bishop is here now, and his arrival used to be your deadline. With him here, Angela stroked her chin with a bony finger and gazed at the rapidly darkening sky. Let us make a pact, you and I. Forget what the superior says. She means well, but she is not equipped to handle this situation. I don't understand. The superior is desperate to save face in front of the bishop. Their relationship is strained. That much I know. She believes that if she can present him with a satisfactory, no, not just satisfactory, salacious explanation to this tragedy, he will overlook years of shoddy leadership. She is looking for accolades, for a promotion. What do we do differently? Nothing. Only, when we have our answer, whether it is assurance that James was the killer, or if we discover the unthinkable and accuse one of our own, we report to the bishop ourselves. Why? To get the proper credit for our work, of course. Noble as her intentions might seem, I detect an undercurrent of self-satisfaction. I shook my head. Angela had spat a lot of venom this evening, but this was too much. I don't believe the superior is that selfish. For the first time ever, I heard Angela laugh. It was a deeply unpleasant, mirthless squawk. You just told me she pulled you out of your cell against your will. You are being used. You and I are both being used. I had no answer for this. The last bit of daylight was fading. Wind rustled the flower bushes, and for a moment I felt like I could hear the sea. Nothing else about our work changes. We can work separately, even. I know you might prefer that. I certainly would, and we will meet with the superior at her request. But when it is time to give the bishop an answer, we give it to him. Angela held her hand out to me. I thought about myself and the peace those walls provided. I thought about the sheer terror I felt when I heard the rattle of the superior's keys, and the ugly sobs I stifled with my pillow that night. I thought about the childish rage that I had felt as I had thrown that stolen copy of Matthew from my window, and the sheer terror I had felt when I saw whoever it was outside watching me. I thought about Kathy Lee speaking to me through the squint, and how I would never, ever have a conversation like that with a noble soul. I grasped my hand around Angela's wrist, and she wrapped her fingers around mine. I could feel the hard leather strap of a sheath as we shook hands, and immediately regretted my decision. Very well. I. Her eyes narrowed, and she looked up at the shadowy abbey wall that loomed above the garden. What is it? Nothing. It was just a bird. Well, what now? Busyness as usual. In the morning, I think I will talk to James myself. Perhaps I can get something out of him you could not. Tonight, unfortunately, I have some work to go over with the superior, and I imagine we will be forced to entertain the bishop until he retires. He's not staying in the hospital, is he? That would be rather awkward, I imagine. I hadn't considered. Perhaps the superior will provide a bedroll and send him to the Misericorde. Anyway, what will you do next? The others are throwing a sort of continuation of the feast tonight in the cell ours. I was told it was meant to be a sort of wake for Kathy Reed. Angela's lips pursed ever so slightly. I had no idea that this proposed gathering was such an offensive idea to her. It sounded like a good opportunity to speak to people candidly. I will find a new clue, perhaps. Indeed. Well, goodbye. And with that, she left. Her shoulder bumped into mine as she passed me, and her stride looked a little less confident than usual as I watched her turn the corner at the end of the hedgerow. I sighed. The sun was still setting. I had a good while yet before I needed to appear at this controversial party. I wandered back the way we had come, past the chapelle. The more I wandered around the abbey, the stranger I found the pile of debris lumped unceremoniously next to the building. The chapelle itself appeared sturdy enough, so I was at a loss as to what all this loose stone was for. I gasped as I realized there was something moving atop the rubble, black fabric draped over the broken rocks. I froze in place. Was this Eustace breaking her promise to me yet again? Or was I the first person in his story to catch a ghost off guard? I squinted through the dusk, trying to decide whether or not to bolt. It turned around to face me, and I tensed. Only, hello, Hedwig. It's you. You gave me quite a fright up there. I think I already said that we need to stop moving like this, didn't I? We really do need to. It's no trouble. I am just naturally jumpy, it turns out. I suppose that wouldn't be a problem in a cell. There was only one way people could come at you, and there. Indeed. What are you doing up on a pile of rocks? Just taking in the sunset, Sister Margaret. Even I won't buy that one. It was worth trying. Well, I need to get into the chapel. There used to be a way in through here, but when the clock tower collapsed, it blocked the passage. Have you tried the front door? The soup blocked it, for whatever reason, and the back door as well. Clever clogs. Well, that's a shame. I suppose you could just pray out here instead, or anywhere. I don't need to pray. I need to, well. She ceased peering at the wall of the chapel, where I presumed the rubble had filled in whatever entrance she was hoping to find. Can you keep a secret? It's not anything bad, is it? No. Well, not really. Only a little, at worst. So, can you? I sighed. What was one more on the pile? Oh, yes, of course. Well, as I'm sure you noticed, the Superior's organ sounded a little off tonight. Did it? She shot me a withering look. Anyway, that might have been my fault. A little bit. It was a little bit Katherine's fault as well, but she's busy. I need to get in there and fix the problem. What do you mean it's your fault? Sister Margaret. I remembered the first conversation Margaret and I had ever had with Catherine. I thought that was just a joke. A cruel joke, but idle chatter nonetheless. It should have stayed that way. I feared that we might have taken things a touch too far. She looked a bit upset tonight, didn't she? As well she should. You'll get no argument from me. Anyway, that's why I'm up here. I'm trying to find a way in. Why not just come clean? Where's the fun in that? Besides, I would rather not be stuck on privy cleaning duty for the rest of the year. Well then, why not just do it tomorrow before service? Or after? That might have to be the plan, I'm afraid. But there's a good chance she'll try and play it again, and I doubt she'll maintain her composure another time. I thought hard about a way to help. I did not approve of Margaret's mischief, but I was at the very least pleased to see some empathy and effort to correct her mistake. What about the bells? I don't follow. Someone is going to ring the bell before the church tomorrow, surely. Whoever did it would have to unlock the door. Couldn't you get in that way? Margaret hopped down from the pile of rocks and grabbed me by the shoulders. Hedwig, you're a genius. Someone is going to ring the bell tomorrow morning. It's going to be me. Well, there you go. No, I mean, I can make that happen. I'm sure whoever got assigned bell duty this week will jump at the chance to sleep in after tonight's little party. I'll just go tell the soup that I volunteer right now. She patted my arm and began to jog away. See you in the cellars. Wait, what is a clock tower? Right, well, a clock tower is a bit like. Imagine if you didn't have to ring the bells at morning, noon, and dinner yourself. It's a big machine that does all that for you. Like the Andy Mouse statues by King Solomon's throne. I had no idea we had such wonders here. Margaret looked oddly stern. Yes, I suppose it is a bit like that. It just seems a bit extravagant. The soup was very excited about the project, but between you and me there were a few of us who thought it was a waste of Monet. But she had secured a good deal on the work and wanted it built quickly. Normally these things were reserved for big cathedrals and cities, but you look at it now and, well, it looks like we got what we paid for in the end. I had heard the superior thought it was a bad idea. I'm sure she says that now. Why hasn't anyone moved all these stones? Have you tried lifting one? A fair point. I'm surprised you would never come across a clock before. They're expensive, but they're not new. Isn't there one in Comedia? What's Comedia? You haven't read Dante. Now that surprises me. Now it's my turn to be uncharacteristically stern. I have not read anything that isn't mythical canon, errata, or scholarly commentary. Listen, I really must run and catch the soup. But we'll try and catch up about this at the party, yeah? I think you would probably like it. I'll look forward to it. Margaret grinned and then walked off to the superior's office. I sighed and continued at my own pace down the path to the cloister, where I could see the torches being lit. I headed up the stairs to the dormitory. I reasoned that if I really was going to burn the midnight oil with everyone in the cellars later, I might as well get some rest. However, the dorms were livelier than I had ever seen them. Everyone's doors were wide open, and I could see several sisters milling about. One was on her knees, scrubbing. I froze in the doorway. The ink. My God, this stuff is resilient. You should take up stone carving, Moira. It's just as permanent and a lot less messy. It wasn't my fault. It was like this when I got here. Hello, Hedwig. I stepped forward nervously, ready to be chastised. I could probably mix something up that would help. The last stain remover I remember you mixing up for me burned a hole straight through my robes. I appreciate the offer, Darcy, but I think I've got as much of it up as I'm going to. I'm sorry, Moira. Whatever for. I must have knocked it over when I was getting fresh clothes from your dorm. I really was a nasty little rat. Miraculously, Lauren chuckled. There's no need to blame yourself. I think you would have not stayed knocking a whole ink bottle over, silly. I almost objected, but in the small crowd around you stays parted enough for me to see who the culprit everyone had agreed upon was. We really need lots of Catherine's going to have a cat running around. It's not my cat. Why does everyone think it's my cat? Eustace ignored her. This was a disaster just waiting to happen. I keep all my bottles under the bed so nothing gets knocked over. Eustace stood up, groaning a little as she bent her knees. I would keep your shoes on out here for a while. I think I got all the broken glass, but you never know. Thanks so much for the help, Eustace. I did my best inside my room, but the paw prints. Eustace nodded and put the brushes she had been using to scour the floor back into a wooden bucket at her side. The paw prints were not gone, but they were at least faded. Hedwig, you should tell Darcy about your vision. Her what? That. To tell. Perhaps it would be best if you took Hedwig into your dorm to chat about it a little more privately. Right. I'm sorry, Hedwig. No, it's quite all right. Really, I had no reason to be upset. I had made no demands for secrecy, and under normal circumstances, I'm sure I would be thrilled, perhaps even a little proud, were I to be brutally honest with myself, to have it be known that I had seen a vision. But this day had been such a violent emotional journey that I couldn't help but feel annoyed. Darcy, on the other hand, looked positively elated. Yes, come with me. She beckoned me inside her room as the rest of the group dispersed. She shut the door behind her and gestured for me to sit on the bed. It was hard to find a spot that wasn't covered in books, bags, tools, and containers. This is exciting. Have you ever had a vision before? Never in my life. What happened? I, well, it's rather unpleasant to tell you the truth. They often are. I have seen a lot of gruesome things in mine, according to Eustace anyway. What sort of gruesome things? Heads chopped off, stuff on fire, men with too many eyes. The list goes on. How frightening. I think it is worth it for the ones that are less scary. And really the scary ones are important too. I think they are a rich tapestry. I think that's a very good way to look at it. So what did you see? No holding back. Start with before the vision. What were you feeling? She had produced a quill and paper from her little reading desk. Well, I was rather upset. I had a horrible time in the village, truth be told. Sorry to hear it. And I sat down in the town square. I told her everything in much more detail than I had given Eustace and Moira on the ride back up to the Abbaye. It was easy to be forthcoming around Darcy compared to almost everyone else here. Wow, exciting. Is it now? Incredibly. What could it mean? No idea. Is something wrong? No, just I was hoping you might be able to help sort it all out. I would be happy to help. I can't give you the answer. I don't understand it. I wouldn't know where to begin understanding it. Well, it is probably about God. I suppose that much I had gathered, I think. See, you did know where to begin after all. What do these things say to you? I don't know. You must know. Otherwise you would not have seen them. What if it's an omen? I wouldn't know then. If God is trying to tell me something, surely it would be something I needed to know and didn't. Darcy shook her head. It was odd seeing her look so authoritative. Even in the garden, she never commanded this sort of presence. God would never show you anything you did not have the capacity to understand. God may not speak in words, but he understands language. How else would he communicate with us now and the Israelites then? The Jews and the Romans. How would he reach the heathens in the east? Or the bloody French? God showed Hildegard a shape of light and let her conclude that was a map of the cosmos. He even sent Moses a burning bush before he spoke plainly, and he sent me a vomiting dog. Perhaps he is yet to speak plainly to you. Perhaps he already is. She emphasized this point with a dramatic gesticulation. I wasn't sure whether to be amused or frustrated. Do you understand any of the visions you've seen? Not entirely. If only Catherine was here. She understood hers very quickly, with my help, of course, which gives me the utmost confidence that I can help you. We can translate what God is saying to you. I would appreciate that. I am yours. However, I must think on it. Of course, there really is no great rush. She scrunched up her face and started stroking her chin, and I realized she meant to start thinking right away. I stood up and bowed my head. My thanks, Darcy. She nodded gently. I left to retire to my own room. The
Stream
crowd that had
elements.
surrounded the Inkspill
Said.
Age had
Stay
dispersed.
moist, my friends, hydrate.
Only Moira remained, leaning against the door, looking more exhausted than I had ever seen her. Any luck? We're going to keep at it. Good, good. She looked pensive and preoccupied. I'm sorry. It's no great loss. I can always ask the superior to send away for more. I just worry that damned cat is going to cause more trouble elsewhere. I'm sure we have some spare ink in the library. I might take you up on that. Although you might have to ask Eustace. I know she can be a bit particular about supplies and so on. It can't hurt to ask. No, it can't, can it? You're right. Sorry to be so much of a downer. She fixed her gaze on the faint paw prints on the floor again. Eustace had clearly done her best to scour the stone, but there was still a visible trail leading out of thorns to the landing. Is it really so much of a nuisance? It sounds silly, but I don't trust it. I'm old-fashioned, I suppose. She sighed heavily. It was very cute once upon a time, but once it grew up, I had no idea it had been a problem for that long. We don't get the usual vermin up here in the hills. It's far too cold. Whoever brought it here just wanted a pet, I think. Another of this abbe's great mysteries. What are some of the others? I caught myself too late to keep this rather stupid inquiry to myself. I'm convinced my habit of answering every statement with a question will be the death of me. Luckily, Moira didn't find this question odd. Where to start? Who paid for it? Who still pays for it? Is it haunted? Yes. Darcy had emerged from her room without either of us noticing. Do you really think so, Darcy? I know so. I have thought a lot about it recently, and I finally know for certain. This place is very haunted. I hope not. Darcy shuffled past us, leaving Moira looking a little worried. I wanted to say something comforting to Moira, but the evil sigil carved into the walls loomed in the back of my mind. It was becoming harder to disagree with Darcy's assessment. I was curious why I prompted her exclamation from a little to very haunted, and thought about following her to ask. But Moira kept talking. That night on the landing, when you said you saw a ghost, I know Eustace claimed credit, but the more I hear from the others, the more I see myself. I sometimes wonder if it's any comfort. I don't know what to believe about it either. What was it like? Terrifying. And then when everybody assumed it was a practical joke, I felt very small. I would too. I must apologize for throwing my lot in with them. It's no trouble. I can scarcely believe it myself. I can scarcely believe it myself. It goes against everything I know, everything I hold true. How could I judge anyone for dismissing my account? You are too forgiving. You did not see it. You have nothing to apologize for. That's not true. What do you mean? Remember in the village, when I whispered to Eustace, I was telling her that we had to stall so we wouldn't get back to the Abbey too early, since everyone was getting ready for the feast, which was meant to be a surprise. Well, it was a lovely surprise. How could I be upset? Moira smiled. Her eyes were a little damp. I felt horrid for keeping there against your will. I felt horrid for being there, but I think in the end, this day ended up being rather good. Really, that's a relief. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve and stood up straight. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, though. We've got a wake to attend, remember? Right. I think I'm going to lie down for a little while to recuperate. You should. It's been a long day. It's going to be a long night. Of course. She smiled at me and then stretched her arms above her head, letting out a huge yawn. I think I might do the same. Knock on my door if you get up before I do, won't you? Of course. We went into our separate rooms. I think I fell asleep the moment my eyes shut. I awoke with a start. That damn knocking in the walls was back. I looked out the window to see the moon was high in the sky. At the very least, I could thank the creaky old building for waking me up at the right time for this party. I groaned and rolled out of bed. I really should have stripped down before sleeping. I felt too warm and a bit pasty, despite the cool night breeze coming through my window. I adjusted my clothes as best I could. On my way out, I nearly tripped over Medea, which I picked up and put on my writing desk next to the desiccated copy of Matthew. I was getting a little tired of having books of odd import lying around my dorm room, let me tell you. Hello, Hedwig. Hello, Catherine. Margaret. We should go. Yes, we should. They looked oddly serious. Moira emerged from her dorm room as well. She looked rejuvenated since the last I saw her. The nap had done her some good. Hello, shall we? I suppose we must. Moira looked surprised by Catherine's maudlin tone. We traveled to the Salars together in silence. The Abbe looked quite mysterious at this time of night. The pale blue light of the moon was competing with the flickering orange torchlights. As we approached the Salar, I realized just how close we were to the superior's office. Is this really wise? Surely the noise will carry. I doubt it. We'll be deep in the Salars, and these walls are thick. Not to mention that bloody great door of hers. I doubt she would mind. It's all for Catherine, after all. Of course. Only a few torches down in the cellars had been lit. I could already hear music echoing around the cool underground walls. It was altogether rather eerie. A sort of fortress of casks had been erected around what appeared to be the designated celebration area. A few of the barrels had been arranged like little tables, carrying wineskins and cups. Adela had one of these makeshift tables to herself, and was playing some sort of card game with Sister Charity. Whatever the game it was, it finished as we approached. Adela flipped a card over, causing Charity to erupt into giggles. Hello, everyone. Would any of you care to see the future? No, thanks. Catherine and Margaret made non-committal grunts and left me alone with Adela, who was already shuffling the cards. You should. It's not half bad. I was already planning to leave early and I got a... What was it you said, Adela, dear? Your present card was the Three of Cups inverted. In that position, it can refer to a lack of time to socialize. Dead on, isn't it? Anyway, I can't stay. These old bones won't survive staying up too late. I just wanted to raise a glass in poor Kathy B's name, at least. She was really quite drunk already. You should stick around for just a short while longer. I believe we are giving a toast to Kathy B in just a few minutes. You've talked me into it. She toddled off. Well, would you like a glimpse of the future, Sister Hedwig? I'm not sure I like the look of this. Is this some kind of Iberian custom we shouldn't play around with? Adela frowned as she continued shuffling her deck of cards. This is an Italian pastime my mother enjoyed, Sister Hedwig. I felt rather embarrassed. I kept doing this sort of thing. I decided that agreeing to participate would be the best mea culpa I could offer, despite the misgivings I had with the activity. Go on then. She rapped the cards against the table sharply. I will turn over 3 cards. The first card will represent your past, the second will describe your present, and the third card will give you a hint of your future. Are you ready? This was silly. Yes, let's try it. The Seven of Cups. It represents illusions, imagination, creativity, but as you can see it is inverted. From where I am standing, I suppose that this is about your perspective, so yes, it is inverted. This card represents your past. You were in yourself for a long time, were you not? You spent a lot of time with nobody but yourself. Nothing but your own imagination. Clinging to this past will not help you. Your second card, the present. I have revealed the world. Once again, it is inverted. In this reverse position, the world represents your inner torment. You are secluded. You are lonely. You are withdrawn. Now you're just being mean. Because something has been troubling you. Yes. Yes. Something you need to get to the bottom of. Something that has been preoccupying you ever since you left your cell. Am I correct? Yes. Of course I am. You were alone in your cell for many years, and now you have been set adrift. That conflict has been eating away at you and delving you further in. The world in reverse, believe it or not, could be a good sign, Sister Hedwig. It represents your current state. You may yet find the answer to your questions within yourself. Choose a final card, and we shall see. Pointed at the topmost card on the pile. I did not particularly care for this game, and I wanted it to be over as soon as possible. Oh, The Queen of Swords, reversed. All of your cards have been reversed, Sister Hedwig. That is interesting. Is it dangerous? No, it just means that you face many challenges. Lovely. A reversed Queen of Swords in this position means you will continue to have a hard time moving forward into the future. You must make some decisions, Sister Hedwig. This Queen in reverse suggests to me that you must find some strength inside yourself to move beyond your current predicament. Perhaps there is something small you can think of and change. I will have to think on it. I desperately wanted to leave the table, but Adela was shuffling the card pile again. Let us ask the cards a question. Think hard, Sister Hedwig. What would you ask the cards? You do not need to speak it aloud. Ask the question yourself and then pick a card. I hated this game, but I didn't want to upset Adela. I had already seen a real vision today. I reasoned that I had the strength to endure this silly little pagan ritual for one more round. If I could not be flippant openly, I decided I would ask these cards something disdainful, if only in my own mind. Is this real? That's what I landed on. I gestured to the bottommost card in the pile that I could see peeking out from beneath the others. Let us see. The High Priestess. That is interesting. What does it mean? Well, to be honest, I think this card is imbued with such mystery that your answer is unclear. I did not like this answer at all. I stared at the card deep in thought. It felt oddly similar to looking at my reflection in the bath. Isn't it funny how every card is imbued with enough mystery to mean whatever you like? I jumped. I hadn't noticed you stay looming. The cards have malleable meanings, it is true. That makes them better at their intended purpose, not worse. I don't disagree with you there. Adela shot Eustace's nasty sneer. I was relieved that someone else was the target of her ire now, at least. You not have a sense of wonder, no love of mystery. The church holds plenty of mystery for me. Isn't that right, Hedwig? It is a wide world, and I believe we must be flexible if we wish to spread the faith around it. I opened my mouth to refute this, but I caught myself before saying anything. There was no need to draw Adele's attention back to me. I may have found this talk blasphemous, but at the end of the day I was a bigger coward than I was a devout Catholic. Another thing I was coming to loathe about myself. We'll leave you to it. Hedwig hasn't even gotten a drink yet. Isn't that right? Yes. Goodbye, then. She busied herself with her cards. Eustace tugged my sleeve and pulled me away from the table, although I did not need much convincing. She can get a bit funny about her hobbies. I'm surprised she is allowed to bring fortune-telling here. Those cards are blasphemous, surely. I'm not sure Adela thinks that hard about these things beyond the aesthetics. I would call her an easily distracted traditionalist. She led us to a free table near the edge of the makeshift room with thus far untouched cups, and then began pouring 2 drinks. You've had a long day. Indeed I have. How are you feeling? She nudged a full cup in my direction, which I took with a quickness that surprised even myself. Tired, but also very, very awake. Like I could sleep forever or never again. Darcy was the same way when she started having visions. You believe me now. I said I believed that you believed you had a vision. Ultimately, what I think does not matter. She drummed her fingers on the top of the barrel-cum table. She stared off into the distance, deep in thought. I want you to know that I am looking out for you. Do you understand that? In what sense? I can't say, but I promise it isn't out of disrespect. I am not being condescending. She was being very condescending. You being unawake for Catherine, it feels quite strange, uncomfortable, and I felt about you working in the library as well. I kept glancing up from my work expecting to see her sitting across from me, writing God knows what. But instead I see you. And that isn't your fault, to be clear. But it stings every time. I can only apologize. I am no replacement for her. I was never trying to be. I was very angry when I first heard that you had volunteered for her old position. What a climber, I thought. You regretted taking such extreme vows and jumped on a rare opportunity to leave. I know several other sisters think the same way. I don't think that anymore, just so that you know. What changed your mind? You are fucking miserable. This wasn't something you wanted, was it? She peered at me through her thick glasses. I knew that there was no way I could lie. She was clearly comfortable in her deduction already. No. Superior put you up to something, didn't she? Yes. I wish she hadn't. I sometimes feel the same. She wanted some objective eyes and ears, I take it. She's not satisfied with the conclusion that that man killed her. Yes, that's it. Of all her idle interests, this is easily the most annoying. She poured herself another drink. What could convince you to just give it up? That's why I tried to scare you, you know? But you're braver than I thought. No thing. Please. There must be something. No, there isn't. I don't think it was James either. How could you possibly have an opinion on this? You never met either of them. That's not true. Catherine came to my hectoscope several times. Yes, to talk about what? Plays. You didn't know Catherine. Not the way I did. Nor anything close to the myriad connections she had with everyone here. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you picture her? Companionship. Someone who I could talk to about scripture on a level no one else ever has. Yes, she was very good at leveraging people's interests. I know she left a few sisters hurt when she moved on from certain interests. Are you one of them? No. That is certainly an opinion several people here may have. You admit I have some knowledge of the situation. Why is it, then, that you want me to ignore all of this so badly? Eustace looked around to make sure that nobody was within earshot, and then leaned across the barrel to speak in a harsh whisper. Poking around for perceived conspiracies is what got her killed, and I don't want the same to happen to you. You or anybody else. Well, what do you mean? You don't think James killed her? I didn't say that. Then, Eustace leaned away suddenly. I intuited that she had been seen someone approaching out of the corner of her eye and bit my tongue. Hello, is this wineskin still full? Eustace began pouring wine for the two of them. They took their cups and settled in with us. The conversation with Eustace, it seemed, was over for good. Has Adela read everyone's fortunes yet? She told me I had a lot of anger in my past. Too right. Did you know that the death card doesn't always mean something bad? I nearly screamed when she showed me that one. I'm not sure the cards mean anything. They can mean everything, which is just as unhelpful. Still, it's a bit of fun, isn't it? As long as we don't take it too seriously. Margaret chugged the rest of her drink down, slammed the cup on the table. Right. I suppose I should get back to the loot. She left the table, and Eustace scooted around to better talk to both Moira and I. What's got Catherine in such a bad mood, do you think? She gestured to the tall woman who was leaning against a barrel all by herself, looking positively ashen. That's not like her. Not at all. Do you think we should ask her? Maybe later, not now. I would rather wait until she's got less wine in her. I made eye contact with Catherine by accident while the others were talking. She sighed deeply, then looked away to pour herself a noble cup. That's really not like her. I had in fact seen Catherine in a similar state in the Misericorde not very long ago, when she had been staring into the fire and lamenting her lot in life. She had alluded to her old home life then. Now that I knew the rumors surrounding her exit from the village, I had a sinking feeling about what was bothering her. You don't think she really did what they said, do you? Kill her husband. Moira and I both coughed into our drinks. No, I don't think she did. No, nor me. She's a bit odd, but I don't think she's that kind of odd. Look who's talking. Flora had arrived without anyone noticing, and looked ready to pick a fight for some reason. Eustace turned around to address her curtly. I never said I wasn't odd, but I think we can all agree Catherine and I are different kinds of odd. Never mind. Wine me. Moira obliged immediately, lifting up the wineskin before a mug for the impatient young woman. Go easy on the stuff this time. You're not my mother. Thank God for that. Flora stuck her tongue out at Eustace and laughed, presumably to go bother somebody else. Christ. I know it's normal for young nuns to act out, but she's been acting out for a long time now. That bristled at the curse, but the insinuation that Eustace found Flora's behavior somehow beneath her bothered me more. I opened my mouth to say something about it, but Moira got there first. It's probably for the best. She was always more tactful than me. You like to act out too, Eustace, just in more elaborate ways, I suppose. My pranks have always been elaborate and thought-provoking. But what thought was dressing up as a ghost meant to provoke? A ghost. We all laughed, even Eustace. I wish I knew how to do that sort of thing. If I had been left to my own devices, I would have likely started a noble argument with Eustace. Woman to woman, Eustace and I had a relationship that seemed liable to fall apart at a moment's notice. With Moira around, I felt part of an inseparable trio. Eustace glanced across the room at Margaret, who was fiddling with her lute while standing on top of a crate. Kathy Ryan had wandered over to make the makeshift stage as well, still looked a bit dour. Her and Margaret exchanged a few words. Neither of them looked thrilled, honestly. Finally, Margaret shrugged. Catherine sighed, then appeared to pull herself together somewhat miraculously. Margaret strummed a chord and spoke loudly to everyone gathered in the cellar. Everyone. I know we have some very important drinking to get to, but there's someone who won't be joining us tonight, who we need to pay tribute to. A murmur of approval echoed around the room. Someone who can't join us ever again. It has been several weeks since we lost our dear sister, Catherine II. I am sure she would be delighted to see all of you here. Annoyed, perhaps, at a few of you, but that's nothing over a few drinks couldn't fix. I'm sure of it. Everyone chuckled, but I was left confused. What sort of morning was this? We will never have a sister like her. I dare say there isn't a convent in the country who will. In the world, most likely. I miss having the competition. Her and I had unparalleled beauty, wit, and grace. I came out on top, of course, but it was very close. More laughter. But she handedly bested me at other things. Her boundless love for others. Her endless interest in all manner of scholarship. Her frankly rabid hatred of Italians. Everyone found this one particularly hilarious. I was more lost than ever. And the Spanish, or was it the Portuguese? I can't remember. She certainly got her licks in on the English as well, which she raised her mug into the air, and the crowd followed suit. Fair play. Fair play to all of it, I suppose. Where else but in England would Catherine II get stuck with a convent full of Spaniards and Italians? She was Irish, of course. Moira put her hands together in front of her mouth and let out an approving howl so loud I flinched. Everyone else found this very amusing. She liked to remind us that whenever she could. I once asked her, why not go back to Ireland then? When I was particularly irritated with some of her good-natured ribbing. And I swear this is true. She looked me dead in the eyes and said, my dearest Catherine, ignoring the fact that I must remain here as a nun, I would never consider Bengal anything less than my home. How very trite, I thought. I still do, most of the time. Minbaro rarely feels like a home to me. The hallways are drafty. What little work there is to do is tedious, and the tedium only increases when there is no work left to do. It rains all the time, and it's freezing cold even when the sun is shining. That all being said, I realized something recently. I may grouse about this place, and I'm certainly not going to stop. But then Barrow certainly feels like less of something without Catherine II around. And I think, perhaps, if she considered it a home, I could too. So maybe it is home. For better or worse. I miss her, and I think I would miss all of you just the same were any of you to be. Most of you. The crowd laughed again. Catherine raised her mug and began pointing at people in front of her. Charity, what will you miss most about Catherine II? I will miss chatting with her about the past. Nobody else here wants to hear it. Too bloody right. Marta, I'll miss her assistance in the cellars. Laura, I'll miss having a real friend. Adele, I will miss having a sparring partner. Hold on to that one. I doubt you'll ever duel someone again. You two were complete mad women. Eustace, I will miss our conversations in the library. Someone Eustace enjoyed talking to. What a rare person she was. I think we only have one other here like that. Darcy? Sorry, what was the question? What are you going to miss most about Catherine II? I will miss having someone to discuss ghosts and spirits with. Steady on. Moira? I'll miss her accent. She was choking back tears. Everyone chuckled sympathetically at her silly answer. It was a little taste of home, I'm sure. Hedwig? Only joking. Margaret? I could have shrunk into a mote of dust. I will miss playing music with her, and we'll all miss hearing it. Speaking of, Margaret, did you say Catherine wouldn't be joining us tonight? Perhaps if we drink hard enough and sing loud enough, she'll join us. Am I right? Come now, if I can't hear you, she certainly won't. Am I right? Everyone began stomping and clapping. Some people were banging on barrels to make extra noise. It was so raucous that I was worried the superior might descend the stairs to chastise us all, but nobody else seemed to mind. The evening descended into chaos from there. I had no idea what I was meant to do. Once Catherine's little speech was concluded, there didn't seem to be much else in the way of eulogizing at this wake. The sisters were all drinking, laughing, playing chess, and reaping fortunes from that demonic deck of cards. Frankly, I felt sick. I stood on the edge of the cellar next to one of the barrels, holding a mug that I took the smallest sip from every now and then. I felt even more out of place here than I had in the Misericorde. I was confounded by the realization that that place, which was designated specifically for rule-breaking, had felt less debauched than what I saw before me. Margaret played her lute for what seemed like hours, taking breaks only to swig whatever drink Catherine handed to her. Catherine herself seemed to be in a better mood than earlier, although she might simply have been too drunk to feel anything. Even Moira was acting far more depraved than I was used to seeing. She was dancing like mad, bumping into people and cheering and banging on barrels to create a makeshift percussion section for Margaret. Adela made her way over to me, smiling. What are you doing all the way over here? I'm just tired, that's all. Come and join us. I would rather not. I'm happy here. Do you feel out of place? I just didn't know Catherine that well. You're not here because of how well you knew Catherine. You're here because everybody likes you. What rubbish. I didn't know what to say to her, so I took a sip of my drink in a feeble attempt to hide. You need to trust what the card said. Allow yourself to discover where you belong. I nodded in a non-committal way. Mercifully, this seemed to satisfy Adela, who danced off back to the rest of the group. I could hear wood scraping against stone. Moira had pushed a crate next to Margaret and was climbing atop it, clumsily. Everyone! She wobbled and nearly lost her balance until Margaret caught her. Thank you. Everyone, I think it's time we properly welcome our new chronicler. She pointed at me drunkenly, and I froze. Everyone turned and raised their mugs to me. Catherine would never be replaced. But Hedwig is a lovely new presence here, don't you think? I was practically begging to be struck down by a lightning bolt. anything to end this embarrassment. The feast had been bad enough, but seeing the sisters fully uninhibited, smiling at me, seemingly entirely earnestly as they toasted me, it made my blood boil. I don't really know why, it just felt wrong. But looking at all these drunken, drooping faces coughing at me, I wasn't sure I wanted their approval. 3 cheers for Hedwig. I was rescued by an ugly sound. Flora had wandered over to one of the casks and attempted to open it, only to break the bung completely. Flora, what are you doing? The skin was empty. I was going to get more and it just broke. Adela and Marta stormed over to the barrel to attempt to help. Flora was covered in red wine. Her wimple was undoubtedly ruined. You really are a piece of work, girl. That is not even the wine we are drinking. I bloody hope not. It smells awful. What did you do? I didn't do anything. It broke on its own, more or less. You ripped the whole faucet out. How did you manage that? I barely touched it. You're a bad worker and a worse liar. Get out of my way. Whatever. This was Sister Catherine's first batch of sherry, wasn't it? Of all the casks to break. Well, this one is gone for good. Marta yanked Flora to her by the scruff of her neck and smacked her face with raw power I wouldn't have expected from her. What do you have to say for yourself? Marta raised her hand again, but everyone rushed forward. That's enough, Marta. It was an accident. Marta let go of Flora and walked away to join Charity on the other side of the room. The cask was still gushing wine onto the floor. Everyone started inching backwards to give the dark liquid a wider berth. Moira tried to pull Flora aside to comfort her, but the younger nun sprinted past her to the cellar upstairs. Well, what should we do? There's not much we can do now. It will soak into the stone. Some got onto the casks beneath it, too. Those are probably ruined now as well. Just from having something poured on it. This is a delicate business. What was that you said about it soaking into the stone? It will, believe it or not, although a mop would not go amiss. No, let it. What? What are you talking about? This is Catherine's sherry, right? The wine she worked on when she tried her hand at wine making. We should let the Abbe have it. You mean Catherine made this? If there's a piece of her soul, or spirit, or essence, I don't know, then the Abbe should drink it. All of it. She can be part of the Abbe forever. Not just stuck in some barrels. Eustace, that is a beautiful idea. I have never known you to speak with such poetry. I have my moments. I agree. What a beautiful way to honor her memory. It is certainly unique. Befitting, I suppose. When you say all of it, Sister Eustace, all of it, anything Catherine made. The mood had soured somewhat when Flora had broken the cask, but a new buzz of activity was starting. Should we just pop the rest open? Let's just smash them. That is more like it. A cheer went around the room. Should I go get an axe from the workshop? Good idea. No, I have a better idea. Eustace, why not use Catherine's sword? Isn't that dangerous? Absolutely. No more or less than an axe. What about spears? I would really prefer the axe, I think. Spears are more effective than both. I'll get Katherine's sword if it'll spare us a lecture on true tactics. Everyone except Catherine winked and clapped. Is that not rather ghoulish? She was killed with it. The mood soured instantly. You know, I think that is why we should use it. Should her sword's last act be so grisly, we have a chance to wield it to celebrate her. I resisted the urge to point out that the sword's most recent acts were to slaughter a goat and scare me silly. That makes some sense to me. I I agree. It's fitting. I'll go get it. Back in a moment. Catherine's mood had turned again. Nearly everyone else seemed convinced of this ridiculous idea. However, I think we'll be getting on. It was a lovely night, but I'm too old for all of
Stream
this.
elements.
We need our beauty
Said.
sleep, don't we,
Stay moist, my
Marta?
friends, hydrate.
Waste of good wine. I'm sure we don't need to do this. Do what you like. Good night, everyone. They left. Margaret was huddled in conversation with Catherine again. They both looked quite serious, but Margaret was strumming a tune idly to cover whatever they were conversing about. Finally, Eustace emerged from the shadows once more. She carried that terrible blade with her. When the nuns invested in her cask-breaking plan started cheering, she held it aloft. Even Catherine joined in. Her dark mood had once again evaporated. She had turned back into the Catherine the first I was used to seeing. Right, who wants to go first? Let me take a swing. It should be Hedwig. Of course, that is a much better idea. Very fitting. No, I couldn't. Go on, Hedwig. Eustace approached me and held the sword out as if it was the most natural thing in the world. The pommel to me, the blade resting at her side, balanced back on her palm. Now, be very careful. Grasped it firmly with both hands. Everyone was looking at me expectantly. I don't know. Hedwig, 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 Hedwig. Everyone began chanting in unison, even Eustace. There was nothing else for it. I took the sword in my hands and everyone cheered. How does it feel? It's much lighter than it looks. I saw my reflection in the blade. It was an odd sensation. I suddenly felt very powerful. I turned the blade over with a quick little flip. It felt so natural. I hadn't even held the sword for a minute, and I already felt as if I were equipped to take on the world. I was surprised to discover that there was engraving in Hebrew on this side of the blade near the cross guard. How odd, I thought. While I recognized the script, I could not read it. I didn't have long to muse over it, however. Step over here, carefully now, to this cask, Sister Hedwig. Everyone else should stand back. Now, lift it up. I was not really listening. I knew what to do. With a speed that evidently surprised Adela, I swung the blade down onto the top of the barrel in front of me. Not bad, but you must swing more confidently. Try. But I was already swinging the blade down again. The barrel gave way, and red sherry came bursting forth all. Everyone cheered. The wine was all over my wimple and frock, but there was nothing I could do about that. I gave the broken barrel a few more gleeful hacks before Adela stayed my arm, laughing. Give someone else a turn. Who wants to go next? There are just enough casks for all of us to do one, I think. Everyone clamored around. Adela had her hand out to me expectantly. The sword? Hedwig? Yes, of course. I handed the sword back to her gingerly. I didn't want to let go. The crackling energy didn't subside, thankfully. Adela took her turn next. She began her assault on the cask in front of her with a violent thrust into the dead center of the lid, as if she were attempting to pierce a wooden shield. The tip of the blade wedged itself between two of the planks as she pressed forward with a slight twist. The entire lid buckled and split apart immediately. Adela was covered head to toe by the red sherry. She giggled and held the sword aloft, similar to the way Eustace had, and gave a mighty war cry. This is how it is done. The sisters present all clapped with the expert swordswoman, and she gave a little bow and held the sword out for the next contestant. Catherine stepped forward. The end of her cloak drifted atop a flood of wine that was spreading rapidly out from our position. I suppose tomorrow will be laundry day. We might need to get new frocks. It's worth it. One by one, the rest of the sisters attacked the designated wine casks. Catherine opened with a horizontal swing, but the rest of us instinctively ducked. She apologized and instead popped her cask with a wicked diagonal strike that crushed the angle where the lid and rim met. She hacked away at the opening until the lid splintered apart completely. Moira's turn took a moment to get going. Whereas I had been surprised at how light the sword felt. She clearly found it rather heavy. It was somewhat comical when she took the sword from Kathleen and nearly fell over when the taller woman let go. She chopped away at the top of the barrel as if she were splitting firewood. It took some doing, but she got there eventually, and we all clapped and cheered as she gave us a slightly embarrassed bow. Eustace dispatched her cast with shocking efficiency, however. In 7 rhythmic strikes, left, right, top, thrust, she completely shattered the lid. She hit it more times than Adela, but both of them were easily the most practiced. Darcy held her sword by the blade when she stepped up, prompting all of us to rush forward to stop her. All save for Adela, who began arguing that this was a perfectly valid technique. You'll hurt yourself. I wrapped my hands in my sleeves. It will work. A pommel strike is very efficient, especially against these barrels. Darcy's not a soldier, she's going to. Darcy gave the bung of the barrel a surprisingly swift bow with the barely bottom of the sword handle while the others were arguing. It popped free instantly, spraying everyone with sour-smelling sherry. Easy. Eustace gave her friend a withering look. Good work, Darcy. I told you. Margaret, it's your turn. Catherine had to call across the room to get Margaret's attention. I had not realized that she had wandered so far afield. Margaret? Margaret did not answer. She was sitting on the bottom of the staircase back up to the cloister, her head buried in her arms. Perhaps she dozed off. It is rather late, and she volunteered to ring the bell tomorrow. However, Margaret was not asleep. She lifted her head up from the depths of her cloak and stared at us balefully with glistening eyes. I wanted to say something to apologize, even though I had no idea what I would be apologizing for. Something about this impromptu cask smashing ritual bothered her, although I had no idea what had prompted a reaction this strong. Marta was closely connected to the wine, after all, and she had merely given us all a stern goodbye. Margaret looked to be in pieces, however. I felt awful. I did not get a chance to say anything, though. Catherine coaxed her friend away privately, and they disappeared up the staircase into the darkness, while the rest of us said awkward farewells. A long night, I think. Well, was smashing all those a bit gauche, disrespectful to Catherine's memory, perhaps. I didn't intend it that way. Hopefully she understands that. It was a good idea, Sister Eustace. We climbed the staircase together, then turned back to the cellars to admire our handiwork. Moira started giggling. The superior is going to kill us. Let her try. That was the most spiritually satisfying thing I've done in ages. Sister Flora. What about Flora? She did not get a chance to join us. It was her actions that inspired the whole exercise. We should find her. There's one cask of Catherine's awful sherry left, I believe. I suppose it would only be fair. Good thinking. I'll check the cloister and the garden. Maybe she's just getting some fresh air. I will scour the dorms and kitchens. I'll make a round of the grounds. Hedwig, I'll search wherever is left. The chapel? Adela can cover the chapel. That's closer to the kitchens. You should check the rest of the upstairs, maybe. The hallways and such. By my old cell. Let's meet back here once we finish looking. I did not ignore this idea, but I wasn't about to argue with Eustace in front of Adela and Moira. We traipsed up the stairs and went our separate ways. Eustace was still carrying the sword with her, swinging it idly at her side as if it were any old thing. As I found myself alone in the dark passageways, I began to wish I had a weapon as well. That harsh rush of power holding that sword had rapidly dissolved in the cold night air. I walked down the hall to the intersection I had seen Eustace's horrible ghost visage with caution. The wind was picking up. I could hear that big door rattling again in the distance. I thought about peeking outside, but there was no chance that Flora was out on the wall when it was this cold and windy. That's how I excused myself, anyway. In truth, I did not want to be startled by the door slamming again. Flora. I turned the corner away from the door. Flora. I could hear something strange underneath the wind. It was higher pitched and irregular in rhythm. It came from down the dark passageway to my cell. I braved a few steps forward to confirm it. I was sure of it. The sound got louder the further I walked. The hair on the back of my neck stood up straight. If Eustace was busy in the garden, then there was no way this could be a tired retread of her old jokes. It was an unearthly wail. It echoed around the whole hall, bouncing from wall to wall, pillar to pillar. I thought about the passageway Margaret had shown me, the demonic circle etched into the stone, the Barghest. I could not bear it one moment longer. I turned tail and sprinted out of the hall. Whatever that noise was, I told myself, it couldn't have been her. No joy. Eustace was already waiting when I arrived back at the cellar staircase. I shook my head as I came to a stop. Nothing, I'm afraid. I couldn't find her either. It's too dark to see out there without a proper torch, and all I had was a little candle. I doubt she's outside at all, to be honest. It's too damn cold. It is, isn't it? We stood in silence for a moment. I trust tonight gave you some catharsis. Very much so. Good. I think we can call that the end of it. She looked down the stairs into the darkness. Goodbye, Catherine. I didn't know what to say. She had pivoted from slightly threatening to slightly forward so quickly I had no recourse. I I think breaking the cask was a very sweet idea. Do you? That's good. I didn't take you as someone for an impromptu ritual. No, but this felt right. It did, didn't it? I said whatever I could to steer the conversation away from where this started. I wanted Eustace to be satisfied that I would adhere to her request to stop searching. I did not want to have to lie about it out loud again. Adele arrived next. She was alone as well. I could not find her. Me either. Moira was just behind Adele, jogging back to our meeting spot. Well, we tried. That's likely good enough. Agreed. I would have felt bad if we did not at least make an effort. I do hope she's somewhere safe. This is a big abbey, and she is a crafty young woman. I am not worried. She is sulking. She probably does not want to be found. True. It's very late. We should call it a night. Flora will find her way to bed, I'm sure. The Superior is already going to have a convention when she sees the state of the cellars. I dread to think what she'll do if we all sleep through service. Yes, we can't miss service. We all walked upstairs back to the dorms in silence. We said our goodnights in the dorm hall and retired to our separate rooms. For once I fell asleep swiftly, but morning came far too soon. I think sleeping at all made things worse for me, truth be told. Have you ever had that experience? I can stay awake for quite a long time if I have to, but if I fall asleep, I need a proper full night of rest. I groaned when I woke up. I don't know how long I had even managed to sleep for. I got dressed and stuck my head out into the hallway, and my heart sank. There was no activity in the hall, and a few doors were ajar. I was late for service. I scurried down the stairs as quickly as I could. The rain clouds that had been looming last night had finally broken. I could see a dotted black line of nuns entering the chapel ahead of me. I thanked God that I wasn't too late. As I made my way inside, I sensed that the mood was grim. I looked around at everyone. The sisters looked slightly haggard and paler than was usual. Nobody was speaking. I did not see Flora anywhere. My heart sank. Margaret was sitting near the front of the chapel, her head resting on her closed fists. She had evidently gotten here first. I'm sorry, everyone. I volunteered to ring the bells this morning, but I forgot. She was staring straight ahead at something. Everyone looked so upset. I half expected to see a dead body lying on the altar as I got closer. However, Margaret was staring dead ahead at a crumpled pile of wooden wreckage sitting on the floor in front of her. The portative organ. Margaret. I was trying to fix it. There was this piece that Catherine and I would always take out for a laugh. I know you all know. And I thought to myself recently, this joke is wearing a bit thin. Maybe it's not the best time. I came back in here to pop the missing piece back in and crash. Nobody spoke. Are you going to tell her? God, no. If one of you wants to sell me out, feel free. But I'm not going to get myself in trouble. The gathered sisters awkwardly took their seats in the pews. We waited for a while, listening to the sound of the rain. I was trying to do something nice, and then it fell. I can't complain, I suppose. The door finally swung open again. I turned around to see the bishop holding it open for the superior. She glowered as she strode forward. Each of her footsteps echoed with a terrible and heavy thud against the chapel floor. After what felt like hours, she stopped in the middle of the room to address the woman sitting in the pews. Sister Flora is missing. If anyone would like to claim credit for hiding her away somewhere, I would ask that you speak up now. I will be just and fair. I understand that this would not be the first time a practical joke went too far. Nobody spoke. I assume the mess in the cellars has something to do with it. I am offering clemency. Will nobody take responsibility for their actions? Very well. Should your consciences recover, you may claim some decency by confessing to me privately in my office after service. She looked around the chapel sternly. Everyone averted their gaze. With a sharp sigh, she moved forward to the altar. Each footstep echoed terribly in my head. I could see Margaret tensing up ahead of me. There was a pause. Hell! Everyone jumped. The superior had seen the portative organ. She flew up the steps to the altar in a rage. Margaret, Catherine, which one of you was it? Silence. Eustace, who did it? I know it was one of you. The room was utterly airless. It had to be someone here. We don't have ghosts here, nor spirits, Argus, or any other devilish creatures. I know it had to be someone in this room. Who else could it have been? You all protect each other. Don't for 1 second think I cannot see it. I scarcely know this place anymore. You all hide every aspect of it from me. It matters not if it's a missing bread roll, or a piece of my portative organ, or a murdered sister. So, Superior, are you not feeling well? No, Sister Moira, I am not feeling well. My youngest charge is missing. I pray to God that she hasn't met the same fate as Sister Catherine. And do you know why I pray? Because I have a congregation of rats gnawing at my ankles. There is nothing you will allow me to do. I am supposed to be in charge. I am Mother Superior, but I understand who is really in control here. It is not me. It is all of you. Each and every one of you spend your days trying to find the cleverest little ways to defy my wishes and orders. Perhaps we should take a moment to calm ourselves. Perhaps try to put this instrument of yours back together. I'm sure this young sister is simply playing truant. The superior raised a silencing hand to the bishop, who looked dismayed. It is very hard living here. Is it so difficult not having to want for anything? To not have to throw yourselves at some awful man or beg for money on the street. This place gives you everything. I give you everything, but it's never enough. You all have the run of the place for almost every hour of every day. The barest of responsibilities, the smallest courtesies, are too great an ask for you. Oh no, you could not possibly spend 30 miserable minutes listening to some liturgical music. You undoubtedly all have pressing plans today. I am certain they're important. Drinking yourselves into a stupor in the Misericorde, perhaps. Or are you all waiting to dance around Flora's body trussed up like a maypole? I have turned a blind eye to all manner of vices in my tenure here. Do not pretend I am unaware. Manly, selfish sodomites, the lot of you! She loomed over the altar, breathing raggedly. Her eyes darted between all of the Roman precinct, who squirmed uncomfortably and looked away. I just can't bear being treated this way any longer. Could any of you? How many of you could stand to live the way you all conspired to make me live? I took a peek into the cell arms this morning. Broken barrels, wine all over the floor. It stunk to high heaven. I could deal with that on its own. I wouldn't stop you all from having more fun. But where is Flora? What happened? Will no one come forward? Very well. She stepped down from the altar. The bishop made to follow her. He looked gravely concerned. The superior looked straight ahead as she strode defiantly out of the chapel. Service is concluded. Do whatever you like. Mabel. The bishop turned around as he reached the door. He shot an apologetic glance around the room, then bounded after the superior as they swung shut. We were left in the dark. Sorry. I was a bit preoccupied last night. Where is Flora? An uneasy feeling was starting to build in the room. We don't know. We looked for her last night after everyone left the cell arm. We thought she should have a turn smashing the barrels with us. Don't you dare blame me. I wouldn't dream of it. I don't like this. Me either. If she left of her own accord, Flora is responsible for her own choices. She may be the youngest of us, but she is 19 years of age. Flora would have a family by now were she not here. Responsibilities. She ran off after Marta hit her. Don't you dare blame me for this. I wouldn't dream of it. Thank you for setting me straight, Eustace. I merely assumed, as I was not there. Are you really going to make this about your lack of invitation, as if you would have enjoyed it? That is not what we are discussing. No, but you thought you could sneak in a complaint or two because you're an annoying Quiet! Charity had stepped up to the altar. She looked rather commanding and deadly serious. Listen to yourselves. There's only one thing that should be on anyone's mind right now. Finding Sister Flora. Her question was met with a unanimous mumble of acknowledgement. Last night it sounds like a few people hung around looking for her. But now all of us are here. No fighting. Now, we're all on the same side, aren't we? Let's split up and search this whole damn place for our Flora. At the very least, I want to be able to show the superior we can take care of our own. Another approving murmur. What was that passage Catherine liked to quote at times like this? Facta est autem et contitio inter eos, qui eorum videretur esse major. I was taken aback. What on earth did Luke have to do with this? Nevertheless, I was impressed with the ease with which Eustace recited the scripture. Ad illi dicerunt Domini esse duo gradi hic, ad ille dicit eis satis est. Everyone else murmured satis est along with her. That is enough. Lovely. Off we go then. We all filed out of the church. There was an odd energy about, a sense of purpose. I was not entirely sure what had just transpired. I was turning those words from Luke over and over in my head as we began spreading throughout the cloister. Why that passage? What did those words mean to these women? And what did they have to do with finding a missing girl? I was baffled, but I was at least relieved to be free from the confines of the chapel. I decided to begin my search in the garden. Most of the others, it seemed, were headed to the main building. I really did hope Flora was safe, but right now, I just wanted to be alone. I had had quite enough group discussion for one morning. Even in the rain, the flowers were quite lovely. They bounced up and down as raindrops hit them. There was a faint and pleasant rustling all throughout the grounds. I walked up and down the hedgerows. I was not sure what to expect. Would Flora jump out from behind a bush? Was I likely to find her sulking in a bed of carrots? I began to feel quite guilty. I wasn't helping. I was taking a relaxing stroll amongst the flowers. Campy had emerged from underneath a thicket in front of me. Seemingly unbothered by the rain, it sat in my path and leveled a curious stare my way. Go on, shoot. You'll catch cold in this weather. Do cats catch colds? The cat flicked its tail back and forth and stared at me. It looked thoughtful. I felt like I was being sized up. I suppose I should thank you. You took the blame for the ink bottle after all. Yes, I was losing my grip on things a bit, wasn't I? Talking to a cat. What was I thinking? It seemed to understand me, however, because vermin share a secret language. It walked forward and rubbed itself against my ankles, disappearing under my robe for just a moment. Don't touch me. I hopped to the side. The little creature tried back to where it had been sitting before, only this time it didn't look at me. It turned its gaze up into the air and began to make an unpleasant chittering sound. I tilted my head up to see what it was looking at. I half expected to see those mysterious pinions again, but there was no thing. Only rain clouds and passing birds. When I looked down, the cat was gone. I sighed and peered into the sky once more, just in case I had missed whatever the little creature had seen. There was nothing amidst the clouds. However, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something in the parapet overlooking the garden. There it was again, looking straight at me. I bolted back the way I had come, through the bushes and hedges. I hoped I could disappear in the flowers. When I stopped to catch my breath, I looked back at the building in the distance. It was gone. I was safe from whatever it was, for the time being anyway. Enjoy the violets while you can. It'll snow soon. Hello, Eustace. Has Flora been found? No, I just needed a break. I've been all around the grounds. Then I went to look in the library, but it's been locked since last night. No way Flora could be in there, thankfully. I was half expecting to find her scribbling rude drawings into your chronicles. I'm not worried about that. I doubt anyone would want to tamper with my writing. Eustace pantomimed a mock shiver. Horrible. I always worry about that. Hours of work undone. Right, well, a break can do a lot of good. Perhaps we'll think of somewhere else to look. We stood and admired the flowers together. I've been meaning to ask you, how are you taking to chronicling? I can't help but notice that you still tend to finish quite early. It's been no problem. I'm sure I'll come into my own once I've had a little more time practicing the fundamentals. As long as nothing's bothering you. I know we made up on the cart ride, but no, not at all. I haven't given our little spat a second thought. Well, that's good. I really am sorry about all that. Her expression stayed as inscrutable as ever. There's no need. Sister Eustace, I have been sad about something else. Flora will turn up. No, it's not that. I am afraid Sister Kathy Ryan II. She has not left my thoughts, even though I was not party to the event. Forgive me if I'm going in circles here, but I've still been hearing so much about her, but at the same time, very little. If that makes any sort of sense. It does, although it doesn't surprise me. You weren't here. I mean, you were, but you weren't. You don't really understand what she meant to us. You should be glad of that. Keep it that way. Hedwig, you must be exceedingly careful. This isn't the first time you've cautioned me. What do you really mean? I don't think I need to say more. I am afraid you must. Eustace gave me a piercing look for a few moments, but then relented with a small sigh. Listen, I don't intend to be rude about it. You and I are very similar in some regards. Were you anchored at some point? No. But we both bristle easily at misunderstanding, don't we? I cannot disagree. Conversation is difficult. I understand. I can sense the questions are dancing around while talking to me, hoping that I'll answer without you asking. I just don't want you to wander into a situation you can't handle with someone else here. I can't fault your curiosity, but you must understand that losing Catherine II was shocking in many ways for many people for many reasons. Reasons that someone not deeply embedded in Lynborough could never understand. And you're worried I'll upset someone. More or less. I'm only trying to help you. I keep finding you swinging sticks around wasps' nests. Do I come across that way? A little girl swinging a toy sword around. Yes, the superior meant well, but she had a bit too much faith in her own clever idea, I think. I was able to figure out what you were up to. Someone else might catch up. How can I not ask after Kathleen? She is nowhere, but she is everywhere. She has been brought up to me several times without me asking. She's inescapable. Even if I wasn't charged to investigate her death, I would have heard about her and I would have been curious. I never even saw her body. I have no idea what she looked like, but nonetheless, everyone here has painted a picture of her in my mind. Listen, if it helps, you can just ask me. Ask anything you would like. You don't have to try and bait it out of me. What happened? The day it all happened? Well, I had gotten up early to do some work in the library. Sister Charity found the body on her morning walk. She was beside herself. Catherine's body was in the middle of the cloister. She had been beheaded, although later we would discover that wasn't her only wound. Evidently, there was a struggle between her and her attacker. Of course, we didn't have time to sit around and speculate. Marta comforted Charity while the rest of us scrambled around looking for the killer. I checked upstairs in the Misericorde and library. I reasoned that those might be good hiding places. I remember Darcy checked the dormitories. It was a day like any other. It felt strange, as if we were all still working as normal, off doing our separate tasks. It was still just a morning at the Abbey. When I couldn't find anyone in the library, I went downstairs to the superior's office. Apparently, I was the first to think of letting her know. She and Angela were still preparing for the morning's liturgy, but as soon as I told her what was happening, she joined the search. Eventually, we ran out of places to look that weren't already covered. I remember passing Adela coming up from the cellars, shaking her head. The superior, Moira, and I attended to the body while the search continued throughout the grounds. We took Catherine's body into the chapel and laid her under the altar and covered her with a blanket until we could arrange a burial. It is probably for the best that Moira and I handled it. I think the two of us have the strongest constitutions out of anyone here. Eventually, Sister Angela hauled a young man out in on his ear, who I vaguely recognized as being our delivery boy. She said that she had found him hiding in the East Grounds. I stressed that it was normal for him to be here in the mornings, and that the commotion would have just scared him, but then Darcy wandered in holding his traveling cloak. It was covered in blood. She said she had seen it in his cart, and that was that. The superior and Moira dragged the fellow up to the hospital, and here we are, with a new chronicler. They took him straight to the hospital. Immediately, everyone looked ready to tear him to pieces. You should have heard what some of the sisters were shouting as the superior left. It just doesn't seem right, although I suppose it was better to lock him away in a dungeon than leave him at everyone's mercy. I spoke to him, you know, in the hospital. I know he could be a simple liar, but he pleaded so earnestly. It felt so strange. It doesn't feel right to keep him there. Why does the hospital have a dungeon? Eustace's eyes narrowed. She stepped to me without warning, pushing me into the flower bush uncomfortably. Hedwig, listen to me very closely. I thought I had made it clear, but apparently I am not getting through. Be careful. She had me by the scruff of my robe, and even though she was slightly shorter than me, I felt terribly threatened. Why can't you trust me? I am doing everything in my power to help you. Flora wasn't careful, and look where we are now. I do not want to see anyone else get hurt. I do not want to see you fall victim to your own meddling. I need you to stay out of this. I don't know what you're talking about. You stay out of it. I leave it alone. Her words seemed to echo around the garden for a few moments. Her demand even scared some of the birds away. Finally, she stepped off. She brushed off her robe, still looking at me intensely. You have to trust me. Whatever the superior is putting you up to, you need to stop it. Please don't misunderstand me, Hedwig. I am on your side. Do you believe James killed her? Hedwig, do you believe it? No. Then surely you understand that I can sympathize, but you need to let it go. Are you trying to find the truth as well? But maybe we can work together. The most helpful thing you can do right now is nothing at all. You're just going to let him take the blame. You would let Catherine die in vain. You are treading on dangerous ground. Do you think me uncaring? Do you think this is easy? I I think Catherine would have wanted justice to be done. You don't know a fucking thing about Sister Catherine. Not a thing. Don't pretend you know anything about what she would have wanted, what justice for her would look like. I know plenty. I know she was good at chess. I know she was a sharp reader, and I know she had a keen sense of what is and isn't fair. I heard about her letters to France and her thoughts on Monet. I know she fancied herself a warrior and tried to teach you all how to fight. I know she wanted everyone to try new things and think about what they could do with their time on God's earth. And I know she liked plays. All that is correct. But it's like you said before. You know so much, but altogether very, very little. Well then, what am I missing? I know that she's someone who wouldn't just be left in the lurch by her friends. I know people loved her. Surely that's enough. That is only half of it. Hedwig, think about it. Everyone here loved her, is that it? Has everyone been sharing stories about how wonderful she is? Of course. You don't believe James killed her. You don't believe it was some random murder. Neither do you. That's just it. Hedwig, if that man didn't kill her, then someone here did. Not a ghost, not a bear. One of the sisters here. That means that the things people loved about her, that's only half the story. You're saying someone is lying to you. You will never find an answer because you will never fully grasp what the relationships here were like. I just want the truth. For her sake. Eustace began to chuckle and then laugh heartily. I was stunned. This is in very poor taste. I'm not laughing at you. I just... What's gotten into you? How could I possibly convey everything I know that you don't? The idea that you would understand is just... Yes, you're very proud of how intelligent you are, aren't you? The very thought of explaining what I know to someone who wasn't there. You didn't see her lying there. You can't possibly know. Eustace. She was doubled over laughing now. It was a disturbing sight, to say the least, but it was her words that truly got under my skin. You didn't see your friend, covered in blood. What would you know about it? All you've ever done is read books. All you ever do is speculate. You're poking around in stories you have no stake in, events you weren't there for. Isn't that right? Are you quite all right? You don't even know what she looked like. I saw her with my own eyes. Her head and her hands, blood all over the place. I cleaned it all up. I was her dearest confidant, and I couldn't stop it. And you think you could do better? You're. I didn't mean to. I didn't know what to do. I tried my best to assume a comforting stance, some sort of embrace, although my arms never made it around Eustace's body. She jerked her head back and began to drive me between her humorous, maniacal laughs. I carried her by her legs, with Moira like two ale witches carrying a drunkard home. Her head kept falling off. Can you imagine it? Your friend's severed head rolling off of her chest, bouncing on the stone, over and over, down the chapel's front stairs. So stop it, you've made your point. And you know what? For as brave a face as I put on, as stoic as I have to stay, even now, even I could not shake the feeling that even through her dead eyes, as she was looking straight at me. Stop. How perfectly horrible it all was. Just the idea is devastating, is it? Well, I saw it. I touched it. I was there. Her hollow laughs had given way to bitter, dry sobs. I tried to pat her on the back, or something of the sort, anything that might comfort her. She stood up straight as soon as I touched her, brushing me away. Promise me you will stay out of it, please, Eustace. This mess, it's too much for me to bear, and I do understand the extent of it all. I was present for the whole affair, and I can't bring myself to do anything about it. I don't know who could be watching. I don't know what else might happen. But maybe that's why I can help. Why I should help. Eustace shook her head. No, there's no thing you can do. No thing. I'm already. No, you don't know how much progress I've already made. It can't be much if you're still standing here. What's that supposed to mean? Whatever sort of conspiracy is playing out here, it would have to be all consuming. I know the instant the superior announced you would be joining us, that it must have something to do with Catherine. If it was that obvious to me, I know that I'm being watched. I've seen someone, perhaps more than one person, I can't know for certain. Figures in the shadows. That's always been me. My stupid practical jokes. I did that to scare you off. But it didn't work, clearly. Maybe some of them. I know it hasn't always been you. How could you possibly convince yourself of such a ridiculous? Because I just saw them. She suddenly went very pale. You, on the top of the wall, not a quarter of an hour ago. Unless you can be in two places at once. It couldn't possibly have been you. Eustace wiped her face with her sleeve. Maybe that was someone else I put up to it to scare you. Maybe this is all another trick of mine. I do not believe it is. Then you should take my warnings even more seriously. Are there ghosts here? Devils? I don't know. But I know there is some malevolence at work in this place that is real. It is hurting people, killing them, and I am trying to help you stay out of its gaze. Your concern is noted. I know is a dark force at work in this place. It killed Kathy Reed and has taken Flora. On that we can agree. But I'm not just doing this for the superior. If Flora never showed her face here again, how would you feel? If you have any decency, you must feel wretched just imagining it. I feel that way without Kathy Reed, and I never met her. All I have is one of her books and some of your stories. So I know you must feel worse than I do. I'm scared witless by the shadow I worry is creeping in the shadows. But it would be worse to ignore it, and I am not going to let it stop. Not them, nor you. I will not let the devil win. I held no blade in my hands, but at that moment I felt like I could have taken it on an army by myself. I breezed past a dumbfounded Eustace back to the abbey. I put her behind me and walked as fast as I could. I could hear her shouting behind me as I put the stance between us. Eustace, Angela, the superior, they were all making demands of me, but I served one, and one alone. Hedwig, leave it be. Leave it alone. Hedwig, listen to me. The search continued well into the evening. As darkness fell, the weather turned foul. It was pouring now, and the stone walls rumbled as rolling thunder shook the mountain itself. We had all gathered in the chapel again. From a quick glance around the room, I gathered that everyone had returned empty-handed. Charity took the altar again, looking grim. No joy. That is rather worrying. We've looked everywhere. I explored places I had never been before. Everyone had put in a lot of work, it seemed. There had been no time to relax or get changed. Some of our frocks were still covered in wine. It would have been motivating had the situation been slightly less grim. The determination I had felt right after my conversation with Eustace was being tested. I wanted to blurt out that I had a good idea of where Flora might be. We could all walk down that hallway together. Surely there was nothing so frightening down there that nearly a dozen women could not face. But if someone here were responsible for some grand plan that I did not understand, would I just be putting Flora in more danger? Would I be placing myself in harm's way? Appearing too observant, too clever, I could make myself the next target if I spoke up now. I tried not to think about which of these two arguments swayed me more. Stressing over my plan was putting my stomach in knots. I hoped someone else might suggest what I could not, but that was never going to happen. My cell was not, and had never been, on anyone's mind. My cell had never been in any of these women's hearts. As I looked around the room, I noticed that Marta was standing off to the side of the chapel alone. She looked gaunt and weak. I had been consistently surprised by her vigor up until now, but for the first time she looked her age. I. Well, is there anywhere that has not been scoured? The cellars, the croft. Those were my first ideas. I see. And I know Adela looked in the same places after I did. I think that all of us may have individually checked everywhere, one after the other. We've all doubled up. I do not doubt that people have put their back into it, just I am worried. I really hope she is safe. If only we had looked a little harder last night. It's not your fault. Missing for one night, that's just acting out. Missing for 2 nights. We have done everything we can today. I'm afraid. I think I think we all need to rest and try again tomorrow. My feet are killing me. No, we have to keep looking. I understand how seriously we're all taking this, but we should take a breather. A night's sleep is what we all need right now.
Stream elements.
We'll expand out beyond
Said.
the grounds tomorrow.
Stay
I
moist,
think
my friends. Hydrate.
I don't need any of you falling asleep and rolling down the hill. Flora missing is quite enough. Thank you. Everyone seemed to agree, albeit reluctantly. When I had left Eustace in the garden, a plan had formed in my mind. I had a sneaking suspicion where Flora was, but I dared not share it with the rest of the sisters. There was a place I was certain nobody had checked. A place I knew even Margaret had likely avoided, even if she had considered it. The thought terrified me, but I knew I had to check, for Flora's sake. We all filed out of the chapel, back to the dorms through the storm. I really hope she isn't out in this weather. If she is, I would wager she is safe. She is young and resourceful. Remember when Catherine taught us all how to make fires? I do. You're right. She's probably having a more comfortable night than us. Adela rubbed Moira's shoulder reassuringly, then broke off to go and talk to Angela. Should someone tell the superior what we did today? I wouldn't. I went to try and talk to her earlier, and I could hear her sobbing, even through that thick door of hers. I imagine she's been getting shouted at by the bishop all day. I don't think we should talk to her until we have good news. The moment I sat down on my bed, I had a sinking feeling that I was not going to be able to sleep before I got a chance to test my theory. I could just sense it. No, my bones told me. I sighed and rolled onto my back, fully dressed. I stared at the ceiling for a while. The thick stone walls gave us a great deal of privacy, and I had to strain to hear the slightest indication that the others were getting ready for bed. I thought about cracking open the copy of Medea that Catherine had written for me, but I remembered the subject matter and decided now was not the right time. I said a little prayer asking for some guidance. No wisdom came to me. But then I sheepishly remembered that I had been granted an entire vision not long ago. As always, I was asking far too much and doing far too little. For at least an hour, I stewed in my own thoughts. I tossed and turned trying to find a position in my bed that didn't get uncomfortable after a few minutes. I scratched itches that weren't really there and attempted to fluff my pillow into a shape that would grant me sleep the instant my head touched it. I had just started getting comfortable, I swear, when I heard a strange sound carrying on outside my door. I hopped out of bed and stepped out into the hall. It was almost pitch black out here, save for the embers pulsing in the fireplace. Nobody else, it seemed, was bothered enough by the noise to poke their head out like I had. I sighed. I hoped, dimly, that it had been Flora returning to her door. I retrieved and lit a candle from the mantelpiece. There was no use torturing myself in bed any longer. Now, which room was Flora's? I knew Catherine's room was next to mine and had the squeaking door. I remembered Moira's room had inky paw prints leading out of it, next to Catherine's. Darcy's was on the very end of my row, closest to the hearth. I chanced a door I couldn't place. I felt so nosy, but if I could spare myself a horrid adventure into that hole. Ever so gently, I pushed the unfamiliar door with my finger. I realized this was not a particularly wise idea. The door swung inward. Not only was it rude, it was conspicuous. I pushed this door in just a little more before thinking better of it. Just before I relented, however, I caught something odd. I could hear at least two people breathing on the other side of this door. They must have been discussing where else to look for Flora, I reasoned, and gone late into the night out of concern. Or perhaps a darker voice in the back of my head suggested they had been scheming on what cruel ties to enact on her next. Just then, I heard a startling sound. It had come from far away, but even so, it was blood curdling as capered out of the dormitories and onto the landing. I did my best to steel myself. If only I had thought to demand Eustace give me the sword when I had found the courage to stand up to her in the garden. The pricket would have to do. I heard it again. This time it was mixed with that same hair-raising whine I had heard in my cell's hallway. My heart stopped. That was definitely a woman yelling, screaming. I panicked. Was I too late? I had not told any of the others about my theory. Flora was hiding in my old cell. None of them would know. If Flora was a target of someone's dark machinations, the way Catherine had been, I had to be the one to find her. I picked up my pace and jogged to the dark hallway crossing. The huge door was rattling in the wind again, but that wasn't the source of the sound I was chasing. It was definitely coming from the darkest hall, the one my cell was in, the one that evil sigil was in. I froze for a moment, unsure what to do. The pride I had felt deducing the one place nobody would have thought to check had been enough to make me forget about that. The pricket spike could defend me in a pinch if I were face to face with Flora's human attacker. But if it was some devil summoned by that magic circle, could I go down there alone? Should I rouse the superior? Did I have time to rouse anyone? There was that horrible wail again. It gave me my answer. However small, however vulnerable, however powerless I felt, I knew that there was no time to double back. Demonic sigils be damned. I was a woman of faith. I could withstand whatever it summoned. I sprinted down the hall into the darkness. My candle blew out almost instantly, but I didn't have time to care. I ripped the wax off of the pricket to expose the sharp point. It wasn't much, but this would have to serve as my sword for now. I rushed headlong to the terrible sound, clutching the candle cricket with both hands as if I were wielding a mighty claymore. A face rushed out of the darkness. Hedwig, run! It all happened too quickly for me to register that I had been correct. Flora flew past me, nearly knocking me over. I did not have time to ask what was happening. I could hear the terrifying stomp of those boots echoing throughout the halls. We sprinted through the black hall to the dim light ahead of us and turned to the giant rattling door. Flora bolted straight at it, past the hallway that would take us back to the dorms. Where are you going? Away from here. I was about to break left with dormitories, but then I saw why Flora had avoided that path. I caught a glimpse of evil eyes and felt the dull thud of metal hooves against the floor close by. Flora's pursuer had navigated to cut us off. I screamed and sprinted as fast as I could after Flora. We made it to the door. I didn't even want to think about how close our pursuer was. Well, where were you? What's happening? Help me open this, now! She was pushing against the imposing door with all her might, but it wouldn't budge. I threw my meager weight against the edge of it to try and help, but it was so heavy I felt like I might as well be pushing against a stone wall. The wind was pressing it shut, and two small women whose shoes were slipping over the flat stone floor weren't doing much to combat it. My fingers were in danger of being caught in the jam every time the door buckled, but I kept pushing. I turned my head and caught a glimpse of the monster bearing down on us. It was as tall and terrible as I remembered, but this time it was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Embers crackled around its soulless eyes. There was no oiled sword this time. This monster brought the very fires of hell with it. Eustace, this isn't funny. Even though I knew it couldn't be her, I pleaded, just in case. I still had a dim hope that this was just another prank, that Eustace had been telling the truth after all. But the creature was unmoved. The giant oaken door finally swung open just enough for me to slip through. I turned to try and yank Flora out with me, grabbing a handful of whatever cloth I could find as I made it outside. But the door caught her foot as I pulled her through. Help! I held onto her free hand with both of mine. She yelped, and I could tell that the monster on the other side of the threshold had grabbed onto her. Don't let go! I won't! Her face contorted and twisted as the door squeezed her and Cal. At the very least, it was doing enough to keep the demon from pulling her away from me. Had it not been for that massive slab of wood, I doubt I would have been able to help at all. Hedwig! The wind let up for a moment, and the sudden lack of force set us both off balance as the weight of the door lifted. We fell down, and the door swung open just far enough for me to see that our attacker had let go of Flora as well. She was scrambling to me on all fours, but the beast lurched forward to snatch her again. I held my hand out again to hold on to the poor girl's arm. Her fingers gripped my frock, and I held her wrist as tightly as I could, but I knew I could not combat this monster alone. The wind suddenly picked up again, and just as both of us got hold of Flora, and the door slammed shut again with a sickening crunch. I had managed to pull Flora clear of the beast's lunge, but I hadn't been fast enough to keep her leg from being crushed by the door. She wailed as I attempted to pull her free. I couldn't manage it, and I was terrified that the door would pull her broken leg right off if I yanked it any harder. Pull! I can't! It is still holding on to you. I don't know. I can't feel anything. She was sobbing and screaming. I planted my feet against the wall and pulled her to me. By some miracle, the wind let up just enough for the door to loosen its grip on Flora's leg. We tumbled backwards into a heap. My head hit the floor with a crack, and for a moment my vision faded. My eyes slowly regained focus, and I looked up into the threshold. The twisted creature was looming over us. I closed my eyes once more and braced myself for the end, and hoped, despite everything, that I would see heaven. But death never came. When I opened my eyes, the monster was gone. The door swung shut again, slower this time. The wind was still blowing, but had died down just a little. Flora wasn't moving. I shook her gently in an attempt to rouse her. There, there. I I think it's gone. She did not answer. I held on to her tight and stared up into the night sky. What a mess I had made of everything. Raindrops pelted my face. I knew I had to move, but I was wholly leaden. The events of the past few weeks and the brutal dismantling of my steady faith were weighing me down. I scarcely recognized myself, and I actively tried to reject the situation I found myself in. The pain in my back and the back of my head was getting unbearable. I squeezed my eyes shut. I am dreaming. I remember thinking, this is not real. Those cards even told me. No, I could not consider pagan frivolities. I was a faithful anchoress. I was simply having a long, horrible nightmare, another vision. When you open your eyes again, I told myself, you will be home. You'll be back in your cell, dry and warm, your oath intact, and and maybe you'll be able to try it all over again. I had no such luck. It is growing rather late, isn't it? I apologize, but I think I'll leave my story there for tonight. I did not cover anything close to what I consider the full story, but that is a rather exciting place to leave things, is it not? Even if you know what happens, there's still a sense of, oh, I don't know. I felt something recalling these misadventures, even though I had lived them. Do you know how things turned out? No, no, don't tell me who you are. I am getting some enjoyment out of imagining telling the story to an impartial audience. Please don't be frustrated with me for stopping here, with my investigation just barely started. I promise you that all of these details are important. I may not have realized it at the time. In fact, I only just noticed the importance of some things after speaking them out loud to you. So, really, I must thank you. May I confide something in you? This is the first time that I feel like I understand the job of a chronicler. Or rather, I finally have something worth chronicling, and someone to tell those chronicles to. It's a shame that it took so long for me to feel inspired, and that these are such awful events. But I suppose that the worst events are the ones that need the best records. Would you agree? In that spirit, I can offer you some of my notes. I believe I have some from the appropriate time I could share with you. Here, they aren't much, but you can peruse these while I prepare for our next meeting. Anyway, I must rest. We can continue this soon. Thank you for listening to me prattle on and on. I'll be ready to share more before you know it. Steady on. That never happened, did it? I would say it was my mistake, but it wasn't really. I might have let it slip on purpose. She hates it when I fiddle with her hobbies. Can you believe that? It's a bit rude not to share, especially with dear, close friends. Even ruder to hide from friends, if you ask me. But we're due for a reunion, I think. All thanks to you. Don't look so nervous. You've helped me, and I'm a very generous woman. I can tell you like to read. At least, I hope you do if you made it this far. How about a little more? I think you'll find this interesting. I found it lying around somewhere or other. I don't know if it's entirely accurate, but what is? Ma'am, I would really appreciate it if you would avoid causing a scene. I bought this ticket. This is bullshit. Ma'am, please. I ain't stopping you from getting on the plane. I'm just warning you that you may need to remove your piercings to get through security. Why? Are they gonna reflect off the rearview mirror? Are they gonna mess with the radar? Do they look explosive or something? Sweetheart, can you not say the X word so loud? Or making the other people in line nervous? Sorry, which word? Explosive? A few of the other clerks next to the woman I was speaking to glanced over, eyebrows raised. I was getting a kick out of making these people squirm. I got to admit, but it was beyond bullshit that I was being told to remove my piercings to go through airport security. Yes, stop saying it so loud, or at all, not to mention your jacket. After typing hastily into the terminal for a few more seconds, the woman finally handed back my passport. My ticket sputtered out of a loud machine, and I snatched it before she had a chance to take it. Have a pleasant flight. I do apologize if I caused any offense by commenting on your jewelry and stuff. Something tells me you don't want to warn everyone about the metal detector. Just trying to be helpful, ma'am. I rolled my eyes and stepped away. It was a good thing I'd gotten to the airport early. I was hungry as fuck. I heaved my backpack onto my shoulders and set off to my terminal. I figured I would at least have time to grab a snack before I got off the plane. There were a decent amount of folks in line to get through the detector. The line moved quick, so when I got to the security guy, he sort of gave me this, oh great, look. All metal objects in the bin with your bag, please. I rolled my eyes and started decrowing myself. Studded bracelets off, nose ring off, earrings out, vest off, more studs. Now why the hell would you wear all that to the airport? Man, shut up. The guard raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to say something, but quickly stopped when he saw me lean over to rest one arm against the X-ray machine next to the metal detector and reach down to my leg. I probably should have opted for one of the wheelchairs outside the terminal to get around the airport, but fuck it. I had a lot of energy ahead of this trip, and I wanted to travel light. I dunked my leg into the bin with the rest of my shit and hopped to the guard. I'm going to do a little spin thing through it. The guy stepped back a bit to let me put one arm through the metal detector, then jumped through it to rest both arms against the conveyor belt and head out of the X-ray machine. Slick. A few people waiting in line behind me clapped. I rolled my eyes. My bag and bits came through across the belt. I took a second to put myself back together and to thank God that none of my other piercings set the machine off. When I was putting my jacket back on, the guard commented on my back patch. I don't know if I would wear that to the airport. Gonna do something about it? He laughed. Easy, easy. Morad, like, here. He held his hand up in the air, and I'm like way down here. Where are you flying? The UK? Yeah, you're going to need to come way down from up there. That's a long flight. What's it to you? He was waving more people through as I put my studs and rings back on. Nothing at all. I just don't like seeing people fly mad. Not sure that's your jurisdiction, cop. I'm a cop? Do you think you're not a cop? I've got real boring beat for a cop. A guy badge and everything. I say private security gig, man. So you're like a mall cop. Man, I wish. They get to walk more, I think. Yeah, well, still a cop. How many of those doodads and piercings do you have anyway? More than you'll ever see. Ma'am, I promise you, I'm not bringing the hostility to this conversation that you are perceiving. Sorry. It's just, do I? It was hard not to grin at the sky, professionally sighed. Cop. Folks were passing by and taking their bags as the guard waved them through. What's your name? Alex. Is that real, or is that just what you tell cops? That's real. I don't tell cops anything. See, that's good. We are opening a dialogue. Not real cops. No, see? That's good. Damn. I feel like Jimmy Carter. We're building a real framework for peace here. Man, fuck off with that. Shoot. I got you back up again after all that. Look, I don't know what any of that political shit means. I just hear the news in the break room sometimes. It is what it is, I guess. I finally finished getting my shit together and turned away from the conversation to head to the terminal. Have a good flight now, ma'am. Look, I don't have time right now. But if I ever see you again, I'm going to recommend you some books to explain some stuff, alright? Almost as soon as the words spilled out, it sounded cooler in my head. How? I don't know, but I swear it did. Okay then, looking forward to it. Weirdo. Even with all those distractions, I had ended up with some time before my flight. I figured I would grab a burger or something, go over my itinerary, etc., etc. The fast food place was pretty busy, but the line moved quickly enough, and I soon had a nice bag of garbage to fuel me to an international flight. There weren't any free tables, but there was an empty bar stool near the front of the place at the long table where all the single travelers were eating. Or at least, it would have been empty if there wasn't a handbag on it. You good if I sit here? Of course. My stool was in the corner next to the wall. My neighbor was a preppy-looking woman wearing a purple-knitted turtleneck. She had a pair of those big hoop earrings, bright red lipstick, stick-on nails, bangs that covered her eyes. Not really my scene, but fuck it, I wasn't going to eat standing up. She lifted the bag up onto the table and drummed her fingers against the seat. The red pleather was faded and cracked, and when I got up close, I could see that the bar stools and table were covered in blue graffiti. Thanks. My pleasure, darling. Where you headed? Burger King. She chuckled as I unwrapped my food. Didn't know they had an airport there. England. Now that's funny. Me as well. Gate 17. The 3 o'clock. That's the one. Small world. You going home or did me accent give it away? She definitely played it up a little for that response. Good to know it's back to normal then. I could have passed for a real valley girl before I got to the terminal. I always pick up a bit of local flavor from wherever I'm visiting. So you got your English voice back when you started thinking about home. That's cool. Something like that. It's all a bit mental. I can say that here, of course. That's ruder in the UK. Yeah? You shouldn't say mental. And trucks are lorries. Oh, and you smoke? What gave it away? Well, try not to get cross if anyone offers you. Chill, chill. I knew that one. Well, that's good then. She looked real pleased with herself. I never had much patience for people who like testing boundaries for fun, but I had nowhere else to go. Besides, who knows who else I would meet if I left? I was running into some real head cases today. Visiting family then. Yeah, yeah. Whereabouts? If you don't mind my asking. Up north a ways. I've got a long ass bus ride once I get to Heathrow. Isn't it funny how big a place like that can feel? Sure, it could probably fit in Cali, right? Easily. Do you mind if I steal a chip? My mistake. A fry. Sure. Thank you kindly. The press on nails didn't help. I felt a little freaked out watching her pluck exactly one fry out of the box with her long fingers. It kinda looked like one of those nature shows where an eagle pulls the guts out of a fish or something. She ate it very carefully. I guess she had to. Her lipstick was pretty intense, and there wasn't a crumb or spot of grease or anything on her expensive looking suit. I do quite like those. Terrible for me, of course, but what is it? It's what I can afford. Rights ain't cheap, turns out. Too right. She sucked her finger and thumb clean and dried on one of my napkins. Well, safe travels. Yeah, sure. Thanks. She smiled at me and slid off of her bar stool with a clap. I realized she was wearing expensive heels. Too expensive for anyone I've ever seen eating shit fast food at LAX. I could hear every footstep across the tile floor as she left. I finished my burger and stuffed all the crap in the paper bag to throw away. As I got off the seat, I realized that woman's handbag was still on the counter. Fuck. I really didn't feel like running errands, but if we were gonna be on the same flight, I took the bag and got going to the gate. I must have spent way too long tweeting that shitty burger because when I finally got to the gate, they were already boarding. Technically, I think I was supposed to get on the plane first. Oh well, guess I can't do that if I ain't there. Just so you know, ma'am, you can only put one bag under the seat. Yeah, got it. I almost said the handbag wasn't mine, but I realized that it was probably not the best thing to tell someone right before getting on a plane. Have you ever been on a plane? It was my first time. It feels weird on planes. As soon as you step in, it feels like the air is constantly being sucked away from you. Which I guess it kinda is. That's how the air conditioning or whatever works. It's like you're yawning even when you're not yawning. Or like you've got earplugs in even though you don't. It feels like dog shit, that's for sure. I was looking around for the woman I had met at the fast food place, but I couldn't see her anywhere. Everyone was standing in the aisles, putting their bags away, taking their jackets and sweaters off, etc., etc. I was going to be impossible to find her. Ma'am, I'm sorry, but you're going to need to make some room. You need help finding your seat. Oh, no, sorry about that. Well, shit. I wasn't far from my seat, but I was real nervous about keeping this lady's bag with me. What if I got all the way to a foreign country with someone else's shit? What if she had been wrong about what flight she was on? Would that be, like, an international crime? The last thing I needed was Interpol coming after my ass over some rich lady's handbag. I sat down in my window seat and tried to stay calm. I figured I could at least wait until we were in the air, and I could walk around to make sure she wasn't on the flight before panicking too hard. Now here's a coincidence. Oh, thank God. Hey, you left your bag on the table earlier. She put her hands over her chest and opened her mouth like a fish. Oh my God! Thank you! I would have been proper Devoed if I had left it behind. She sat down next to me and I handed her the bag. She started reaching around inside it, I guess to check if anything had gotten lost. All here. Then she pulled out a fat wad of bills and a Monet clip. Let's... No, you don't gotta. She licked her thumb, peeled off a small stack of bills and handed them to me. Don't be silly. This is $250. Pounds, love. But yeah, a little pocket Monet for your trip, yeah? Well, thanks. Not at all. Thanks for bringing me my bag. I knew you were alright when I first saw you. Weird. What a coincidence we're in the same row. Guess so. I wanted something in the smoking section. Me as well. I take it you don't mind then? Nah, go for it. She reached back into her bag and pulled out the most ridiculous pack of cigs I had ever seen. The whole box was gold. Her lighter was almost a perfect match. The hell are those? Do you not get these here? Maybe, but I've never seen them. She held the box out to me and shook it so exactly one cig stuck out. Don't know how long she had practiced that one, but it was impressive. Have you seen any of the adverts for these? No. They're very cheap. Go on then, try it. I would be curious to know what you think. What's your huge? I usually smoke whatever low cars I can get my hands on. Gotcha. Not a big brand follower. Nah. Me either, typically. Some people like to pit them against each other, but I'll try anything so long as I like the look. Must be nice. She held her ridiculous lighter out to me. The cig she had given me. I don't know if I would call it good, though it sure tastes more expensive than my usual. Like watches. Do you know anything about watches? I know they're for telling the time. I held up my wrist to show her my cheap digital watch. She exhaled smoke, but didn't respond. Sort of. I mean, they are, but they aren't. You know what I mean. They're jewelry, really. You should get a nicer one. They're way too expensive. My dad has one from some spy movie he liked as a kid. I asked how much it cost one time, and I was so mad when he told me. Does he now? That'll be nice. That'll be a proper automatic. Digitals are so much cheaper. I'm a bit biased, I suppose. She held up her arm and pulled her sweater sleeve down to reveal her own watch. It was bright gold, although the dial was a shocking pink that I wouldn't have associated with a luxury brand name inlaid in gold. Holy shit. How much was that? I don't know. Got this one instead of cash for some work I did a while back. Okay, I've gotta ask, what do you do? Suppose I would call myself a flaneur, if anything, a passant if we're being grammatically correct. You're professionally French. She laughed. She leaned back in her seat and picked up the little ashtray in the armrest so she could ash her cigarette. Technically, I'm in publishing. A bit of a location scout, I think is the best way to describe it. I take special assignments. I travel a lot. I enjoy people watching. I had no idea publishers could afford that kind of lifestyle. There's loads of people out there buying books do not read love. I laughed. Fair, you know. So, what you've actually read, I would be curious to know if you had seen any of mine. Like, I've skimmed Capital. Haven't we all? I like Chomsky. Any fiction? I don't have time for fiction. That stings. I just, if I'm reading something, I want it to matter. I can do other stuff for fun, I guess. She nodded thoughtfully. The captain came over the loudspeaker and announced something. It was impossible to tell what thanks to the shitty mic. Plus, books are expensive. I've got to pick stuff that counts. I feel like I know how every story is going to go the second I read the first sentence. She pointed at me with her cigarette reprovingly. We're not so different then. I just come down on the other end, I suppose. But I get it. Who needs a book to tell you what you already know? That's why I prefer fiction myself. Maybe you just need to read different kinds of fiction. I never know what I'm gonna get. What kind of books do you publish anyway? I'm not the publisher, I'm just in publishing. You're the heiress to a publishing company or something. She gave me a wicked grin. Like I said, I would call myself a flaneur, a passant if we're being grammatically correct. It was around this point that the plane's engine started up. We put our cigarettes out and adjusted our seats to get ready for takeoff. You ever been on a plane before? First time. Don't let the bumpiness get to you.